Will the Recessed Housing and Land Use Committee meeting of June 9th, 2025 come to order? It is now 9:02 a.m. on June 18th. I'm Tasha Kama, Chair of the Housing and Land Use Committee. This online meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Sunshine Law. Members, when your name is called, if you're not with me in the chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in your workspace with you today, and minors do not need to be identified. Do we have any questions, members, before we begin? Thank you. So I want to say aloha kakahiaka and sapule to our committee vice chair, Nohe Uuhajens. I do not see her, but I know she'll be here because I see her things laid out, and we'll come back to her when she arrives. And say good morning to our council chair, Alice Lee. Sapule.
Sapule, and for those who are not familiar with that term, we just learned it ourselves yesterday, thanks to member Paulton, who keeps track of everything on social media. And that's the cutest thing that a child put on Facebook or YouTube, one of the two. And he's from the Big Island, and he's, 5 or 6 years old. Cute as ever. Sapule.
Thank you for that. Hopefully, Member Paulton will come to you and tell us more about that. So we're going to continue with our Council Vice Chair, Yukile Sugimura, aloha kakahiaka, and sapule.
Good morning, and sabule, and I think you have to do it like this. You have to go sabule. Is that right? We're trying. She'll tell you all about it. But this little boy does cooking lessons online, and yesterday we were watching it, and actually he's so precious. So good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a productive meeting.
Great, thank you. And I want to say good morning to Council Member Tamara Paulton, aloha kakahiaka, and sapule or bule?
Sup, Bule.
Bule. Okay.
And aloha kakayaka kako.
Thank you. I want to say good morning to, I see you now, Councilmember Gabe Johnson, aloha kakahiaka, and sapule.
Sabuli Chair, council members, community members, there's no testifiers here at the Lanai District Office, and I'm alone on my side of the office, and I'm here and ready to work. Mahalo.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Candy Rollins Fernandez just stepped in. We're going to give her a few moments to gather her things together, and we'll come back for her to tell us good morning and sabule. We're going to continue with Councilmember Tom Cook, aloha kakahiaka, and sabule to you.
Aloha kakahiaka, Chair, sabuli, aloha to everybody, and I'm looking forward to a very constructive dialogue today, and thank you for chairing this meeting. Okay. And also, we have staff on standby in the Kihei Regional Office available for testifiers. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Thank you. And so we're going to return back to Councilmember Candy Rollins Fernandez. Aloha kakahiaka, and sabule to you.
Aloha kakahiaka kako. There are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office, but they are there if anyone is wishing to testify. And mahalo to the community members for the morning oli. It's always nice to start the day off with a piko and e homai na au makua. So mahalo.
Thank you. And so we're going to continue all the way to the east side to say aloha kakahiaka and sabule to Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha kakahiaka, Chair, and sabule kako. No testifiers in Hana, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we have with us from the Department of the Corporation Counsel, Mr. Nahulu Nunakawa. Good morning, and sabule to you too.
Good morning, and sabule to council members.
So members, since we expect to continue to take testimony for the entire time set aside for this meeting, we're not permitted to ask questions of the administration until we have concluded testimony. And then to avoid the possibility of discussion that is beyond the simple question that veers into deliberations. So to respect the time of the administration staff, their attendance in person is optional, and they may be in attendance virtually and welcome their attendance if their schedules allow. We also have our committee staff, Mr. James Kruger, our senior legislative analyst. Aloha kakayaka and sabule.
Good morning, Chair and members.
We have Ellen McKinley, our legislative analyst. Aloha kakayaka and sabule to you.
Good morning, Chair and members.
And we have our committee secretary, Jennifer Yamashita. Aloha kakayaka and sabule.
Good morning, Chair and members.
And we have our legislative attorney, Carla Nakata. Aloha kakayaka and sabule.
Aloha, Chair and members.
And we have our assistant clerk who takes all the testimonies from all of our testifiers, Lei Deneen, and she's out there in the lobby. Aloha kakahiaka Lei, and I see you. And so we are, oh, and I see member Uu Hodgins has just
Good morning, Chair.
arrived. Oh, good morning. So thank you, members, for attending today's HLU committee meeting. We have a single item on the agenda today, amending Chapter 19.12, 19.32, and 19.37 Maui County Code relating to transit vacation rentals in apartment districts. So members, this item has been one of passionate discussion and has created what I looked up in the Hawaiian dictionary as ku'e'e, is like dissension, to the point of bullying, intimidation, and fear of retribution within our community. We're starting our consideration of this matter, and I expect, given the amount of testimonies that we'll be hearing from the public in several meetings, similar to what we had last week, we're scheduled to meet today until 4:30 this afternoon, and given the interest in this bill, I expect that we'll still be hearing testimony up until that time. If that is the case, I will recess this meeting till June 23rd, 2025 at 9 a.m. After reconvening that meeting, we will resume testimony using the current list of testifiers. New attendees to this meeting will be placed on the bottom of the testifier list at that recess meeting. I will also recess this meeting for lunch at 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. I also plan to recess for a mid-morning break at 10:30 a.m. for 10 minutes and a mid-afternoon break at 3 p.m. for 10 minutes. I hope that providing this information now so that the members and the public are better informed as to how I will be managing our meeting time. And I ask for your full cooperation and participation. So in accordance with the Sunshine Law, as chair, I will be calling for testimony for our single item agenda in the following order. Those who are called on June 9th, but who did not respond to that call for testimony. Those who are on the list at the time of the recess on June 9th, but had not been called to testify, and new testifiers who signed up today to testify. Since this is a recess meeting, if you have already provided your oral testimony, you will not be able to testify again. You are always welcome to submit written testimony via e-comment. So I have a few comments on the Minnesota tragedy I'd like to share with you all. So members, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the events of this past weekend in the state of Minnesota. 2 members of the Minnesota State Legislature and their spouses were attacked by a gun-wielding individual who had been described as having a political motive. State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed in that attack, while State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were shot, but not fatally. I condemn those cowardly attacks on our country's democracy, and in keeping with my faith, I pray for the Hortman and the Hoffman families. At this time, I would like to observe a moment of silence to recognize this tragedy and to allow us to reflect on what can happen when our social decorum breaks down. So if you would observe a moment of silence with me, thank you. Thank you. We are dealing with proposed legislation in this meeting that has prompted very emotional responses on both sides of this issue. My office has received reports of threatening language on social media, and the committee as a whole has witnessed in public testimony the vulgarity and aggression that I speak of. I will not permit language and actions in this meeting which may contribute to the breakdown of our social decorum. Members, the matter before us represents a substantial shift in land use with potentially dramatic economic and social effects. It will not be a decision that will be taken lightly. We'll consider all the arguments, those who support and those who oppose. For members of the public in the chamber and online, I will not tolerate the dissension on this issue to be expressed in language that violates the council's standard of decorum. And some examples of that language that was used are occupiers, illegal invaders, transplants, extractors, colonists, settlers, terrorists, foreigners, and a whole host of others. But please address your comments in favor or against the bill to the chair of the committee, not to others in the office or other members of the public. I will need to enforce the decorum in this meeting and in all future meetings on this bill to respect this space as a safe place for all voices to speak. And again, I ask for your kukua. So let's proceed with public testimony. Yes.
I'm sorry, you went through a list. And is that list of words available? And I'd also like to get an opinion from the attorney about restricting free speech.
You want to talk to Mr.
Yes.
Nunakawa? Mr. Nunakawa?
The list that she just read, is that like, we're enforcing that specific list?
I'm not enforcing anything. Let me just answer that.
Well, I mean,
It is-
you listed words.
I'm
and so
asking-
if
I'm just
testifiers
asking.
say those words, are they then, what happens?
I will ask them to kindly not use those words. That's what I will do. But if I say it up front now, at least everybody knows that we have to have some standards of decorum because it's about the social fabric. And we want
Okay,
to
but-
uphold that. But if you'd like.
It's okay to
Mr.
call
Nunakawa.
people bully. Like that's not a word. That's
It is.
inappropriate.
It's a word that people are using to describe what they're feeling when they believe that someone's saying something that may be threatening to them.
And so the same rationale cannot be used for the testifiers who are using the words that you just listed, because that's how they're feeling about being pushed out of their home.
Chair, point of order.
Yes.
As a member, I'd like to weigh in. I respect what you're saying, but the tone and the aggression is sort of striving to what we're trying to mitigate, to encourage the testifiers to all recognize that we're all members of the community and the concept of decorum. I respect what you're saying about the words themselves. I think it's more what I hear the chair saying is the intent and the vibe. I think we have the opportunity to have a very positive, constructive dialogue today. I don't feel alienated from anybody. I love the pool this morning. I think if we can set an example, I mean, no disrespect for interrupting. I'm trying to assist us as a body to set the tone that we are receptive to everybody's view and everybody's opinion and acknowledging that it's contentious. It hurts in a lot of ways. So thank you, Chair. And I ask my colleague, thank you for allowing me to weigh in, and I mean no disrespect.
Chair,
Yes.
I don't feel disrespected, Member Cook, mahalo, and I don't feel you interrupted me, but I would like to hear from our attorney.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Nunakawa.
So the chair does have some discretion on keeping decorum. I'm not sure a blanket ban on words is necessarily it's sort of on a case-by-case basis. It's in order to keep order and to keep the meeting progressing and allow business to continue. So the chair does have discretion, but it would be sort of on a case-by-case. Does that answer your question?
No,
or-
it feels like censorship and a violation of the First Amendment right to free speech. Would you like a recess to like research this a little more before we move forward with starting with our first testifier?
Sure.
How much time, Mr. Nunakawa? Okay, okay. It is now 9:17, and Mr. Nunakawa has asked for 10 minutes. But knowing you all, that 10 minutes is going to involve a little bit more. So why don't we go, it is now 9:17, so let's recess until 9:20. So the HLU committee meeting is now in recess.
9:20?
10
What-
minutes, or 29:30. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Good? Okay. It is 9:31, and the HLU committee meeting will now reconvene. And I think we left off with Mr. Nunokawa.
Yes, Chair. So going back to the issue at hand about limiting testimony, Chair may limit testimony in order to keep decorum. I would not advise a list of words. I would advise to allow the testifiers to testify according to what they want to say. And if it becomes an issue of being disruptive, to address it then, but to allow the testifiers to testify in the way that they would like. It's a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nunokawa. Okay, so does that answer your question, Ms. Rollins-Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. So to clarify, the list that was read off as examples earlier, that's not what we're following.
Correct. Correct.
We're not saying you're not allowed to use these.
Correct.
Yeah, other than things like profanity or the things that are obviously inciting violence, I think that a blanket ban on certain words would not be advisable.
Okay. And then the case-by-case basis would be just the chair asking, as she said earlier,
Yes.
if they would please refrain
Yes.
from using
Yes.
an inciting word.
Yes.
And if it gets out of hand, maybe taking a recess at that time, but to address it when it is an issue.
Okay.
Does that help?
Mahalo, Mr. Nunaka. Mahalo, Chair.
Sure. Okay, we're going to continue with proceeding with testimony on the item. For individuals testifying in person, you can sign up to testify with the staff members in the 8th floor lobby. For Microsoft Teams participants logged in via web or the Teams app, please indicate that you would like to testify by clicking the raise your hand icon in the top right of your window. Staff will add your name to the testifier list. If you're joined by telephone, *5 will raise your virtual hand and staff will put your name on the testifiers list. Please keep your audio and video muted until you're called to testify. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us agendas. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes per item. When you reach the 2-minute mark, you will hear an audible notice. Do you want to share the notice with them? And so that they can hear, James? And if you're still testifying when the notice sounds, please complete your testimony within the remaining minute. Given the volume of expected testimony, I will have to hold everyone firmly to those limits. When testifying, we ask that you state your full name for the record, and anonymous testimony is also accepted. For those on Microsoft Teams, please ensure your name appears in Teams as the name you prefer to be referred to, or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you're in person, please notify staff if you would like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Decorum will be maintained throughout this meeting. Violation of decorum may result in being removed from the chamber or the online meeting. Again, this is a public space and must be a safe space for all voices to be spoken and heard. I'm believing that we will conduct ourselves in a professional manner, but I will still have to enforce the rules of decorum only when a testifier breaks that decorum. A testifier will be reminded the first time I see that the rules of decorum have been violated, and any additional reminders, I will then direct staff to silence the microphone, and your testimony time will be considered complete. You can view the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us agendas. Members, the purpose of clarifying questions is just that, clarifying what testifiers stated. And we ask that you don't use the opportunity to extend their time by asking them to elaborate on their testimonies. It is definitely not to engage in debate with the testifier. Our meetings will be long. I would like us to be efficient with your time. And I thank you all in advance for your cooperation. So at this time, we're going to ask staff to call our next testifier wishing to testify on Bill 9 according to the current list. So James?
Chair, the first testifier is David Switzenberg, if he is present, to be followed by John Angel, and then Magdalena O'Donnell. If these people are on Teams, please raise your hand so we can find you. Chair, it doesn't appear that they are in attendance. So the next testifier would be Lucienne Dene, and I need a moment to promote her, please, to be followed by Sean O'Donnell and then Hoi Thang Ha.
Okay.
I see Miss Dene. Lucienne, can you please unmute your mic on your end? There's a little microphone icon up at the top right of your screen. You could try rejoining or calling in.
Chair?
Yes.
Ms. Dene, you could either try rejoining, so exiting the meeting and then quickly pressing rejoining to come back. That might unlock the microphone for you. Otherwise, we can post the call-in information in the chat for you to use. And that might solve the issue. Chair, I believe
Yes.
Ms. Dene is trying to rejoining.
You want to go to the next one? Okay.
Chair, the next testifier is Sean O'Donnell. I don't see that person online. Are you in the chamber?
He's in the chambers.
Here, I have unmuted if it's possible to testify.
Oh, who do we have now? James, sorry, Mr. O'Donnell.
This is Lucienne Dene.
Oh, okay. Mr. O'Donnell, would you
I've unmuted to let my camera go.
Chair, we'll have Lucienne Dene go first and then
Okay.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you. For some reason now my camera doesn't unmute, but
We can hear
maybe
you.
you guys can fix that. All right. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and for all of the work that this committee has put in and the council has put in and the mayor's office has put in and the community has put in. I'm testifying today on behalf of Sierra Club Maui, although I would like to add a few personal comments at the end. Sierra Club Maui and Sierra Club Hawaii chapter stands in strong support of the folks at Lahaina Strong and other members of the community that are trying to move forward with new options for housing for the West Side and for housing opportunities throughout Maui. We agree with those who bring up the issue of the water that it takes to support some of the more luxurious uses of short-term rentals. It's very well known that while people in Kahului or Wailuku who have single-family homes use small amounts of water in general, people in the more luxurious resort areas, whether they're full-time residents or short-term residents, tend to use more water because it is drier. So if there are statistics that, all things being equal, that residents in these drier areas use less water than the short-term rentals, then we will be doing ourselves a favor if we can get more long-term residents into these units. Now, we understand that some of the units may not ever be rented to local families because the owners just cannot make that work financially. And that is unfortunate. This is a disruption for many good people who don't want to do any harm, but just need to figure out a way to economically make the properties that perhaps they once lived in work. But we think it is important that we take some step, and we also think it is important that this council surround this decision with other supportive measures, like identifying areas where some of these units should actually be purchased and managed for long-term housing that does not expire, rental housing. So thank you for this time and consideration. As an individual, I just want to say that I know a number of people who are deeply affected by this. They're not bad people. Most of them that I know live here. Some have visited for years and years and years. It doesn't make them bad people. But we do need a solution, and we do need to change things from the way they are. So mahalo for you using your wisdom.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? I just have one for you, Lucianne. So you mentioned about
Yes, ma'am.
IDing areas that would be suitable for purchase. Do you have any of those areas in your mind or any thoughts where they might be?
Well, in general, if you look at the west side,
Yes.
there are some units there that are probably covered by this Minatoya list that are maybe not as aged and not as subject to things like coastal erosion.
Mm-hmm.
Those would be more likely for purchase. Areas that are going to be subject to coastal erosion, really we should have an alternative track where those units can be phased out over time and development moved back from the shoreline. So it's a really long-term plan. I can't give you the names of individual condo buildings, but I know folks have done research on this. You know, Matt has done research on this kind of thing, and could be probably the mayor's office could be very helpful in providing some information to you folks.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Staff, next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Sean O'Donnell, to be followed by Hoi Thung Ha, and then Robin Knox.
Good morning.
Good morning. Aloha, Chair Kama and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and keeping an open heart to the voices of working families here in Maui. My name is Sean O'Donnell. I'm a renter raising twin one-year-old boys, and I run a small vacation rental company managing legally permitted short-term rentals, the very units this bill targets. Our small team supports about 20 local workers, cleaners, inspectors, managers, whose families rely on this income. After the fires, I didn't take a paycheck for over 16 months so that they could. That's what community looks like. Beyond our core team, dozens more depend on this industry: AC techs, heating men, plumbers, electricians. These units support real jobs for real people, and the visitors we host spend in local restaurants, saloons, shops, and clinics. Small businesses like mine don't just serve tourists, we keep Maui's economy alive. This bill threatens to collapse that. Many of us aren't property owners, we're the ones cleaning, fixing, and managing these homes. We are your neighbors, and we deserve to be heard too. People here are already drowning, financially, emotionally, and this bill pretends to offer a life raft, but all it does is pull more of us under. These rentals were built to support Maui's workforce, and they've done exactly that for a long time. How can it be claimed to help a community by putting thousands out of work? If your solution requires sinking as many families today to maybe house the same amount of others tomorrow, It's not a solution. It's shifting pain from one neighbor to another. Short-term rental income is one of the few ways locals keep pace with inflation. Strip that away and you accelerate job loss, homelessness, and despair. Every job cut here has a ripple effect across Maui, from restaurants to healthcare. It may not hurt you now, but it eventually will trickle down to hurt you and those that you care about as well. We also can't wish 2010 prices back into existence. Rising insurance and maintenance costs already make these units hard to live in full-time, even before adding mortgage. If prices crash, they'll just become second homes for wealthy outsiders, not housing for locals, especially as worldwide inflation continues increasing for luxury properties over this next decade. And beyond the human costs, this bill invites lawsuits that will drain county resources. Even if you support the intent, bankrupting the county to punish working families isn't the answer. Please don't sacrifice one neighbor's livelihood to serve another's hope. Don't dismantle what's already working for thousands of Maui families, especially during such tough times, for all of us. Don't cause so much pain. It's time to heal, not cause more years of hurt. Let's build smarter solutions together. Let's create neighborhoods of owner-occupied homes held in perpetuity, not wipe out jobs that help locals stay afloat. I strongly oppose this bill. Don't tear apart our livelihoods for a promise that can't be kept. Let's protect the jobs, the people, and the real opportunities that exist that help locals stay, and build a future that includes all of us. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, questions for the testifier? We'll start with Member Paulton and continue with Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Just clarifying, you own one short-term rental?
No, I do not own any property. I just rent here like many people. We struggle and get by with these jobs. Thousands of people I know would be losing immediately their jobs if this went through.
Okay. And just to clarify, are thousands also without a home?
Yes, yeah. As far as I know, the plan here is to hurt thousands of people until you hurt so many people that eventually it'll help the people who are already hurting.
Thank you for your opinion.
Member Hodgins?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. How many units do you manage?
10.
10. How many owners own those 10 units?
10.
10, so that each owner owns one unit. Do you know if the owners of the units that you manage, do they plan on selling them if this bill goes through? Do they plan on doing long-term rentals? Do they plan on leaving them
They do not plan on
empty?
selling them. They all use the units quite actively. So they're here using the units with them and their families throughout the year. So
Okay.
they just rent it on the times that they're not
Okay.
actively using
So
them.
do you think that they're gonna leave it empty then for when they come to visit once in a while?
Yeah, that's what they all plan on doing, is keeping it for when they visit.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions, members? Seeing none, staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Hoi Thung Ha, to be followed by Robin Knox, and then Pamela Vera, if anyone is here. Is Pamela Vera in the chamber? Okay, Chair, the next testifier would be Nara Boone.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. My name is Pamela Vera, and while not born here, I have lived and rented on Maui for the past 32 years. I have raised my daughters here. Both are proud graduates of Lahaina Luna. As a self-employed bookkeeper, I've assisted many businesses that rely on tourism, including restaurants and STR property managers. I understand how interconnected our economy is. I also understand the numbers. Numbers don't lie. I'm here today in conditional support of Bill 9. While I agree that change is necessary, the bill in its current form doesn't fully address the complexity of the issue. If we truly want to make progress on housing, we need to move away from blame and emotion and instead focus on practical, community-driven solutions. The division that we're seeing right now is real, but it's also an opportunity. The county and the community need to work together. We didn't get here overnight, and this situation wasn't caused by homeowners alone. The county helped to shape this landscape now, and it has the responsibility to now reshape it, with all of us sitting at that table. Simply converting STRs to LTRs won't make housing affordable. The financial reality is that most of these units have high mortgages and high HOA fees, some of those which have doubled recently. Even as long-term rentals, many of these will remain out of reach for local families today. I would suggest that the county form a review panel, not just of professionals, but of real community voices. 2 of each, for example, lifelong renters, homeowners, local business owners, STR owners who live on island, mortgage professionals, realtors, and attorneys. Together, they can bring a balanced, reality-based insight that could help guide solutions property by property, not through a one-size-fits-all machete. In my opinion, there are naturally occurring resort zones like Wailea, Ka'anapali, and Kapalua. And there are also residential zones like the area of Honokowai to Napili. Let's focus on logical, reality-based conversions in these residential zones, areas that are best suited for long-term housing. One option worth exploring is the sunset approach, a clear and gradual shift away from certain uses with fair timelines and support systems. An example might be the non-renewal of the 167 STRHs at their 3 or 5 year renewal period. Finally, I want to leave you with a bit of hope. In the mayor's presentation, we were told it would take 70 years to rebuild affordable housing that Maui needs. We've also been told that it would take 5 years before wildfire lots could be cleared and rebuilding could begin. But here we are, less than 2 years later, and many homes are going up, including my daughter's in Waihikuli. It gives me hope, and it shows me what this community is capable of if we come together. We can't build it overnight, but we can start. We can build, we can adapt, and we can create momentum. Because if there's one thing I do know, it's that Maui can find a way. Maui no Ka'oi. It is a hard problem, but if we move forward with facts, compassion, and collaboration, we can make a real difference. Mahalo.
Thank you, members. Questions for the testifier? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Vera, for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify on your strategy plan. Have you consulted with a lawyer if that would be something legal for us to do, like go property by property and phase out?
I'm asking that I don't have all of that information right now, obviously, but I'm asking that why can't we get heads together and think about this and look at it instead of just taking them into a list and macheting the whole thing. I think that there are logical and just better ways to approach that.
Yeah, just clarifying, you haven't consulted with a lawyer that.
No.
I mean, I don't mind doing it like that.
No, I would love to.
I've heard that that wouldn't be legal. It would
to go
be
property by property. Well, considering
until after you phase it out, and then you could go by property and change it to
considering the number of lawsuits that would take place if we just macheted them into a list, I think that this is a much more reasonable approach, is to do the work first, look at those property, let's look at the numbers, the feasibility of actually, would they make financial sense?
To clarify, you're saying that without any kind of law degree or consulting?
I have no law degree, and I have not yet paid to consult an attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Member Rollins-Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. So to clarify, your recommendation is based on financial and logical advice, not legal advice.
At this point, correct.
And the assumption that you've made is that our county attorneys have not explored some of the recommendations that you're giving right now.
I wasn't present to any of those conversations, so I wouldn't know that. I would hope that they would look at that, but I'm just trying to be a think tank and ways to get other logical and responsible.
And I'm sorry if I missed it. Did you say that you own any units on the Minnesota property?
I own nothing. I am a renter, long-term renter.
Okay, mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Nara Boone, to be followed by Lisa Bryant and then Shay Chan Hodges. Chair, we don't see Nara Boone. Next testifier is Lisa Bryant, to be followed by Shay Chan Hodges and then Will Metcalf.
Aloha, sound check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Asap Bule. I'm joining from Wailuku and I'm here by myself. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Lisa Bryant. I ask that you vote no on Bill 9. For me, this is not an either-or issue. It's not either you're for us or you're against us. It's really complicated. I am part Hawaiian. I grew up in Kalihi. My mom was from Maui. Her parents were from here. I moved to Maui 38 years ago. At some point of every day, I remember August 8 and the fires, and I feel a knot in my na'au because it's still hard to accept. I know people who have lost their homes and loved ones. I have seen how strong and close-knit the people of Lahaina are, and I hope they can rebuild their town how they like. I am for much of what Lahaina Strong stands for. I have children and grandchildren who I would like to remain on Maui. They will need places to live that they can afford. I am for finding and building more houses for the people of Maui. And I am also for keeping the apartments on the Minatoia list as they are. I work in the industry. I am one of the 1,900 Maui residents on the presentation slide that was shown at the last hearing who will lose our jobs if this bill should pass. I know that's my kuleana, but it's a big deal for us almost 2,000 Maui residents. The apartments on the Minatoia list are old and the cost of maintaining them will be expensive. I don't know many people who can afford $4,600 a month in rent or mortgage, plus assessments. I'm married, I work full-time, I have good credit and some savings, and I would not be able to afford that. I'm concerned that this bill will sacrifice the jobs of 2,000 Maui residents while not providing affordable places for people to live. In the coming weeks, when you're trying to figure out how to best serve the local people of Maui by addressing this housing crisis, please also remember the local people of Maui, like me, for whom this bill will create a lot of hardship. I ask you to vote no on Bill 9. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Was your hand being raised or you just stringing your leg? Member Paulton?
I was just scratching my face, sorry.
Okay. Okay. No questions for you, Lisa. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Staff.
Chair, the next testifier is Shay Chan Hodges, to be followed by Ruel Metcalf, and then Ian Chan Hodges. Ms. Hodges, you are unmuted on our end. We see you on the call.
Chair?
Yes.
Oh, we momentarily saw Ms. Hodges. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I hate Teams. Aloha. My name is
Aloha.
Shay Chan Hodges. You can hear me now. My name is Shay Chan Hodges, and I am in full support of Bill 9. It's important that we be honest about the economic realities in our community. If you are in my generation or older, back in the 90s, as a young adult, you were able to rent a home on Maui pretty easily for a reasonable price. In the 90s and early 2000s, it was also possible, maybe with a little help, to purchase a home. By doing so, you were ensured that you had a stable living situation and a mortgage that was comparable to or less than the rent at the time. Because of that mortgage, your housing costs were fixed until your home was paid off. That means that after factoring in inflation in today's dollars, the mortgages of people in their 50s and 60s are effectively less than what they paid when they first purchased their home decades ago. And that mortgage is likely 1/5 of what the average renter or new owner of an affordable home is paying today. That is not just grossly unfair and inequitable, it is unsustainable and dangerous for everyone. We already know that because of a lack of housing and high housing costs, crucial jobs like first responders, teachers, and various government workers are unfilled. Since the fires, it has become clear that a key component of resilience is neighbors who know each other and who represent a diversity of ages and capabilities. When multiple younger generations of Maui residents are replaced by visitors, we undermine everyone's safety. While it is luck that determines many of our advantages, we as individuals determine what we do with that good fortune. If you are in my generation or older, depending on your privilege and power, you probably contributed to the current economic situation, whether passively or actively. It's time we recognize that past decisions or indecision have made it nearly impossible for the generations who have come after to simply have a roof over their heads. Frankly, I'm baffled by opponents who claim that correcting the mistakes of the past will lead to economic ruin. Every economic indicator proves otherwise, as does the brilliance, commitment, and resilience of our young people. Over the last year, I have been humbled and inspired by the strength of the generations who face these overwhelming economic inequities, and yet they're the ones doing the work to make a better future for all of us. They are truly our most valuable economic and community resource, but they can't do it alone. This bill represents a long overdue first step demonstrating that we really do care about future generations on Maui. Mahalo.
Thank you, members. Questions for the testifier? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Chan Hodges. I just wanted to clarify when you said correcting mistakes, were you referring to the codification of the Minatoya list?
That would be one of them. I think letting tourism overrun our economy so that we are so dependent on it, which we saw during COVID when we had the worst unemployment in the country. That was a huge mistake, not diversifying, not supporting our young people all this time when we're always saying we care about the next generation, not creating more jobs that people really want.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any others? Seeing none. Thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Will Metcalf, to be followed by Ian Chan Hodges, and then Matt Tarasenko.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having the opportunity to speak and to give you my opinion. I've moved here 13 years ago, and we've lived here full-time on Maui and have a short-term rental in Kihei. We clean and manage a one-bedroom, two-bath condo that provides the additional income along with both of our retirements to afford to live on the island. I'm only going to use facts that I know about due to our short-term rental. Our short-term rental, our HOA fees are $827.11. Our taxes, property taxes, break down to $730.33 a month. Our insurance runs about $100 a month. That adds up to $1,657.44 a month, and this is without paying a penny on the mortgage of $2,500. The Minatoya list was submitted or brought up in 2001, according to what I found. In my opinion, the solution has been at hand for the island since then. The government would take the initiative to take the funds that the SDRs make and generated by the G45, the TAT tax, and the MCTAT tax that every one of the SDRs pay. And in March, our taxes for ours was $1,299.57. Remember, this is a one-bedroom. The Maui County and the state of Hawaii have already stated that they're willing to do without these 7,100, and I'm saying 7,100 because it's just a number we're taking, 7,100 long-term rentals. If the state and the county were to take the 7,100 rentals and use that money, because we average $1,299.57 and multiply that by 7,100, that's $9 million a month. The Lahaina fires were 21 months ago. And if you would have taken the 21 months, you'd have $193,765.88. You could have been putting people in homes already if you had started when Lahaina. If the people before y'all would have come along and started 21, when they first started the ministerial list. And the thing about it is, you can come along, build rentals, buy stuff for rentals. Could I have just a few more minutes?
That was your second. No,
Nope.
but we can see if anyone has any questions for you. Members, questions for the testifier? Member Paulton?
Thank you. Just to clarify, you said you moved here 13 years ago. Is that when you purchased, or did you have it purchased prior to when you moved over here?
We purchased it prior to the time they come up with the ministerial list this last time. We purchased
What
it 3 years ago.
Oh, 3 years ago.
Yes.
And what is the building that you own in?
I prefer not to say, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem. And then, are you in the construction industry in Hawaii at all?
No, I'm not. When I moved here 13 years ago, I had flipped houses in Texas.
So, I just, the numbers and the figures that is just speculation from a layman's perspective that hasn't constructed housing here.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding what you're saying.
I mean, in 2023, we paid $40 million, which was just the insurance gap to rebuild 89 units. So I don't see how your numbers jive with creating, what are those numbers based on?
My numbers are exactly set on what I pay.
No, about the creating the new housing.
The new housing, like I said, if you would have come along and if they would have started using that money, the time they had the ministerial list, when they started in 2001, they would have had over $2.5 billion. And I'm just saying, you could even move now. If you had $9 million a month, you could go out and buy 10 homes.
Testimony.
And you can put people in those homes today.
Thank you, Member Paulton. Thank you very much, Mr. Rule.
Chair.
Member Fernandez has a question.
Mahalo, Chair. I wanted to check with staff, the timer, it was 2 minutes with a minute to close.
Yes, it was.
Was that 2 minutes? Did he have a minute to close? Okay, just confirming. Mahalo.
Thank you.
That was it.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Ian Chan Hodges, to be followed by Jenny, and then Sunny Cave.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Kama and council members. I'm frankly at a loss of words since the previous testimony before the recess. And also I don't have any chance of being more articulate than my wife, who was 2 testifiers ago. So I've actually asked Brandon Maka'avava to speak now on my behalf. He's both a cooler head than I am and also a much taller head.
Aloha, Chair Kama, council members. As president of Napoe Kokua, a 30-year-old Maui-based nonprofit dedicated to housing assistance and advocacy for Native Hawaiians and low-income families, I urge you to pass Bill 9 to phase out STRs on the Minatoia list. My work with Napoe Kokua, inspired by some of its founding members, like Councilwoman Tasha Kama, drives my commitment so that Native Hawaiians can live on our ancestral land. This bill is a critical step towards that goal, addressing Maui's housing crisis and honoring the vision of Napoe Kokua, the helping people, for a better future for our Keikea Mo'opuna. I'm going to just speak from my heart. You know, this issue is pretty simple to me. We have a problem that has not been solved in decades. We have an opportunity to shift the narrative. We have an opportunity to make real change. There's a solution being proposed on the table that has come from the county. The community supports it. We all support it. I don't see how not doing this creates change. Every day we wait for change to happen, more and more of our people move away. Hawaii is becoming less Hawaii because of this situation. And I believe that when given an opportunity like this, it is up to us to move the ball forward. Not for us, not for the people sitting in this room, but for that baby and our future generations. We're not trying to leave our kids one fight. We're trying to leave them a foundation. That foundation is built on housing. I'm carrying on a kuleana started by our chair and the kupuna of Maui. I'm able to carry this kuleana because I have stable housing. I'm looking in the room and I'm looking at children, seeing who is going to be able to carry on my kuleana. That child might live in Lahaina. If we don't give these kids an opportunity today, we're just passing the buck down the road to them. The fight gotta stop here. We gotta leave them a foundation. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Jenny, to be followed by Sunny Cave, and then Matt Tarasenko. Chair, we don't see Jenny on the call. The next testifier is Sunny Cave, to be followed by Matt Tarasenko, and then John Dunbar.
This is Sunny Cave. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sabule and aloha Chair Kama and members of the committee. My name is Sunny Cave. My wife and I own one condo unit at the Ma'alaya Kai condominium complex. We purchased it in 2013 as part-time residents who legally rent to guests. We are very environmentally conscious and community-minded. We limit visitor occupancy to 4 guests. We have also installed water conservation features, and we only employ local residents to help us manage the condo. We previously submitted written testimony and are here today to augment our opposition to Bill 9 as written. I'll focus my comments on 3 key points. 1, STR bans, like Bill 9, have failed elsewhere and lead to harmful consequences. Maui's proposed ban is quite broad-based, targeting over 7,000 units. The best comparisons to Maui are Lake Tahoe, Breckenridge, or Sedona, places that rely on tourism and also faced affordable housing challenges. In these jurisdictions, broad STR bans only led to expensive litigation, much deeper community divisions, and yet did little to nothing to bring about actual improvement in housing stock. 2, Ma'alaya units were not designed or intended for primary workforce housing. Rather, they were originally built for visitors and have a long history of transient use. Costs are also very high. Our annual ownership costs can be $45,000 without a mortgage. 3, Bill 9 will worsen Maui's economic fragility at a particularly precarious and dangerous time. Since Bill 9 was introduced, tourism has already declined as the word is out that Maui is anti-tourist. The U Heroes Economic Report warns of severe impacts, and that was before the added global uncertainty caused by the new tariff regimes. The county should not take such a monumental risk with potentially irreversible adverse economic consequences. In closing, please consider a more surgical and compassionate path forward. Reject Bill 9 as currently written, or pare down the targeted list to remove properties like Ma'alaya, which were historically developed for tourists. Consider STR restrictions that reduce impact, like limits on occupancy and water conservation measures. and then prioritize new housing solutions through subsidies, public-private partnerships, and creative fast-track building strategies. Please balance the needs of housing with a healthy economy and social cohesion. That is the best way forward to honor all Maui residents and address affordable housing needs. Mahalo for your service to Maui County.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cave. Are you still on?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. My clarifying question is, you know, those court cases that you mentioned, are you a lawyer that you analyzed it from a legal perspective, or did you consult with a lawyer?
I am a lawyer by training, and I have read various information about these other jurisdictions, but I have not conducted extensive research.
What is your lawyer's specialty, land use in Hawaii?
No. I went to law school specifically to study environmental and natural resources law at the University of Colorado, and I spent most of my career working as an in-house lawyer in the semiconductor industry, protecting employees and people all around the world from any harmful impacts that can be caused by industry.
Thank you. That's probably helpful for you guys' wastewater situation.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Cave. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Matt Tarasenko, to be followed by John Dunbar and then Tovio Tofua.
Aloha and good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As a business owner of a real estate brokerage that manages vacation rentals in South Maui, I am here to oppose Bill 9. Not for the obvious reasons for those working within the hospitality industry, than being out of a job and risk losing their home and providing for their family, but also for the indirect effect of this bill that will have devastating effects to many other businesses and the locals that are tied to these vacation rental properties that you are proposing to ban. We all agree that we need more affordable housing, but respectfully, passing this bill will not solve this problem. And as others have stated last Monday on both sides of this bill, this is about the people and our community. Some of the testimony from last Monday for those in favor of the bill stated that they feel vacation owners only use the benefits of what Maui offers without giving anything back to the community. My experience with our vacation rental owners and the guests that book them couldn't be further from that. Following the tragedy of the fire, we had many vacation rental owners that offered their places up at no charge to those impacted by this tragedy. It was those same owners and the guests that come to Maui year after year that donated towards relief efforts. And it was those same owners and guests that came to Maui that gave of their time and what they could, offering to assist in any way possible. While not owners live on island full time, they do give back to the community in many different ways and donate their time and their money to many of our local nonprofits. Whether vacation rental owners live on Maui or on the mainland, they really do care about the people in the community here. If this legislation were to go through, this will not only have devastating financial effects on the locals that work within the hospitality industry, but also the locals that are indirectly tied to the vacation rental industry. Small businesses such as restaurants, activity providers, nail salons, retail stores, artists, tradespeople, landscapers, electricians, plumbers, AC contractors, etc., all would be examples of who would be greatly affected by this. Many locals work within these small businesses would be greatly impacted. What about those locals? What are they to do when they have no income to pay for their rent or mortgage and to provide for their family? For the small businesses that we use and have used for many years, they would be out of work despite having well-paid, consistent jobs for many, many years. There is no doubt that we all agree that we need more affordable housing on island, but this bill will not solve that problem and will only create bigger issues for locals. In its current form, the properties affected by Bill 9 are not all equal. It's not difficult to show that many of them from their original developer documents show that they were intended from the
Thank you.
time that they were built to be
Sir,
vacation
your
rentable
time is
without
up.
mentioning.
I'll have a
I
question
asked
for
you
him.
to oppose Bill
Member
9
Paulton
and come
has a
together.
question for you because your time is up. Go ahead, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tarasenko, for your testimony. I guess my clarifying question is, how many TVR, STR, H do you own? STRs?
I own 2 properties that, from their original time that they were built, stated in the developer documents that they were vacation rentable. And sorry, before I did get cut off, I just lost track of time.
So you,
But there are
you
a number
purchased
of properties on that list that are, were never
just
intended
clarifying
for workforce
that you
housing.
purchased them from the time that they were built?
I did not purchase them from when they were built, no.
What year did you purchase?
I'd have to go back, but it's been a while for them, over the years, kind of bought and sold just different properties.
Like prior to the 90s?
No, not prior to 90s.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Member Hodgins?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. So 2 buildings.
That
Is that what you said, 2 buildings?
that I own, yes,
Okay.
correct.
How many do you manage? How
I
many
manage
units?
about 80 properties in South Maui.
80 units?
Yes.
Okay. And you own 2 of the buildings. How many units are in the buildings that you own?
One specifically, I think about 440. It's a fairly big complex. And then the other would be, I think, about half of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
440 and then about two.
Call it 220-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if this goes through or something similar, what do you plan on doing with the units and the buildings?
I would just be keeping them for when family or friends come to visit.
Okay.
Myself, I wouldn't be selling. And we do have, like, owners have stated just, some said, they would just keep it as well in that capacity. And
For
there
the
are
other
others
ones that
that
you
have said that they
manage.
would be forced to sell. It is a mix.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, members? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Taranasi. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is John Dunbar, to be followed by Tovio Tufuga, and then Paul Carter. It doesn't look like John Dunbar is in the chamber or online. So going on to Tovio Tufuga, to be followed by Paul Carter, and then Charles Andrian. Chair,
Yes.
we could move on to Paul Carter, to be followed by Charles Andrian, and then Alexis Kalar.
Okay, here we go.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
This is always so difficult. I don't know why. 40 years since I first came, testify on the agricultural bills before the council back
Could
then.
you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Paul Carter. Born in California, living now in Waihe'e, on a really beautiful piece of land where I have the great privilege to grow kalo and uala and live in that valley full of mana. I wish I could speak a little bit better than I do, but I'll do my best here. Yeah, it's listening to all these arguments, this side and that side. It's, of course, everyone has their right, their needs, their ideas. I think what's clear is that this bill, for some people, the ones who are being asked to convert, which I'm going to make clear, this is not a ban, right? People keep saying ban. This is not a ban on SDRs, this bill, yeah?
Yeah.
Pardon? it's a conversion of some of the current units being used for short-term rentals. So it's going to be painful for some of them, for sure, yeah? Difficult. And the problem is, yeah, there's no change that's not going to come with some pain. That's just the way it is. Seems like what everyone agrees is we need change. You know, this can't go on like this, yeah? So it's going to be painful for some. That's just the way it is. I don't think we can change that. We wish we could. Yeah, it'd be sweet if justice could be done in a way that's no pain for anybody, but it's not going to be that way. So for me, you have to look at what is the history and the priority, yeah? And not what's necessarily was legally this way or that, yeah? But what's right, what we need, okay? And the fact is, if we pass this bill, which I am extremely in favor of, there are going to be units converted to long-term rental quickly. And that's my biggest urging to you now, okay? I hear a lot of talk about compromise, but the thing is, all these thousands of people who have left Maui because they couldn't afford homes here, they don't have a home already over the last 15, 20, 30 years. And all the ones who this year, if you don't make something available, they're going to have to leave. That's reality. That's not a fear, oh, will I be able to pay my mortgage or not? So please, I urge you, don't delay this anymore.
Thank
Pass
you,
this
Mr. Carter.
now.
Members, any questions for our testifier?
And 1 year, not 5 years. Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you.
Sorry if I got a little angry.
We understand your passion. Staff, do you want to make your announcement?
I understand that we'll be taking a recess. The next 3 testifiers after the break are Charles Andrian, to be followed by Alexis Calar, and then John Simpliciano.
Thank you. So members, it is 10:28. It is time for our morning recess. We'll reconvene at 10:40, and the 3 names that Ellen just called will be the next 3 out on the queue. So it is now 10:28, and recess till 10:40. May the recessed HLU committee meeting of June 9th come back to order. It is now 10:43 a.m. Staff, would you please call the next testifier on the list, please?
Chair, the next testifier is Charles Andrea, and to be followed by Alexis Kalar, and then John Simpliciano.
Mr. Andrian?
Chair, the next testifier then would be Alexis Kalar, to be followed by John Simpliciano, and then Jacqueline Tavares.
Alexis Kalar?
Chair, I see her online. We hadn't noticed that before, so
Okay.
give us a second, please.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Alexa, yes, we can.
Okay. Aloha, everybody. I am in strong support of Bill 9. I am a resident of Makawao and have family that has been here for decades. The fires were a beyond traumatic experience for our community. I lost my Hanai auntie, and some of my best friends are still in FEMA housing. As a young person, my fiance and I have not been able to find affordable housing. We have not been able to move out of our family home. We plan to start a family and begin our life, and we are unable to get a place of our own. Many of the units on the Minatoya list fit our needs. There's a lot of rhetoric around these units not being suitable for local families and that we deserve better. Please do not tell me what is appropriate for me or my family to live in, or tell me what we can or cannot afford. Let me make that decision for myself. Furthermore, we cannot build our way out of this crisis. The process will take too long, and we don't have the time, as we saw from the presentation last week. We need action now. We don't have enough resources to sustain these STRs. We are a small island. Our island is already suffering from overdevelopment. Developing more will not only have environmental impacts such as high waste, water, and energy usage, but also potentially damaging to ancestral land and could disrupt iwi kapuna. To develop more is not necessarily the answer. Although I am not Kanaka, I stand behind the preservation of Hawaii and its beautiful, unique culture as an ally. We should prioritize Maui residents and families over developers, business owners, people who live off island, and those who own multiple homes. To support Bill 9 is to protect the families who have been here for time immemorial and those who have been here for decades. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions for Ms. Kalar? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is John Simpliciano, to be followed by Jacqueline Tavares, and then Jake Carton.
John Simpliciano. I don't see him.
Chair, the next testifier then would be Jacqueline Tavares online, and to be followed by Jake Carton, and then Ron Ciliato.
Jacqueline Tavares.
Jacqueline, you're unmuted on our end. If you could find the microphone icon and unmute yourself. It's in the top right corner of your screen. Sometimes you have to leave the meeting and then quickly rejoin. Chair, should we go on to the next testifier?
Yes, please.
The next testifier is Jake Carton, to be followed by Ron Ciliato, and then Carlos Lamas.
They're not here.
Ron Ciliato, are you in the chamber or online? Please raise your hand if you're online or approach the podium. Chair, the next testifier is Carlos Lamas, to be followed by Stephen West. Mr. West, we've just unmuted you if you
We have
are-
someone in the chamber.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Carlos?
Aloha Chair, council members. My name is Carlos Lamas. I'm a first aid and CPR instructor, and I own and operate a mobile first aid and CPR certification company here on Maui. I would like to call your attention to the Minatoya list. These are transient vacation.
You want to mute them, please?
Hello?
Oh, Steve, we have a testifier. Can you wait? Steve? Thank you. Continue, Mr.
Okay. I would like to call your attention to the Minatoya list. These are transient vacation rentals operating in the apartment zone, which means they are apartment zoned. If you try to get one permit for a transient vacation rental in the apartment zone district today, you cannot. And why can't you? It's illegal. Because why? The apartment zone district is for the people who live and work here on island. It's the apartment zone district, not the transient vacation rental zone district. Could any one of these properties have gone through the conditional use permit process to potentially permit their transient vacation rental? Yes. Did they? No. Could any one of these properties have gone through the change in zoning process to potentially rezone their property? Yes. Did they? No. Since I'm talking about zoning and how it relates to transient vacation rentals, let me read you straight from today's zoning code. The same zoning code that Bill 9 proposes to amend. Chapter 19, Section 12.020, directly under the apartment zone district as it relates to transient vacation rentals. And I quote, "The planning director and the director of finance must maintain a publicly available list of all transient vacation rentals," the Minatoya list. The list is informational only and is not a confirmation of zoning or allowable uses. Inclusion of a property on the list does not establish any right to operate a transient vacation rental unit, and no person may rely upon the list to establish the right to operate as a transient vacation rental unit, end quote. Let me read you today's zoning code one more time before I end my testimony. The planning director and the director of finance must maintain a publicly available list of all transient vacation rentals, the Minatoya list. The list is informational only and is not a confirmation of zoning or allowable uses. Inclusion of a property on the list does not establish any right to operate a transient vacation rental unit, and no person may rely upon the list to establish the right to operate as a transient vacation rental unit. I'm in strong support of Bill 9. Today's zoning code says it better than me. Sunset the Minatoya list. It's the right and legal thing to do. Aloha.
Thank you, sir. Members of the gallery, please. Any questions for our testifier? Thank you so much, Mr. Lamas.
Chair, let's go to Stephen West, and then we can try Jacqueline Tavares again, please, and then to be followed by Marnie Masuda, Cleveland.
Steve, you're on.
Aloha Council members, Stephen West, Division Director, ILW, Maui Division. ILW is the state's largest private union. Maui Division is the largest division in the ILWU. We represent over 5,500 members in the county of Maui and on Lanai. We're here today to support Bill 9, which is phasing out transit vacation rentals in apartment zones. We have a desperate need for housing. When the state has a problem of over 50% of all Hawaiians living outside the state, there's a problem. This is our top priority. I hope it is your top priority. We will support you if you support this bill. Stand behind me, just some of these members are in the training today. We would be there, but this training is very important for our new leadership in this union. Support Bill 9. Who are we? Who are we? Pass Bill 9.
Members, any questions for Mr. West? Hey, Steve, you have a question for Member Paulton?
Okay.
Member Paulton?
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. West. I just wanted to clarify on the training. Is that like, in case of an emergency, the hotels take in people?
Yes, they do. Just like after the fires, we had, a number of our hotels that took in members of the community, and not just when we have fires, but when there's all sorts of emergencies, our hotels are standing by.
And are they set up for emergency to also take care of their residents? I mean, their visitors and the residents?
100%. The visitors that are staying in the hotels, as well as members of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Seeing none? Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Ellen?
Chair, if Jacqueline Tavares is available to unmute. To be followed by Marnie Masuda Cleveland and Sharon Smith. Chair, it appears that Jacqueline Tavares is still unable to unmute, so we can go on to Marnie Masuda Cleveland or Sharon Smith.
Good morning.
Thank you. Aloha, Chair, council members. My name is Sharon Smith. I'm here today on behalf of my spouse, Don Barbieri, as well, asking you to approve Bill 9. We and our 2 cats are residents living in Wailea in one of the condos just down the street from a complex on the Minatoya list that we keep hearing at all these meetings isn't suitable to live in. 2 bedrooms, same vintage, and we love living there. And so will others looking for a 1 or 2 bedroom home to live in if given the chance. Relative to these homes not being affordable to local people, ironically, we're hearing this from the actual employers of the STR properties, so maybe what we really need is to rethink the livable wages and full benefits they don't provide. If the STR industry can't afford to pay their workers enough to own or rent a 2-bedroom place to live, maybe that industry needs to change, not the definition of housing. Relative to AOAO fees and other costs, let's add to the conversation that one of the reasons fees are so high is deferred maintenance in many of these properties. We need these boards filled with people who live here, caring for long-term homes in real communities as these zones are intended versus how decisions are impacting their investment or rental income. We suggest subsidizing these fees for certain resident owners as part of the affordable housing plan until things stabilize. We need to stop people having to move away and want all our neighbors to thrive, including the majority who work in an industry that we're constantly being told is critical to our economy or it will collapse. The majority of people not having access to adequate housing or basic daily needs actually sounds like collapse to us. Where we live in Wailea, developments are approved that deplete our island's infrastructure and are given exemptions for meager commitments they made initially for roads and workforce or affordable housing. Owners and managers of homes they don't live in get more focus from our government than residents do in hotel zones. That should not be the case anywhere, but certainly not outside of hotel zones, such as apartment zones. Airbnb started in 2008, which coincides with things really going sideways here for our residents. The problem isn't not enough tourism. The problem is there will never be enough for some people. Let's get more homes back into residents' hands where they belong to begin with, and then let's move on to the rest of the community needs because there are many. Mahalo nui for the opportunity to share our thoughts.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Oh, okay. Member Hodgins?
Thank you so much. We also hear about AOAO fees and insurance. Would you mind, as a non-renter of your space to others, sharing what that is for you?
Yeah, we have a lot of experience in that regard. First of all, I will say, yes, insurance rates have absolutely gone up. But that started, that was already going to happen. Our insurance rates actually here compared to other locations on the mainland, on the continent, were very low. We were actually shocked by that. And when we get these once in 100-year storms that we've gotten many of over the past 5 years, we have endured flooding and wind damage and all sorts of things, and much of it was due to not maintaining the properties.
Would you mind sharing the number? How much you pay for insurance monthly?
Oh,
and
sure.
your
Well, right
maintenance
now, we have an assessment, and we're paying, I think, an additional $4,000 a month.
Okay.
Plus what we were already paying, which was probably, it wasn't very much, actually, in relative terms.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
And that is for your maintenance fees for your unit or just insurance?
Oh, no, that's
Okay, what
just-
about your maintenance fees?
Our maintenance fees run about $1,500 a month. We have the smallest complex. We have the smallest unit in our complex, so you pay by square footage.
Okay.
So yeah, it might be $1,800 a month. We actually live in a property that has been pretty well maintained, but there's still lots of, it's old, you know?
Okay.
But yeah, deferred maintenance is a problem in these properties, and the decisions need to be made by people who look at them as long-term housing.
Okay. Insurance, $4,000 extra a month, AOAO fees, $1,500 by square foot. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Seeing none, thank you so very much. Staff?
Chair, we can try to return to Jacqueline Tavares one last time for now, and then James Lumpkin to be followed by Jim Walsh. Chair, moving on to James Lumpkin.
I think he's coming.
To be followed by Jim Walsh and then Anna Nguyen.
Good morning.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being here today. Aloha kako. I forgot I'm tall. Thank you. Always a little bit nervous on these kinds of things. I don't particularly enjoy coming and sharing this kind of thing, but it's all important for us all to be here and do this. I have seen everybody's testimony so far. I've been here.
Could you state your name, please? I'm sorry.
Yo, guys, I'm James Lumpkin. I've been here for about 20 years. I moved here from Las Vegas, Nevada. I got hired for Pride of America. I saw Waihe'e Wetlands Refuge Project, and 2 months later, I said, that's the spirit of the place that I want to live. A place that fights for their water, rejuvenates the land, and and that project's, I still don't think they have water, not adequate water. So water, obviously a big issue here. It's been a thread in my time on Maui. Participated with Napili Community Garden opening. I've helped several different organizations. I've been participating with Taryn James Young Foundation recently with Nonviolent Communications and their project. I think they have written testimony in for support. Also, I'm here for support of Bill 9, to clarify. I see some commonalities. A minute and a half. I see some commonalities between the people that are opposed and the people that are for this bill. One of the commonalities that keeps coming up is the building's dilapidated and old and under-maintained, and it costs too much to maintain it. So how were the prices inflated to what they are? If the building's dilapidated and old and not worth what it is, how are we selling it for? How are the vacation rentals sending that cost to tourists? It doesn't make sense to me that the building's dilapidated. And in my opinion, I think the shoreline setbacks need to be imposed, and honestly, tear down the building and tear down the seawall in front of it, is my personal opinion. Housing is not just a single layer problem. There's costs involved that are around the board. You know, people don't make enough. So if the pricing isn't supporting the base of people that are supporting the short-term rentals, then yeah, there's just a market failure here that I heard somebody say, and I want to support that comment. So Minatoya West is a step forward towards getting housing affordable. It's not about this house, but I'm a renter. I'll probably never own. But if my rental costs can go down because somebody else in a better position can move into one of these houses, then I want other people in the community to be able to use these. And if there's 7,000 empty units all of a sudden, the price isn't going to be $1.5 million. The price isn't going to be 500,000. The price has to come down because the market can't support it. The locals can't afford it. That's right. Well, at least I won't be able to. But at some point, it'll trickle down and it'll all come together. Thank you all very much.
Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much, Mr. Lumpkin. Staff?
Chair, we've put instructions then in the chat for Ms. Tavares or anybody else that's having trouble if they need to rejoin the meeting or call in. The next testifier is Jim Walsh, to be followed by Anna Nguyen, and then James Van Bleringen.
I don't see anybody moving.
Chair, the next testifier is Ann Nguyen online. She appears to have left the call. The next testifier is James Van Bleringen, to be followed by Peter Davis, and then Kelly Keahi.
I don't see Mr. Van Bergen.
Chair, the next testifier would then be Peter Davis, to be followed by Kelly Keahi, and then Stan Franco.
I see Stan is here. Okay. Who's after Stan? You want to call the other two?
Chair, the next testifier would be Charles Nahale, to be followed by Tatum Herrick, and then Brian Banks.
You're on, Stan.
Good morning, Chair Kama and members of the committee. My name is Stan Franco, and today I speak for myself. I support Bill 9 because I don't see any other solution for the housing crisis we have created. In 1971, I was hired by Mayor Emmer Cavalli to work in county government, and as was his habit, he held talk story sessions with members of his staff. I was at one of the talk story sessions when he shared his vision of tourism in Maui and how we would help our residents move from the phasing out of jobs in sugar and pineapple to better paying jobs in tourism. I remember him saying, and I paraphrase his words, that tourists would stay in their hotel areas, at the time Kanapali and just starting Wailea, and the residents in their residential areas. That vision has changed to the point that tourists are staying in short-term rentals in residential. I have one in my own subdivision, and apartment zone areas. After the Cavalli and Tavares administration, no affordable housing has been created by direct action of our local government to bring all the development pieces together: land, water, financing, infrastructure, and government approvals. We have been totally reliant on developers to build affordable housings, which they say cannot properly be done. With this situation staring at you, the Maui County Council, you spent $300,000 to create a plan to address our housing crisis. The plan was given to you on July 19, 2021, with a goal to build 5,000 homes primarily for low and middle income wage earners in 5 years at a cost of $1 billion. The Maui Comprehensive Affordable Housing Plan is still sitting on your shelves. So here we are, short-term rentals in apartment and residentially zoned areas, and no plan to build affordable housing for our local people. The consequences are, one, We are leaving Maui because we do not have any hope to live a decent life here. 2, we are abandoning our ancestral lands. My family has been here since 1880 to find a safe and decent home for us and our children. 3, we are rejecting multiple jobs on Maui to pay for the cost of shelter and other necessities. 4, we are choosing to be present in our children's lives as they grow up. And 5, we are failing the generations will follow us because we have done very little in the last 40 years to secure affordable homes for our people to rent or own. I am ashamed to admit that as an 81-year-old Kapuna, I have failed my children, grandchildren, and all have come to love and cherish. I beg my fellow Kapunas and all the leaders of our community to stand up and return to the vision of Elmer Carvalho, tourist areas for tourists, local areas for locals. Pass Bill 9.
Okay, thank you. Members, Member Paulden, there's a question for you, Stan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Franco. So just clarifying, you said you worked for Mayor Carvalho in 1971. Is that how long you've been working on housing for?
Pretty much.
No, actually, I started in 1986. Father Bob Turner and I developed a homeless shelter out in Pu'uneni at the old Catholic church out there. So I've been involved with homelessness and housing since 1986.
And so then to clarify your assessment, do you think the housing condition for local residents have gotten better since 1971, since 1986 through to today?
Definitely not. And that's why I think this is an important consideration for the council to make on this Bill 9.
So in 1971, when the mayor at that time decided to diversify from sugar and pineapple to tourism, majority of your friends, people you knew, kids coming up, were able to have a house to live in?
Yes. I got my first house in 1975. It was an Arzumi home, 1,000 square foot. And so it was built for me at the cost that I could afford. I was making, I think, around $700 a month at the time working for the county. So it was not much, but we did, with my wife working and myself, we could afford a home.
And the landscape that you noticed, were there a lot of people owning more than one home, or people that were speculating and making money off of homes?
I didn't see that at that time. I think, you know, we on Maui were working together, the developers, the people that were living here. Homes were built for people, so I didn't see multiple homes. I did not have multiple homes at that time in 1975, just one.
Thank you for that perspective. I wasn't born yet, but shortly after.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Seeing none. Thank you, Stan. Stan.
Chair, we'd like to return to Anna Wen, who is now in the chamber, to be followed by Charles Nahale and then Tatum Herrick.
Okay.
Good morning, council members. My name is Anna Nguyen. I'm a high school student in Lahaina and a policy fellow intern at a nonprofit that promotes affordable housing. Affordable housing is deeply personal to me, as I'm sure it is for everyone in this room. The question is how to ensure housing for future generations while protecting jobs. We all have a common concern for our neighbors, and that transcends parties and political ideologies. 3 generations of my family have lived in Lahaina, and we lost our home and business in the fire. I implore this committee to consider 4 points. 1, short-term rentals don't just employ people in the hospitality industry, they also provide jobs for other sectors impacted by tourism. Visitors who stay in short-term rentals, like those on the Minatoya list, like them because they're cheaper than high-priced hotels. So those people won't stay in hotels if the Minatoya rentals get banned. They likely just won't come to Maui. Losing this business means losing jobs in restaurants, landscaping, and construction. It was also recently argued that there's no point in having a job if you have nowhere to rest your head at night. That point is valid, and I certainly agree. But the inverse of this would hurt just as many families. Having a home with no job to pay the bills is dangerous and unsustainable. 2, passing Bill 9 would, in a sense, encourage people to rent their condos illegally, cutting back on transient tax collection. The county would lose millions in tax revenue, which could be used to build affordable housing. 3, banning short-term rentals would likely crash the housing market and wipe out housing equity for local residents. Families tend to use this equity to take out second mortgages, like to pay for their kids' college tuition or to cover an unexpected hospital bill. We don't want to see a more localized version of the 2008 crash in Maui, where countless families get foreclosed. Meanwhile, this gives mainland investors the chance to buy houses at lower prices in cash. And finally, 4, by passing this bill, the county would be reneging on a law that's already been codified. Violating property rights on such a large scale would invite a massive lawsuit that would take up most of the county's resources. That time and money would be much better spent creating affordable housing. It's easy to blame short-term rentals like the Minatoya list for our housing crisis, but the truth is we need to tackle this issue more comprehensively. I urge you to consider a pragmatic approach to this problem. We can start by overhauling Title 19, our outdated zoning code that was enacted in 1960. It's so complicated. May I finish?
Finish up, but did you submit that in writing?
I didn't.
Could you do that?
Sure.
Thank you.
It's so complicated, and
If you let her finish, you gotta let everybody finish,
Yeah.
and then,
Chair.
Could you just submit your testimony in writing, and then we'll allow the members to ask questions that might be able to sufficiently
Sure.
end. Any questions from
I
our?
do.
Oh, Member Cook?
Thank you for your testimony. It sounds like my clarifying question is, do you think there's a path forward using the money from the short-term rentals if we change the zoning to build? Do you think that we could build if we had the utilizing the money from the short-term rentals?
Yes, definitely. I think there's an abundance of cash from transient tax collection, but I also think that using that money is not the only way forward to build affordable housing. Like I said, rewriting Title 19, which greatly slows down our planning department, would speed up the permit granting process, therefore enabling affordable housing to be built.
Right. Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez, thank you.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, mahalo for your testimony today. So to clarify, do you have experience in development and planning housing?
No, I'm still in high school, so we'll get there.
Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
My colleague was asking for your expert opinion on constructing homes quickly. I didn't think that was your background, but I just wanted to confirm. Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none. Thank you, Anna. Please submit that in writing.
Yes, how would I submit that? Is there a link?
You could give it to her if you have it now ready, or if you wanted to take it home and brush it up, you could do that too. It's up to you.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Such wisdom from one so young. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Charles Nahale, to be followed by Tatum Herrick, and then Brian Banks. Chair, I'm not sure if any of them are in the chamber. Tatum Herrick, Brian Banks, Morea Mendoza.
I heard someone say you're here.
Chair, it appears the next testifier would be Morea Mendoza, to be followed by Desiree Mendez, and then Stacy Alapai.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Aloha County Council. Mahalo for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Morea Mendoza. I am the Director of Leadership and Operations at Pacific Birth Collective. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting women and their families during their childbearing years, and I am here to testify in support of Bill 9 and believe that this measure is crucial for the wellness and stability of our community. On any given month, PBC serves close to 300 families in the perinatal period. Nearly 2/3 of those families are fire-affected families. Additionally, of my 16-woman team, 1/4 of the ladies that work for me are affected by the fires as well. I submitted written testimony, which outlines the connection between housing security, community support, and maternal and infant health. The research in my field consistently indicates that stress and anxiety during pregnancy are associated with complications that Maui's hospitals lack the ability, very important point, our single hospital lacks the ability to address. And the reason that I say all this is then when I ask families that we serve what are their greatest stressors, consistently they report housing instability. Now, last week, Monday, we heard from the mayor's office that building more housing won't be an adequate solution until our grandchildren's generation. So not only are we failing to take action, not only will failing to take action now impact the mothers and fathers that PBC currently serves, but also the children that are being born and their future children. Council members, by saying yes to this bill, you have the opportunity to prioritize the immediate and essential needs of the people of Maui and also the generations to come. I ask you to consider the decisions made here are not only economic, but also impact the health of our families. So I'd like to stand on a testimony I heard earlier today because it resonates with me so deeply as a woman of Maui and a mother. Let us leave a foundation, not a fight. This is just the first step in ensuring that families of this aina can thrive. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Evan?
Chair, the next testifier is Desiree Mendez, to be followed by Stacy Alapai, and then Nicole Duram-Baez.
Chair, how many more testifiers do we have?
215.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, so that everybody knows.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to announce that at lunch. You may proceed.
Okay. Desiree Mendez. I'm here on my behalf and the community. The time is now. Hawaiian lands need to be in Hawaiian hands. Colonialism and greed is why we are here today. Money has filled outsider pockets while true descendants are pushed out year after year. The ones that own, how do you feel that many Hawaiians do not own or are homeless? When I say you hear locals cannot afford, who are you to judge? You are the one buying on stolen land. This is their home, not your gentrification playground. Look in their eyes, feel the mana. If you don't feel that, something's wrong. The yearning to have their keiki live and thrive in their own home is their right. In 95, I was able to rent a 2-bedroom house. In Pakus. I was 15. Ask kids today, can they even rent? Can my kids, can my grandkids own? No, can they rent? That's the problem we are all faced with. Most of my class has moved off home. They've went to other places. They're born, raised, being forced away from home. Enough already. As you worry about profit and saying you might have to move or this is what's going to happen, what do you think? Shame on you. All I hear is your own gains and losses. Do you think all of this last year we have not felt that? People of Lahaina have not had homes. Me and my family have been homeless all last year. We all work 3, 4, 5 jobs, still trying to make time for our families. And these guys are just like, oh, well, you know, this is the losses. We've dealt with this for the past year. Nobody, a lot of us have slipped through the cracks. As I slept on the beach with many people, they had talked about being a homeless Hawaiian for 20 years. If that doesn't hurt you, I don't know what does. That should. I have stayed to fight for us, for everybody to have houses, for this not to be short-term rentals. There is something completely wrong when somebody's joking about being a homeless Hawaiian for the past 15 years. When I would sit and take showers with fellow homeless people, we would have tourists go, oh God, don't come over here. What do you think is happening in the community? If you are not out there in the community and feeling the hurt and pain of most of us, then you're the problem, because you're not seeing how it feels to be where we are. So what may happen or whatever, we have been living it this past year. It has been rough for most of us. We all know enough is enough. If you really care, the Aina, the people are speaking. Are you listening? Maui, are you listening? Your kuleana is to the people. You should do the right thing. This gives us homes right away. When we're all I have moms ask me, where is it safe to sleep? Where should I sleep in my car? I have a mama that moved back to Molokai. You know how many people are struggling already? So I just please ask you, do the right thing. This will help us all have homes right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Desiree, we have a question for you from Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mendez, for your testimony. I just want to clarify what you said, that from 95 to now, you're seeing housing problems get worse and not better.
I mean, like, for me to be able to rent in Pakus, I had a 2-bedroom house. I was 15. She's like, this is the youngest person I've ever rented to, but you have jobs. Okay. So I rented, it was $800. My kids, most of everybody's kids we see, they can't even afford that. Everybody's living with their families. And since Lahaina not having those homes, everybody's been, and then we're being told we can't stay with other people, like just, and being forced out. It's like you can't sleep in your car. Cops won't let you sleep in your car. Your jobs won't let you sleep there either. So it's, you know, it's for the community. There's been a huge change from the 90s. We didn't have zip lines for tourists. It wasn't all just tourists in the 90s. You can ask everybody that was here. Most of the kids didn't see that. We watched that happen, where Maui like sold out and was like, tourists. There wasn't tours to Hana every day. That was like absurd to even hear about that. And now it's like there's tours to Hana all the time.
Does any of, you mentioned you had 3 jobs. Do any of them involve the tourist industry?
Yes.
And so you work 3 jobs in the tourist industry?
3 hotel jobs, yes, ma'am.
But you can't afford a place to rent?
Yeah, not when FEMA has tripled our rent. So I sent my kids off island to live with their nana on the Big Island. While I stayed, I fought so I could have my truck payment, and I would work. I'd be sleeping on the beach, go to work, and I have taken 3 months off right now just because mentally I'm having a hard time adjusting. So the things that everybody has went through, I understand. And a lot of us didn't get that help because if you were from Lahaina right away, but I understand a lot of us got kicked out because the greed took over. And it was like, oh, FEMA's charging $5,000 for a 2-bedroom. That's what your payment is. We didn't pay that in the 90s, you know? I was able to have a family, and most of us the same, sustain it. And now it's like we're seeing everybody move off island and leave. And I'm like, don't leave. We need to fight because otherwise this will take over.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Stacey Alapai, to be followed by Nicola Durambus, and then Gay Nell Heck.
Aloha, council members. I'm usually up there a lot. This is actually my first time at this microphone, and so I just kind of wanted to like mark that moment. And I'm here today in person because this is, I think, the first time I'm speaking to you in support of something, and it marks to me personally a change in not just our community's priorities, but this council's priorities, this county's priorities, our state's priorities, to put our people first and listen to our people and the things that we need. And I hope I get to be here in support of a lot more things in the future. I hear a lot, and I've learned a lot in this last year, just watching this council, listening to each of you, your discussions, and also speaking to members of our community. People who are not able to be here today because they are working one of their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs. And I just kind of want to highlight some of those stories of people who have lived in these Minatoya buildings and watched them transition, watch them phase out from being long-term housing into short-term rental properties for outside investors to use this limited resource we have for profit. And I've been talking to people for the last few weeks, hearing these stories from them. I encouraged them to submit written testimony. So I hope that you're able to find those written testimonies in between all of the AI-generated fake testimony and fake Hawaiian impersonating people in our community. I really think that there should be a celebration and something that we can mark as the turning point of our housing crisis to use what we currently have to house our people. I want to remind you of the presentation that was given on Monday from the county, that most of these properties are not owned by residents. Not just not owned by out of state, they're out of state, the ones who are even in state, that 10, 15% who are locally owned. Not all of them live on Maui. Not all of them own a home here and live in it. So we need to prioritize owner occupancy. And just I like to coach people to use their personal stories, and condos like these were what allowed me to get my foot in the door into the housing market. It's the reason why I'm a homeowner today. One of the many reasons of luck that had to fall into place for me to become a homeowner today, alongside all of the help from my family members and the support of not just my family, but my husband's family. And these condos are a window of opportunity, your way to kick that toe right in the door, to squeak in and have access to something that's yours for the first time. And so I really just compel you to please, please pass this bill and give us back that hope, restore our faith in not just this council, but this county as a whole, to bring forth new, bold, innovative ideas to use the things we have to solve the problems that we've been talking about since before I was even born. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions for our testifier? Member Rollins Fernandez has a question.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Alpai. Mahalo for your testimony today. I want to clarify the point that you said about the testimonies received, AI generated. How can you tell that they're AI generated?
There are specific ones that I saw as I was combing through the thousands of pages of testimony that referred to bills that don't exist, policies that don't exist, and as somebody who is chronically online, I can just kind of recognize when things are written by a machine and not by a human being. And then there were also other testimonies that had obviously fake names attempting to impersonate friends and members of our community.
Mahalo, I appreciate that clarification. Mahalo, Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Stacy.
Mahalo.
Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Nicola Durambes, to be followed by Gaynell Heck and then Cynthia Wright.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Aloha. My name is Nicola Durambes, and I'm speaking today in opposition to Bill 9. Unfortunately, I don't believe it will solve the housing crisis, and I do believe it will hurt local residents. I serve on the board of Kaanapali Royal and would like to share some information on our property to help inform your decision-making regarding this bill. There have been some claims that there are properties on the Minatoya list that were originally workforce housing and later converted to short-term rentals. This is not the case with Kaanapali Royal. Our complex was part of the original master planned Kaanapali Beach Resort development in the 70s and 80s, specifically designed as a tourist destination. Since receiving our certificate of occupancy, which explicitly references resort rentals, we welcomed visitors as part of that vision. Kaanapali Royal is located within the Kaanapali Resort boundaries on the 16th fairway of the golf course. Our proximity to Whalers Village and our location firmly within the resort area ensures that short-term rentals stay within the designated tourism zone. We offer an alternative for families seeking apartment-style accommodations rather than hotel rooms, while helping reduce the pressure on residential neighborhoods and affordable housing areas. In response to Mayor Bisson's suggestion to rezone properties like ours to hotels, we did some research. According to the Real Property Tax Division, individual units are already assessed at their highest possible use, which means they are taxed at TBR rates unless classified as owner-occupied or long-term rentals. Ironically, switching to hotel zoning could result in lower taxes. Additionally, we've been advised that the rezoning process would involve many layers of review that could take 3 to 5 years and potentially cost upwards on $500,000 in consultant fees. More critically, it could bring significant unintended consequences. As noted by the former president of the Kaanapali Operators Association, of which we are members, and I'm quoting, "The mayor's suggestion to change zoning from apartment to hotel is unreasonable and incorrect. Maui has built out all existing hotel-zoned lands except for our driving range clubhouse lot, to my knowledge. Changing zoning to hotel can mean an increase in density to hotel levels, ranging from 2 to 12 stories, and will, in my opinion, increase over tourism. For all of these reasons, I urge you to vote no on Bill 9. Mahalo."
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? We have a question from Member Rollins Fernandez. Nicola?
Mahalo, Chair.
Sure.
Aloha, Miss. I'm sorry.
Durabase, it's a hard one.
Oh, that is Durabase. Mahalo for your testimony. I'm sorry. So you said that you're the president of your folks' HOA at Kaanapali Royal?
I am a board member.
Okay, a board member. And how long have you resided or owned a unit?
10 years.
Okay. So in that time, because you're saying that it was primarily or exclusively short-term rental use, that there were owner-occupied use during that time?
So what I said was we have vested property rights for resort rentals and owner-occupied use. It's within our certificate of occupancy, our master deed, and our existing bylaws.
Okay, mahalo for that clarification. Mahalo, Chair.
Any other questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Gay Nell Heck, to be followed by Cynthia Wright and then Fred Kay. Ms. Heck, the little microphone icon button is in the upper right. Do you see it? Okay, you might briefly leave the meeting and then click rejoin. If not, there is a phone number in the chat and you can try to connect that way. Chair, should we proceed with Cynthia Wright if she's ready? Ms. Wright, can you unmute? There's a microphone button in the top of your screen. Chair, should we go on to Fred?
Yes, please.
Fred Kay. You have been enabled on our end. You need to find the camera and the microphone button and click on those.
see there?
Okay, this is Gay Heck. I have my microphone on now, but I can wait.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, for me to go ahead and testify?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm sorry, my camera button's not working, but my microphone is, so thank you. Good morning. My name is Gaynell Heck, and I'm an owner at Kahanapali Royal and have been part of the Maui community for over 22 years. We oppose the passage of Bill 9. These past few months, we've seen in our country what happens when a government takes a chainsaw, not a scalpel, where people are divided and they don't listen to each other. Maui has never been that place and never should be. Everyone agrees that affordable housing is a problem that needs to be addressed. However, Bill 9 takes a chainsaw to the problem, not a scalpel, for the sweeping bill encompasses properties that were built as vacation resort rentals in resort areas and does not solve the affordable housing crisis. The right of Kahanapali Royal owners to operate a resort vacation rental is not a right granted by county ordinance, but is a property right that runs with the land, its deeds, covenants, and restrictions. This is evidenced by documents agreed to in 1978. Public Preliminary Condominium Report of Kahanapali Royal issued by the state of Hawaii. The state of Hawaii granted rights to Kahanapali Royal, including that the intended purpose and building use of Kahanapali Royal apartments shall be occupied and used only as permanent or temporary residences or lodgings. And the deed from AMFAC to Kahanapali Royal Associates granted Kahanapali Royal owners the property right to operate resort vacation rentals. The covenant to operate vacation resort rentals is in all the deeds of the current Kahanapali Royal owners and is in the declaration of the horizontal property regime of Kahanapali Royal and the bylaws of the AOAO. Kahanapali Royal owners' property right is supported by Mr. Minatoya's legal opinion, which recognized that the right to operate a resort vacation rental in this instance was legal but non-conforming, meaning that they didn't require new zoning or code provision to continue as vacation rentals and could not be taken away by government legislation. Mr. Minatoya's legal opinion is true today. The U.S. Constitution still prohibits taking away a private property right and giving it to another private property owner. This is not permitted in our democracy. Kahanapali Royal, as Nicholas said, has always been part of the master plan resort of the original Kahanapali Resort and always operating short-term rentals. We are near the Whalers Village. The Maui County Code identifies Kahanapali as a planned resort destination area, and the code further states that Kahanapali is attended as a major tourist zone. The West Maui Plan also is a place where visitor-oriented activities and lodging should be located. Permitting Kahanapali Royal to continue to offer short-term vacation rentals is consistent with Kahanapali as the place where visitors come to stay, visit, eat, and play. In conclusion, I propose the following compromise: an amendment to Bill 9. In the words of a supporter of Bill 9 from the e-comments, allow STRs to remain in the resort areas where they were always meant to be. Review each condo listed on the Minatoya list, allowing each condo located in resort areas to operate as a vacation resort rental. Review all 13,000 STRs in the county of Maui and ban and revoke STR permits that operate in residential areas, not in resort areas. Wield a scalpel and not a chainsaw. By doing so, Maui would be balancing the needs for tourists and the needs for its residents. Mahalo.
Thank you. Member Paulson has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Heck. Are you a land use attorney, or did you consult with one for that suggestion?
No, I am an attorney.
You're a land use attorney?
I'm not a land use attorney, but I am an attorney who's, I've done real estate litigation and other things in my practice.
And then the other clarifying question I had was, when you mentioned that you've been a member of our community for how long, is that as in the capacity of a full-time resident?
No.
Okay.
A part-time resident and then also a visitor. My parents started coming in 1980 to Kahanapali and rented at Kahanapali Royal Apartments since that time. We have many friends, and Lahaina United Methodist Church is one of our places that we worship.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Oh, Member Sigimura has a question for you.
Yes.
If you could you submit what you read in testimony, written testimony?
Yes, I did submit it in the e-comments, but I'm more than happy to email it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Rollins Fernandez, did you have a question for our testifier?
Yes.
Okay.
Aloha, Ms. Heck.
Aloha.
Right. No, Heck.
Yeah, it's Heck. It's
Okay.
I'm married into that name, I will say.
Okay. Mahalo for your testimony. Did you actually read the opinion from Department of Corporation Counsel signed by Richard Minatoya?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Because the summary that you provided wasn't really what it says. And then I understand your response to Member Bolton was that you are an attorney. So as an attorney, you understand that legislation or laws can be changed at any time.
Well, laws can be changed. I would kind of equate that to your deed in perpetuity you're trying to do. So if you put it in the deeds and in 40 years you want to change them and they're in the deeds, it's a little bit different than getting an ordinance or giving permits. And that's what I was kind of surprised that there's still permits that haven't been revoked to the residential areas. I truly believe a compromise would be allow resort areas to be where the visitors are and let residential areas be where residents are. And it's really difficult to do the zoning change. So that would be a compromise that I think would balance the tourism need for those that are supported by tourism and the residences.
Mahalo for clarification. So the question that I asked was referring to that part in your testimony where it said it can never be changed. So you're retracting that part.
Yes, I believe that it is a property right that will be a taking that would have to result in just compensation, and you'd have to prove that it's for public use because the U.S. Constitution Fifth Amendment right to property.
Okay, I mean,
so,
you're allowed to have your
believe
opinion. I was just asking for clarification because you're
I
an
disagree
attorney
with you.
and you know that laws can change. Okay.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Chair.
Yes. Seeing as no other members have questions, thank you so very much. Staff?
Mahalo. Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Cynthia Wright, to be followed by Fred Kay, and then the Royal House of Hawaii.
Aloha, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Cynthia Wright. I am a full-time Maui resident. I'm here today to speak in strong opposition to Bill 9, because this bill isn't just about regulations. It's about real people, real families, and real consequences. I work in the short-term rental industry, an industry that supports local families like mine. My job allows me to provide for my daughter and my granddaughter. If this bill passes, I may lose that job, and with it, my ability to continue living on the island I call home. This bill doesn't just affect me, it puts at risk the livelihoods of hundreds of Maui residents. Cleaners, maintenance workers, small business owners, and property managers, all of whom depend on this industry to survive. These aren't faceless corporations. These are your neighbors, your constituents, and local families. We all agree affordable housing is a critical need. I live with the same pressures and challenges, but this bill does not offer a balanced or realistic solution. It eliminates legal, tax-paying, long-established rentals without a clear plan to replace them with housing that working families can actually afford. We need a path forward that brings all stakeholders together and considers the full impact of change. Let's protect local jobs while working toward a meaningful housing solution. I believe we can do both, but Bill 9, as written, is not the answer. Please, I respectfully ask you vote no on Bill 9. Thank you for your time and for listening to the voices of the people who will be directly affected.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much, Cynthia. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Fred Kay, to be followed by the Royal House of Hawaii, and then Alfredo Villas-Juan.
Hello. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Fred Kilby, and for over 10 years now, I've owned short-term rental property in Maui County. I'm here today to express my deep concern and strong opposition to the proposed legislation. We've worked hard to be responsible and community-oriented owners Our welcome package includes recommendations for locally owned restaurants such as Nalu's, Aya Fish Market, and Amigos, eco-responsible activities such as whale watching and snorkeling with Pacific Whale Foundation, and destinations like Haleakala, Makawao, and the Maui Aquarium. We want our guests to learn what Maui is all about. Our small business supports other local small businesses on Maui, as well as the larger economies of Maui County and Hawaii. In the past 12 months, we've generated almost $12,000 in revenue for our cleaners, Lala Services, a woman-owned business, $21,000 in revenue for our management company, Rentals Maui, a locally owned, family-owned business, $6,000 in business for small repair and maintenance companies such as Wake Up in Maui, Clear Choice Window Cleaning, Mike Gensler General Services, and Naka's Drapery. In addition, we contributed almost $21,000 in property taxes, $5,000 in general excise taxes, $11,000 in transit accommodation taxes, and $3,200 in Maui's TA tax, all from the small short-term rental business. Owning our complex has not been cheap. We faced huge costs. In the past 12 months, we've paid $23,000 in HOA fees, $12,000 in special assessments, massive increases in insurance after the fires. Our complex is more than 40 years old. These aren't luxuries. They are costs that ensure the property remains safe, functional, and insurable. Our STR income helps cover these costs while supporting local businesses like Steve's Plumbing, Maui Monkey Tree Service, Bowman Pest Control, Pacific Roofing, Mainline Plumbing, and Maui Irrigation and Landscape. Over the past 12 months, we have not made any profit. So those who say we're taking huge amounts of money off the island, that's simply not true. We don't have front desks. We don't have employees. We don't have strikes or work stoppages. We are not a large international corporation that dictates salaries and conditions while shipping profits to offshore headquarters. We are individually owned property with codified property rights to rent out as short-term rentals. Our vacation rentals support the Maui middle class by networking with local business owners who set their own prices to clean, manage, and maintain our individual units. With 1,500 homes for sale and over 200 homes available for rent, and with every study done so far saying that this legislation will do more harm than good, this is just plain bad legislation and should be killed. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Members, any questions for our testifier? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. I thought they called Mr. K, but did you say a different last name?
Yeah, the full last name is Kilby.
Sorry.
What was that again?
Yeah, sorry, what?
The full last name is Kilby.
Kilby.
So it's Fred Kilby? Yes.
Kilby.
Correct.
And what was the unit that you had owned at?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
You said the unit you own at, what was the name of that?
The name of the complex?
Yeah.
I prefer not to say out of concern for the safety and security of my property.
Sure, no problem. How long have you owned the unit?
As I stated, we've had them for over 10 years, and when we purchased them, they were purchased as vacation rentals.
And have you guys done all the maintenance in the past 10 years, or when you purchased it, was it in good maintenance?
We had them completely, we hired a local contractor and had them completely refurbished.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Certainly. I said when we purchased the units, we hired a local contractor and had the properties completely refurbished, and we spent about $100,000 to upgrade them, new carpeting, flooring, walls, appliances, everything.
And you said you're a full-time resident here on Maui?
No, I'm not a full-time resident on Maui.
Okay, so 10 years, complete refurbished, and all your pipes and everything are in good condition too?
That is the process that the association is going through now, and our pipes have been redone. Our units have had their stacks replaced.
Thank you.
And we're currently working on the roofing.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kilby.
Thank you.
Steph?
Chair, the next testifier is the Royal Houses of Hawaii, to be followed by, well, we do have a testifier that returned to the chamber, John Dunbar, if you'd like to call him after, and then Alfredo V.S. Bond.
Okay.
Okay, going. Okay, yeah. Alata, honorable members of the Senate Committee, I stand before you all today as an Alorio Land Royal Patent Heir under HLU 3237 Apana 2, and asserting that any attempts to pass bills, permits, or titles related to the land in Hawaii are fundamentally flawed and potentially illegal. The reason is simple. Every parcel of land in Hawaii is held and is under Alorio title, royal patented by the royal government of Hawaii. And this title lasts forever. It says it in your TMK paperwork under legal info, giving you the royal patent and who is the rightful owner of that land, your house or building is illegally sitting on. As such, any efforts to create new land trusts or schemes that contradict the existing royal patented Alorio titles would be a crime on an international level. This is because the Constitution of Kamehameha III and the laws of the Kingdom of Hawaii, which supersede any subsequent attempts to alter or undermine them. It's perplexing to hear testimonies about waiting to create land trusts for regular people when in fact the land is already held in perpetuity under royal patent Alorio titles for specific ohana. These titles established during the Mahele provide a clear framework for governance and decision-making regarding the land. Given the historical context and the existing legal framework, it's evident that the Native Hawaiian people, with their royal patent Alorio titles, would be the best suited to govern and decide what happens on their ancestral land. After all, they have lived through from the challenges and effects of land mismanagement and would likely prioritize sustainable and community-driven solutions, avoiding massive evictions. So I demand and urge you to find each descendant and beneficiary of each Palapala Sila Nui, aka Royal Patent, which is already supposed to be done by right by law, because I'm pretty sure the descendants are very much alive and haven't been contacted or just don't even know. Everyone in Hawaii who are on a TMK are a leasehold grantor and are illegal landowners whose houses don't even last in their ownership forever because the royal patents own them forever. I urge the Senate committee to respect the existing legal framework and recognize the rights of the Native Hawaiians to our lands as established by the royal patents and Alorio that are Alorio titles. Any attempts to undermine these rights would be a continuation of the injustices that have plagued our islands before and since 1893. Follow Kamehameha III's laws and contact the descendants of the royal patents as needed. Please correct me if I'm wrong, and mahalo for your attention to this critical matter. And please correct me if I'm wrong again.
Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff, Mr. Dunbar is next.
Chair, yes, we could call John Dunbar and to be followed by Alfredo V.S. Bond and then Scott Lowry.
I think we'll go to lunch after Mr. Dunbar.
Good morning, Chair and council members. Thank you for this opportunity for all of us to testify and bring input to the circumstances that are before us. Thank you. I'm not here to oppose or support the bill. I have something to say that's in between there. I think there's middle ground and opportunity for the county to work with the state concerning the primary issues, and the most important are water and land. And this is what's affecting the whole process here. I would like to say, first of all, I had an opportunity to read and to communicate with Pope Leo, who was born 41 miles from where I was in Chicago. And he's actually a little bit younger than me, so I've learned a lot, with all due respect. And the point is, I'm also a Kama'aina. I arrived in Hawaii in 1957 on a boat. I lived in a Quonset hut on Oahu and came to Maui and built my own home. I do have a vacation rental. It's a bed and breakfast. As my understanding is, I'm not affected by this bill. And, but I do, of course, feel that people who are not Kama'ainas or not residents of Hawaii, that is kind of an issue to deal with. So there's some ground to work with, and not fully opposing the bill or supporting it, is the idea that perhaps there could be another tax for those that don't live on the island that have the vacation rentals. But why turn away all these funds that could be applied to what our needs are, okay? And so before I came here, I spoke with 3 individuals. One was the mayor's office. Had a good conversation with Zeke about the circumstances here. I wanted to be prepared and know what is done. I'm not an expert in all of this. However, I did learn a lot. Then I spoke with an individual from the water department, resource management, and he's indicated, yeah, it's a problem to get the permits. And I can't understand why. The gentleman that spoke before testified, there are perhaps mechanisms for ensuring that we have the water we need here. I'd urge all of the council members and anyone else to go online and Google Singapore and what they've done with their water and land shortages. It's absolutely amazing. I'd be willing to fly there at my own expense and pick up information that could help this county develop what we need in terms of water. Land wells. The last person I spoke with is a friend from San Francisco. He's a billionaire. He has 350 acres here. I've been communicating with him for 5 years with the notion that that land could be used for the people of Hawaii. He's in agreement. Of course, he'd love to do market value homes, but I've told him, look, you need to embrace the people of Hawaii first. So what he did is he put in 2 wells, 16-meter wells, $6 million. He told me this morning he's at his wit's end. He's finished. He's trying to get permitting to build. Okay, I'll open it up. Any questions?
Chair. Thank you. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I wanted to clarify the part of your testimony when you said the non-resident owners of short-term rentals is what we should be looking at. Is that what you said?
Well, it occurred to me on my drive over here that if I would leave my bed and breakfast and go on a vacation, according to the county planning department, I have to shut down. Well, what does that do? I mean, that's significant. I have to plan well a year in advance for the bookings and ensure that I'm not gone during one of the times I have bookings there. So that cuts out a significant amount of income that I could have. I'm not wealthy, by the way, and I work hard. I've given jobs to hundreds of people on the island. But anyway, the point, yes,
clarify was
is it if there's a way, a means for perhaps using some of the tax money or an additional tax if you're not living here, and because it seems fair that
the point that I wanted to clarify was, are you aware that I already tried to introduce an exemption for resident short-term rental owners, and it never saw the light of day? Like, it didn't move forward. So I feel like I tried what you said in a way that was legal, and it never happened. So
and then came the 3% tax, which I pay thousands and thousands of dollars in taxes, but I see the point for it. But I'm very disturbed at the notion that
I tried to do what you said and it didn't advance.
Right. I'd like to look into that also and share some of the thoughts on it.
Check all the Granicus listing. I think it was about maybe 3 years ago.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other? Member Rollins-Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. So to clarify on that same point, your assumption is that more than 6% of the short-term rentals on the Minatoya list are owned by people who reside in Maui County?
I'm not familiar with the figures. I know the mayor brought it up when he had his staff here, that so many people in that lot of 6,000 are people who are not residents here.
94%.
94%.
Yeah, so basically that's a good majority of them. And so your recommendation to tax people differently, it would just be the 6%.
6% is significant depending upon the tax and the amount of it.
So we're basically doing what you're recommending because the owners of the STRs don't live here.
And the other point I wanted to make is I haven't been able to find the legal analysis, the opinion with regard to what will happen if this bill is passed with those
I
that do.
don't think you'll find that because that would be confidential. If we're going to be sued, then that's not going to be made public.
Yeah, it should be something that we're aware of to make decisions, even to testify. If it's not an issue and the legal opinion says, hey, we're doing something that's legal, but frankly, it is an eminent domain issue and condemnation.
Okay.
But the other part of it is
It's
bringing
not.
money in also.
It's not, but I won't go back and forth with you. You did clarify my question. You said that you own a Minatoya unit, or you just have a B&B?
No, I live in Haiku. I'm on 2 acres, and I pay double the real property tax, and I do farm the land, over 51% of it. I have produce coming out of it.
Okay,
And,
mahalo.
Thank you. Member Cook?
Thank you, sir. My brief clarifying question is, when you were mentioning about someone who had property and wells and whatnot, could you send that information to the...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, he asked if I could testify on his behalf to let the community know that his name is Paul Biscotti. You can look him up. I mean, you may be familiar with who he is.
Thank you. That's my question.
Yep,
If
I
you
don't
could-
have a problem with
clarifying
that.
question, if you could send that to the people. Is that a clarifying question?
The committee. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Okay.
Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Dunn.
Okay, you're welcome.
Dunbar.
Have a good day.
So, members, it is now 12:04. We're cutting 5 minutes into your lunch, but, you know, you all came back from break late, so, I mean, it's a wash. But, so, Ellen, could you please let the next 3 testifiers know who they are? Maybe you want to go to 5 names, I guess, yeah?
Yes, Chair. The next testifier is Alfredo Villas-Bon, to be followed by Scott Lowry, to be followed by David Louie, and then Jen Mather and Justin Spanko.
Okay. Okay. So those are the next 5 testifiers we'll have after lunch. Kiani, I would want to ask you a favor. Could you tell us how many testifiers we had today, and tell us
I'm going to do public math. Okay. well, we started with number 63. I think about a third of them did not answer or were not signed on, and we ended on number 109. And everyone can do the math for themselves.
Okay.
And there's a total of 216 currently signed up.
Thank you.
But when we start back up after we reconvene, we'll start with number 112.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much for that end of committee report for recess. So it is now 12:06, and we're now in recess for lunch until 1:30. The HLU committee meeting is now in 1:30. May the recess HLU committee meeting of June 9th, 18, 2025 come back to order. It is now 1:33 p.m. And staff, can you please call the next testifier on the list?
Chair, the next testifier is Alfredo Villasbon, to be followed by Scott Lowry and then David
Louis.
Chair, we don't see Alfredo Villasbon.
Can you call the next one?
The next testifier is Scott Lowry, to be followed by David Louis and then Jen Mather.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Scott Lowry, and I've lived on Maui full-time for the past 11 years in my condo at Halakamaole, which is on the Minatoya list. I do not support this bill. The problem that we're trying to solve is affordable housing. It's always been a problem, but now it's been exacerbated by the fires in Lahaina. The reason for the long lead time in building affordable housing are that land is expensive, water isn't readily available, and there's a long construction time. But these things are all things that can be fixed by the county and state by, number one, building affordable housing on county or state land. Two, implementing a long-term water equity program. The county water department stated in its February 2025 report, Maui Island has more water than it needs to support future demands. That means we have enough water. We just need to get it to the right places on the island. Number three, the county and state can implement processes for permitting and inspections that is more predictable for construction projects so that they can be properly planned and implemented. One area for improvement is getting a permit to dig a hole. But all of this takes agreement on the plan forward. Lots of money, planning, and an execution to resolve this long-term issue. Now, properties on the Minatoya list were all built before 1980 and require significant and expensive maintenance now. My complex is in the midst of a $13 million, $50,000 to $70,000. Most have insufficient parking. Mine has 216 spots for 189 units. An apartment complex would require another 189 parking slots, and there is nowhere to get those on my property because there is no on-street parking available. Contrary to those who oppose the bill, like me, other than parking and high maintenance, these units are livable. I've lived in mine for 11 years, but most full-time residents on our property are retired and usually just have a single car. Bill 9 would have the following effects. 1, less money for county and state and taxes to fund long-term affordable housing needs and infrastructure. 2, higher unemployment for the island. Again, less money for county and state. 3, less money infusing the island from visitors, impacting local businesses. The Minatoya list properties would either go into disrepair or be purchased by outside investors at a lower price. Either way, the bill would not solve the affordable housing problem. What I suggest is for the long term, commit to solving the affordable housing issue with long-term planning and funding of needed infrastructure, like water. In the short term, the county should subsidize vacation rental units by $2,000 a month for working families or TVR properties that commit to a long-term rentals for 5 years. The $6 million that was approved to promote tourism on Maui could have provided affordable housing for 250 families for a year on this plan.
Thank you, Mr.
By doing these two things, we get affordable housing now and in the future. Let the TVR owners be a part of the solution.
Mr.
You'll
Laurie?
be amazed at the response.
Mr. Laurie, can you hear me?
Yes?
Your time is up, and so
Okay, I'm
ask
done.
members for questions for you. And I saw Member Lee has a question. Member Rollins Fernandez has a question for you.
Mr. Lowry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. You said if you do these two things, can you repeat what those two things are to solve the affordable housing problem?
There were three things.
Oh,
The
three
first
things.
was was building the affordable housing on county or state land, providing that by the county or state. That would reduce the cost. The second was implementing a long-term water equity program. Right now, there's enough water on the island, according to the Maui Water Department, their usage plan. It's just that we don't have it going to all the places it needs to go to. So some infrastructure has to be put in place for that. And then the third one is to shore up our processes for the permitting, to make it more, not necessarily faster, but more predictable as far as when we would expect to get a permit.
Thank you. Thanks.
Member Rollins Fernandez, you have a question?
Mahalo, Chair. My question, aloha, Mr. Larry, mahalo for your testimony. Could you hear the two ringer? Could you hear the timer when it rang?
I heard the second one. I didn't hear the first one.
Okay, that was my question. I just want to make sure.
I thought the second one was
the first
I thought the second one was the first one.
Okay. You heard staff. Okay. All right, mahalo, Chair. Oh, and I'm sorry. How many units did you say that you owned?
I just own the one that I live in. That's all I've ever owned here. Yes.
Okay, and then and you bought in the 90s, you said?
No, I bought 11 years ago, and have lived here full time ever since I bought.
Okay, and your realtor let you know that it was a unit that was on the Minatoya list?
I don't recall. I was not concerned about. I was just looking for a place that I wanted to live full time, so I have no idea.
Okay, mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Member Cook has a question for you, Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. So you live there full time? Are you taxed as a owner occupied? Do you have to do?
Yes.
Do you have to pay
owner
the
occupied
transient vacation tax?
No, owner occupied.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, very good. Any other questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Laurie.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is David Louie, to be followed by Jen Mather and then Justin Spanko.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chair and members. This is David Louie. I'm an attorney here in Honolulu, Hawaii. I served as the former Attorney General under Governor Abercrombie from 2011 to 2014. I have substantial experience in dealing with constitutional law issues. I've defended the state in a long-running constitutional claim. I want to thank all of you for your attention that you're paying on this important issue, and I appreciate all the concerns of you, the mayor, and everybody who's testified. I've submitted written testimony on June 6th. I have to tell you, I appreciate your concerns, but Bill 9 is problematic and violates the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Hawaii. These are fundamental constitutional rights that are vested rights of property owners that cannot be taken away by zoning ordinance. And that's going to be a huge problem for the county. The county wants to wipe out the Minatoya list, wants to wipe out lawful vested short-term rentals that have been going on since 1960 for decades, and you just can't do that, unfortunately. There have been 3 courts in Hawaii that have spoken on this and have ruled against what Maui County wants to do. The Hawaii Court of Appeals, Intermediate Court of Appeals, had ruled twice, once in 1997 and again in 2016, and said you can't do that. It's a matter of constitutional dimension. The U.S. District Court, the federal court in Honolulu, enjoined the ordinance in Honolulu and said it's a matter of constitutional law. The change in 46-4 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes does not change this because we're talking about fundamental constitutional rights. This is an unconstitutional taking that results in damage and will create gigantic potential liabilities for the county of Maui in tens of millions, perhaps more. And I mean, UHERO itself predicts that condo prices will decline 20 to 40%, and that will be on the county as a liability for taking, because the Hawaii Constitution says taking or damage. And so that's going to be hugely problematic. Therefore, because of these severe consequences to the budget, to the taxes, to the liabilities of the county, I recommend that this bill is premature until the county can figure out how it's going to handle the compensation issues and deal with all of the economic losses. And therefore, we urge you, I speak on behalf of Airbnb, my client, but I am telling you as a constitutional lawyer, this is gigantically problematic, and I request that you hold the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Louis. Member Chair Lee has a question for you.
Yes.
So does Member Rollins Fernandez.
Hello, Mr. Louis. Could you tell us which 3 cases went before the appeals court? Or you said 2 cases before the appeals court and then another one. Were those cases related to short-term rentals?
The first case before the Intermediate Court of Appeals in 1997 was the Waikiki Marketplace case. It was not related to short-term rentals. However, in 2016, the Hawaii Intermediate Court of Appeals affirmed the ruling, said that there were serious constitutional questions, and held that in the context of short-term rentals, there are vested rights of property owners. That's a 2016 case. I'll give you a citation in just 1 minute. That's the Ferris Trust case. Look at 138 Hawaii 313.
Okay, and the third
finally,
case? Yeah.
The third case is the United States District Court case, which ruled in Hawaii Legal Short-Term Rental Alliance versus City and County of Honolulu. I have to give you this Westlaw site, which is 2022 WL 7471692. That's a 2022 case, and that was Judge Derek Watson, who granted a preliminary injunction and then later a permanent injunction against the enforcement of the Honolulu ordinance that was restricting short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you.
So those are the 3 cases in Hawaii. I mean, and 2 of them are short-term rental cases.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Mr. Louis. Mahalo for your testimony. Did you disclose that you're a lobbyist for Airbnb?
I mentioned that at the end of my testimony, that I represent Airbnb. Yes.
Okay. So we will, I'm sure, hear about the cases that you cited from our own attorneys and not from Airbnb's attorney. And then for that last case, the Honolulu case, a big part of that injunction was because it was a 6-month phase out, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The change in the definition was 6 months.
So what happened?
We won't have to discuss it. We'll go in deeper detail with our own attorneys in executive session, but appreciate your comments.
I appreciate that. Let me just respond. If your attorneys are telling you you can get around the Constitution, I seriously disagree. You obviously have legal advice from your attorneys. I've worked with your attorneys both with them and against them. But I seriously disagree if they're saying that you can walk away from this.
Thank you, Mr.
With
Louis.
no damage.
Members, any other questions
Mahalo,
for
Chair.
the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Louis. Staff.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Jen Mather, to be followed by Justin Spanko, and then we'll go back to Nara Boone. Ms. Mather, if you could unmute yourself. You are unmuted on our end. If you go to the right top of your screen, there's a little microphone button. Would you like to testify? It looks like she's calling in, Chair. Should we go ahead and have Nara Boone testify now? Or, I'm sorry, Justin Spanko was next.
Can you give the call-in number? She said the microphone is grayed out on her screen.
Oops. Ms. Mather, if you would like to leave the meeting and then immediately rejoin, that might work. And then I'll put the phone number in the chat as well.
Okay.
She said, cool.
Did you call Nora Boone?
Chair, I believe Justin Spanko is next.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Yes. Justin?
Yes, my name is Justin Spanko. I'm the general manager at Kaanapali Royal. Thank you for allowing me the time to testify today, and I'm going to be speaking in opposition to Bill number 9. Rather than kind of read off my paper here, I just wanted to zero in on one point in particular. Kaanapali Royal is 105 units, condominium. We have owner-occupied residents here, long-term renters, as well as short-term rentals. We are in Kaanapali Beach Resort, so we're actually in the resort area, and our association pays resort fees monthly to the tune of a little over $4,300 a month. And that's, of course, for the upkeep of the resort. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard, a lot of testimony over this, and I think we can all agree that we want visitors here in Maui to stay in designated areas like resorts. We obviously don't want visitors in residential areas where they can potentially be taking up places that local residents should have, and I'm in agreement with that. But being in a resort is kind of my argument for this, because it makes no sense if you want to have these visitors stay in resorts, but at the same time you're telling properties in resorts that they cannot do short-term rentals. So one of our biggest generators of income for our property is our parking revenue, and we charge a flat rate parking fee for all visitors that come here, $154, no matter if they're staying 1 week, 2 weeks, or whatever. Our owners and long-term renters pay that fee one time. So if you're a renter here and you've been here 3 years, you paid $154 when you signed the lease, you never pay another fee. So all of that is generated from short-term visitors. And that's to the tune of about $12,000 to $15,000 a month that goes into our operating expenses. So by cutting out short-term rental, you now cut that out, and that takes a serious chunk out of our revenue, which in turn isn't penalizing our owners that do short-term rentals. What it's doing is penalizing the local staff who work here, which there's 9 of us. So without that money, somebody's probably going to be losing their job, not to mention the jobs that are lost with the property management companies, their maintenance and cleaning staff. So I would just ask that we consider taking more of a common sense approach to these short-term rentals and allowing those folks in actual resort areas to be allowed to do these, and going after the illegal rentals and the ones that are in residential areas, and kind of, again, letting properties like Kaanapali Royal operate within that resort structure. That's all I have. Thank you again for giving me the time to testify.
Thank you. Members, any questions for our testifier? We have a question from member U'u Hodgins.
Thank you, Mr. Spanko, for your testimony. You said that you folks pay $4,300 monthly resort fees, and is that for the entire complex? For your entire 120? Okay.
Well, 105 units. That's what we pay. As a actual association. Now, our owners may pay on top of that, but I just know what we pay as an association.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Spanko. Staff?
The next testifier is Jen Mather, to be followed by Nara Boone and then Amanda Franta. Ms. Mather, you're still muted on our end. Do you see the microphone button? Are you able to, okay. Maybe you could try calling in on the, okay, thank you. Chair, would you like to, Ms. Boone to testify in the meantime?
Sorry, I have to go to work. I came here on my break. If I can testify and just get on the road, that would be amazing.
Who's next on the list, Amanda?
Nara Boone is next.
Ms. Mather, Ms. Boone is going to testify while we enable your phone number. So if staff can enable her phone number, she's going to testify through phone.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Nara Boone. I am with the Maui Housing Hui, but I am a longtime Maui resident. My family has been here since the 70s. We have watched the changes that have happened in our community. When I went to haiku school in kindergarten and all throughout, there were 1 or 2 non-brown faces in my classrooms. I went to May Day a few weeks ago there, and as the crowd started, I was the only one singing within 25 feet. The people that grew up singing that song every morning are gone. Haiku school is 66% white. And this has nothing to do with race. This has to do with the audible absence of the people that were born here and grew up here. And I feel like I'm in some bizarre alternate universe when people are saying, oh, this costs $200,000. Oh, this costs $100,000. Oh, I have to go back to work because I have 3 jobs to pay my rent that has gone up exponentially in the last 5 years, 6 years. I looked yesterday to see what was for sale. Houses that 7 years ago sold for $350,000 are now selling for $1.4 million. Short-term rentals help jack up our prices. Short-term rentals take homes away from our people. The act and action of prioritizing tourism and realtors and luxury development instead of our people has got to stop. It has to. We cannot drill our way out of this. There is not enough water. Pu'ukukui is half the water it was 10 years ago. We cannot build our way out of this. Everyone should watch the mayor's presentation, Matt Jakowski's presentation in particular. HOA fees will come down if you're not catering to tourists. If it's for local families to gather and barbecue and have parties, rents will come down without short-term rentals. I thank the mayor for bringing this bill forward. I am in staunch support of Bill 9. It is time to turn your attention back to the people of this place and not the dollar signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Nora, Councilmember Cook has a question for you. Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Boone. So all the kids at haiku school, do you think that most of them were born over there? Maybe some of their parents were born over there?
What I know is that they don't know the song.
Okay.
And this song was ingrained in us like the Pledge of Allegiance and given more respect. And people were talking and no one was singing around me.
So I hear that message. I was just curious because it just sounded like.
This is gentrification, Tom. This is what is happening. This is before, this is COVID making prices too high.
I've lived through it. That's my neighborhood. I understand. I feel it. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I really need some.
Members, any other questions for our testifier?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Staff?
Chair, I don't see
Jen?
which number that Ms. Mather might be calling in on. Are you connected on the phone, Ms. Mather? Is it last four numbers 5635 or 0942?
5596.
I thought I heard something.
We just heard you.
5596.
Yeah, 5596.
Oh, we hear you.
You hear me now. Okay, cool. Yay, finally. Aloha kako, Chair Kama, honorable committee members. My name is Jen Mather. I reside in Waiuku, but my heart belongs to Lahaina. My body's actually in Lahaina as well today. I'm testifying in support of Bill 9. Actually finding it difficult to say or to find out what I wanted to say because other people have been super eloquent and moving about the issue. But I'm not totally unprepared. I think that those of us who know about this issue have been waiting for this conversation on this scale for many years. I found out about the Minnesota list in 2017, and then I was on the West Maui Community Plan Update as an Alaka'i in 2018, became really concerned about the Minnesota list and what it was doing to our community. Then Councilmember Paulton was the chair of the Planning and Sustainable Land Use Committee. I believe she made some inquiries that may have resulted in the community listening plans or community listening sessions that Planning Director McLean hosted. And those were about phasing out the Minnesota list, right? And we know who shows up to those. It wasn't us at that time. It wasn't the same people who have been activated within the last year and a half. We were too busy, right? I'm still too busy. We have too many jobs. I still have too many jobs. You can see where I'm meeting today. I'm in a storage room. Maybe we didn't have enough education about the issue. We definitely didn't have enough advocacy from our own people, right? The people who are like cosmogonically connected or generationally connected to this INA. But that tide has changed. We can clearly see, and we hear that amount of impassioned testimony like Nora just a second ago, to have this council pass this bill. So we know Mayor is going to sign it. His people have done a huge, deep dive kind research to ensure that this isn't going to hurt us the way that the fear mongering has promised us it will. And by the way, when the folks who own or manage these properties tell you that normal locals, right, normal locals aren't going to want to live in places they deem small. I lived in a plantation cottage that was like maybe 365 square feet. There was 4 people, 2 cats, a guinea pig, a rabbit, 2 outdoor cats, 1 car, 1 motorcycle, and we were happy, we were content. The only times we freaked out was when the fires were coming at us from the fields, right? So I take offense when people keep telling me where I choose to live and where I don't want to live and what I deserve. They've used that language continually, right? That local people wouldn't want this and that we deserve more. You know what local people deserve? To stay here, right? To remain on this INA, not being forced to choose a concrete jungle far away with no connection. I was forced to choose that. I came back. Who wants that, right? So I implore you all, do not be afraid. Like the guy before Nora, right? Fear, be brave. We got you. This is the way we house our people. And I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. We do not have a housing crisis, right? We have a usage crisis. We have an extraction crisis, and we have a foreign invasion crisis. And if we learn to use our
Ms.
resources,
Mather,
and existing housing is one of them, we can
the
be
second
better.
bell just rang. So thank you.
Okay, cool.
Any questions for Ms. Mather? Ms. Mather, Member Paulton has a question for you.
I just was checking if you could hear the bell, because sometimes when I'm online, I don't hear the bell.
I heard the last bell, yeah.
Not the first. You only heard the bell one time.
Yeah, but it could be because I was talking. Trying to talk fast.
Okay, well, you're the second
me, I
one
don't
that
talk fast
only
as
heard
much
the
as I can
second
until you
bell,
tell me
so
stop.
maybe not. I don't know. Okay, thank you.
James, could you?
Okay, mahalo.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Mather, members? Seeing none, thank you, Jen. Steph?
Chair, the next testifier is Amanda Franta, to be followed by Brandy Corpuz, and then Mrs. Paget.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for taking the time to listen. Oh, can you hear me okay?
Who's next? Is it Brandy or is it Amanda?
Amanda Franta.
Okay. Hi, Amanda. Continue, please.
Hi there. Okay. Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our testimony today and throughout the discussion on Bill 9. My name is Amanda Franta, and I'm born and raised here on Maui, and I strongly oppose Bill 9. I work for a property management company that manages short-term rentals, long-term rentals, FEMA properties, and more. Our company employs nearly 70 local residents here on Maui, and additionally, we work with and support over 130 local vendors for our cleaning and maintenance needs that our rentals have. Annually, we contract out roughly $2.7 million in repairs and maintenance through local vendors that our short-term rental properties require. In 2024, we paid out over $2 million to locally owned and operated cleaning companies. This industry has provided an opportunity for countless residents to create and run their own businesses from, whether it's a professional cleaning company, local plumbing company, window washers, appliance technicians, and more. This industry not only supports thousands of local residents, it also has created an opportunity that may not have been there without vacation rentals to service. Many of these vendors solely rely on vacation rental property needs. It was mentioned in a presentation at the beginning of the hearing that 94% of lodging revenue from STRs are lost as they are taken off island by a non-resident homeowner. But that is not true. Local management companies charge anywhere from 20 to 30% of that rental income to manage these properties. In addition to that are the separate cleaning fees and maintenance expenses that are collected and paid out here on Maui to local vendors. The UHERO report quotes staggering economic implications from this bill if it should pass. Losses that will affect us as local residents. Losses for our schools, our infrastructure, our roads, our services, our affordable housing fund. The state and county revenue generated by vacation rentals on the Minatoia list is substantial. It's significant, and its loss would be devastating to Maui residents. And even with that sacrifice, this proposal does not guarantee housing for residents. In fact, many of our homeowners have already indicated that if this bill passes, they will continue to own these properties for personal use. Mayor Bisson is suggesting properties should apply to be rezoned to short-term use, which would protect county revenue streams in the future, but will it actually be achievable? What are the requirements, the process, the implications? Can this be done in a reasonable amount of time? It's a compromise that may make sense for properties that should remain as vacation rentals, but not with unreasonable requirements and an endless timeline to achieve rezoning. I ask that you consider the impact this would have on Maui residents and how many rely on this industry to support their families. We want new housing for our residents. We want opportunities to run our own local businesses and to keep the profits here on Maui. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Franta. Members, any questions? We have a question from Chair Lee and then Member Paulton.
Hello, Ms. Franta. I just wanted to check if you sent in your testimony to the council. Did you provide written testimony?
Yes.
You did. Okay, thank you.
Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Franta, for your testimony. I wanted to clarify the part you said that your property management company manages short-term rentals, long-term rentals, and FEMA housing.
Yes.
Is that under Lima Charlie, your property management that manages the FEMA rentals?
Yeah, we work with both Lima Charlie and Fedcology, are the two companies we're contracted with.
And the difference between the management for Lima Charlie and Vetcology and the short-term rental properties, could you clarify that? Because I haven't heard good reviews about the way Lima Charlie and the other property management companies are handling our survivors. So I just was wondering if you could clarify, like, what's the difference in your property management for our survivors and for our tourists?
Well, it's limited with the FEMA properties because our lease agreements are with either Lima Charlie or Fedcology. So we don't have any access to the actual tenants occupying the properties. Whereas normally we're very hands-on with our tenants, right? We have one-on-one relationships with the property managers and them, and we can service them more directly. But
Or I mean,
because
like fixing like the electrical issues and like that. I mean, I get inbox full of complaints that electrical safety issues aren't being addressed by the property management company. So I just don't understand.
No, I mean,
Since a couple testifiers said that, I didn't even know they had on-island property management the way that my constituents talk to me.
well, I don't think all of them do. That's the problem. So a lot of the properties that we're managing for FEMA were previously in our short-term rental program. So we had that existing relationship with the owners and they wanted us to remain involved. The properties, the 3 companies that FEMA contracted out, they're located on the mainland. So they don't really have boots on the ground operations here. So they were leaning on local management companies, but I don't know if every single one of them is using an on-island property manager. We, of course, don't treat it any differently. You know, we manage it as a long-term property. We're a licensed brokerage. We have a fiduciary duty to do so. But I don't know if all of them are being run through local property management companies. I can't speak to that.
And is that legal to not use on-island property management companies to manage properties?
No, it's not, but perhaps they have a different solution for that, or maybe they're just working with a company that has a different standard. I can't really speak to that except how we manage our own properties, and it's no different other than we can't have one of the tenants reach out to us directly. They have to go through Fedcology, so it is cumbersome on them. And then, you know, it'd be easier for them just to come through us, but there's a level of privacy that's remained intact with it, so.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Sure.
I heard chair. Somebody's calling. Okay. Yeah. Well, members, any other questions? If none, thank you very much, Ms. Fanta.
Okay, thanks.
Chair, the next testifier is Brandy Corpuz, to be followed by Mrs. Paget, and then Jackie Keefe. I'm not sure if any of them are here. Chair, moving on, I don't see Brandy Corpuz online or in the chamber. Mrs. Paget, I don't see online either.
She's right here.
Okay, great.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Mrs. Paget. I'm going to go real quick through this. I feel for the council that this was clearly not researched prior to bringing and dumping in your lap. This is hotel and timeshare driven, in my opinion. Blame, divide, conquer. That's what the hotels and the elites like to do. The Minatoya is one item, but many of the condos in their declarations prior to 1989, that is their legal right. The Minatoya was just a clarification of what was already in those declarations. They did go through it. They were never hotels, and they were never timeshares, and they were never apartments. From 1989 until 2020, very little was changed on the tax situation and different categories until they started to do it in 2020. These apartments for the 37 years should have had the STVR. Prior to the fires in 2023, these apartments were given apartment/STVR, and that is the first time they actually got their own classification from the tax department. Should have been done a long time ago, should have had a lot more taxes for 37 years. So I look at this as part of an undersight of the government. Water is an issue and very questionable. Oahu has 1.1 million people. Maui has 1.4. All fluctuates with tourists, and Oahu has a lot more than us. They asked the water department here, I know of, about 8 years ago and called them to see if they could help them. They never got a call back. I bought my first condo in 1989. I purchased it with first-time homebuyers money. I worked 6 days a week, sometimes double shifts. I drove a 1976 17-year-old car, and I made sure I drove from Kihei to Kaanapali. When I could get a ride and we could carpool, we would. That's where the jobs were. There were no jobs really in South Maui, a few hotels, but you allowed the planning department, all these little condos were there prior to the 10 timeshares and hotels and expansions of those hotels and timeshares in South Maui. That's when we started getting a problem in housing. Anyway, that's the other thing is one of the reasons people are leaving Maui and retirees is because even with I work with the OHA program, and for first-time home buyers, and it's very challenging. Nobody there is giving them financial advice. A lot of the people that are here that own condos, whether it's 2, 4, 6, I can see a 20, 30, 40-year difference in age. So if they have financially invested their time, then okay, somebody needs to help everybody else.
Thank you, Mrs. Pageant. Member Paulton has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Paget, for your testimony. I wasn't clear on the population number comparison of Oahu and Maui. Was it supposed to be in relation to water? Because
Yes,
Oahu has the Ko'olau mountain range, and we have two, is it called shield volcanoes or something? And so we don't have that mountain range to catch the water.
According to the water department on Oahu, then Maui has more water available than Oahu. If I'm wrong.
Oh, because so much people live there and use all their water?
Well, also, the population is so much bigger. So if they can provide water, and we're supposed to have more water here on Maui, then where's the issue? Where's the problem? Why do we not have more reservoirs? And if everybody went on on-demand systems and not solar or anything that contains a tank on all of Maui, then you would have no water tanks at all. You would have an on-demand system, and that would be the best.
I don't think that's how topographically it works, but thanks.
No, that is.
Members, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Jackie Keefe, to be followed by Stephen Thiel and then Peter Aquino.
See anybody?
Chair, the next testifier is Stephen Thiel online.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Aloha, my name is Stephen Thiel. I am the chair of the Owners Rezoning Committee at Kama'ole Sands. We oppose Bill 9 because it fails to address any exemptions for properties like Kama'ole Sands, which were always built for the purposes of supporting Hawaii's tourist industry. Bill 9 does not address public statements made by Mayor Bisson that Minatoya list properties, which have always been used to support the tourist industry and that operate in a similar fashion to resort hotel properties, should be allowed to continue their transient vacation use and should be rezoned as resort hotel. A fulsome review of the governing documents of Kama'ole Sands has been provided to all members of council. Those documents show that Kama'ole Sands was not built as workforce housing, and therefore Kama'ole Sands falls outside the purposes of this bill, which has been stated to convert workforce housing back to its original use. Rather, Kama'ole Sands was built as a luxury resort, and as disclosed and authorized by the state of Hawaii, was marketed to people in several U.S. states and 2 Canadian provinces. This form of marketing and construction was common at the time for the building of resorts to support the tourist industry rather than the building of hotels. Upon completion, units at Kama'ole Sands were employed in the tourist industry by Colony Resorts and advertised in travel magazines. The property featured a restaurant and other tourist amenities and included the sale of souvenir items. The AOAO that governs Kamloops Sands today was incorporated by Aston Hotels, a Hawaii-based hotel company, showing that Kamloops Sands was utilized to support Maui's tourist industry. Today, Castle Resorts and Hotels operates the dedicated 24-hour registration desk at Cam Sands, which requires all guests to be registered, including unit owners when they are on the property. Cam Sands essentially is representative of what commercial hotels today market as vacation clubs, with the exception that the individual units at Kamloops Sands are directly owned by individuals and not the hotel company. It was built at a time when the Kihei 701 plan was formulated to make Kihei an economic engine on Maui to support the tourist industry. Wailea was later developed as a designated tourist community, and Cam Sands is actually considered under the U.S. Census to be part of Wailea. Exempting Kamloops Sands from Bill 9 is sound because it will protect the 36 jobs of Castle Resort employees and the jobs of dozens of others who support Castle Resorts in the operation of Cam Sands, from the 24 people employed by the AOAO and the several other employees who maintain Cam Sands. In closing, the Kamloops Sands community has been consulted, and it overwhelmingly supports its continued use as a destination for transient vacationers. We trust that the Housing and Land Use Committee will take into consideration the views of the Kamloops Sands community and support retaining the ability of Kamloops Sands unit owners to use their individual units for short-term and transient vacation use, and to protect the dozens of jobs at Cam Sands and dozens of indirect jobs that are supported by Cam Sands unit owners both at Kamloops Sands and within the town of Kihei.
Members, any
Mahalo.
questions for the testifier? Member Paulton, did I see your hand up? No, okay, I just wanted to check.
Oh, no.
Okay,
I just was, I don't know what I was doing.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo. For clarification, are you talking about Kamaole Sands?
Yes?
Kamaole. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I have a bad tooth, and I often bite my cheekbone, and I have to speak very quickly for the 3 minutes, but thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thiel. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Peter Diakino, to be followed by Brett McKinnon and then Austin. Chair, I think we can move on to the next testifier, Brett McKinnon, to be followed by Austin and then Melissa McKim. Mr. McKinnon, the microphone icon is in the upper right-hand portion of your screen. If you could click on that. He appears to have dropped off. Maybe he'll call in or reconnect. The next testifier is Austin, to be followed by Melissa McKim. Chair, I don't believe that Austin is in the meeting. Melissa McKim, you can go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Let's see where it is. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. My name is Brett McKinnon, and I have owned a Kapalua Bay Villa for 40 years. I'm strongly opposed to Bill 9 because it's not going to solve the housing affordability issue, but instead become a distraction from measures that will. Let's look at what most likely will happen if Bill 9 or something like it is passed. 1, many very well-financed lawsuits filed to contest it. 2, strong chance that temporary injunction blocking it will be granted. 3, endless appeals through the court system, perhaps up to the U.S. Supreme Court. 4, major hit to the Maui economy. 5, thousands of jobs lost. 6, tax revenue cut by around $100 million. While not familiar with many of the individual properties on the so-called Minatoya list, I am familiar with Kapalua from my 40 years there to see. One, Kapalua properties never were and never will be affordable or workforce housing. They were built as resort housing and are just too costly, even if prices drop by 50%. Two, carrying costs from Kapalua properties will never be in the range of affordable housing, with excessive and increasing maintenance costs, astronomical HOA fees, and high property taxes, even as long-term rentals. Three, Bill 9, if Bill 9 is passed, the majority of Kapalua homes will become second homes that are typically only occupied for 8 weeks or less per year. This will occur even if an empty homes tax is done, which will start yet another round of lawsuits. Who will be harmed by the STR ban? Maui residents who earn a living maintaining and managing STRs. Part of the very workforce this bill is supposed to help. Over my 40 years on Maui, I have gotten to know many who see the bill as a threat to their livelihood. Two, Maui residents and businesses that provide services and goods to the visitors staying on STRs. There are fewer customer days for second home stays and vacation visitor stays. The people of Maui who will be affected one way or another by the overall drop in economic activity. The people of Maui, four, the people of Maui who will either have fewer government services, higher taxes, or both from the STR revenues. And ironically, five, the people who need affordable housing, which will be delayed as this distraction plays out. Who will benefit from the STR ban? People who are purchasing second homes if prices drop. Attorneys participating in the endless plethora of lawsuits, or three, the hotels limiting STRs will reduce their competition. Thus, I respectfully ask you to defeat Bill 9, as it is not going to help solve the affordable housing, but instead make things worse for many Maui residents. The controversy and inevitable lawsuits will be a distraction from measures that will really help solve housing affordability. Delaying this to 2030 is simply kicking the can down the road, delaying real solutions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier?
Sure.
Seeing none, there are no questions from our members, so thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
You're welcome.
Chair, the next testifier is Melissa McKim, to be followed by Misty Cotter and then Olivia Cotter.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and Council members. Thank you for your service and hearing our testimonies. I first want to acknowledge the housing crisis and express my hope that our leaders and community can come together to find real solutions, ones that support local families without unintentionally harming other residents who are also working hard to survive here. My name is Melissa. I'm a Maui resident, a single mother of 4 with 3 children still at home. I personally own and manage 2 short-term rental properties that are our main source of income. I also work 2 other jobs. I oppose Bill 9. My kids have been raised here on Maui. They attend local schools, play sports in the community. We are fully invested in life here on Maui. Because of this work, I've been able to both support them and stay present in their lives and contribute to our community. I do a lot of the work myself, including and guest care, but I also rely on a team of local service providers to help with maintenance, repairs, and deep cleaning. These jobs support other working families here on island. I'm also in a unique position to educate my guests. I talk with them before and during their stay about respectful behavior, environmental care, and local culture. I include information on how to be good visitors, where to shop locally, where to eat, and how to support small businesses. Most of my guests follow those suggestions and leave with a deeper understanding and love for Maui thanks to that personal connection. I also want to share something I happened to look up since the last meeting. Both of my properties are in condo complexes that are on the Minatoya list. Both explicitly include short-term rentals in their original bylaws. One of the governing documents dates back to 1987 and states that units may be rented on a short-term or daily basis. And then the other one, it goes back as far as 1992 that I saw, stating that units may be used for transient lodging for under 30 days. These aren't recent changes. Short-term rentals have been illegal and intended use of these properties for decades. If this bill passes, it will wipe out not just my income, but it will hurt those small businesses and service workers that myself and my guests support and rely on. I urge you to consider a path forward that allows responsible, locally involved owners like me to continue contributing to Maui in a positive way. Please do not pass this bill. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, any questions for our testifier?
What? I've talked. I'm going to listen right now.
Seeing none, thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony, Melissa. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Misty Cotter, to be followed by Olivia Cotter and then Johan Lahl.
Aloha, my name is Misty Cotter. I am born and raised in Lahaina. I'm a fire survivor and I work in the tourism industry in West Maui. I am testifying in strong support of this bill. This issue is a global issue having impacts on long-term residents in the tourist destinations worldwide, but it's amplified here due to our limited amount of resources. If you are so worried about how this bill will negatively affect tourism and our economy, I ask, have you ever truly asked what we want or are willing to sacrifice for a better way of life? Locals didn't ask to make tourism our main source of income, and while we are carrying this industry on our backs, we do not need STR owners to speak for us and lie about what we are willing to live in or how it will completely decimate the tourist industry. After COVID, when we didn't have enough accommodations or car rentals, the tourists kept coming anyway. They slept on the beaches and they rented U-Hauls. So let's not pretend that taking out 7,000 TVRs is going to stop tourists from coming. The worker shortage on the west side isn't because people don't want to work or people don't want to live in condos. It's because we don't want to commute 2 to 3 hours every day if we can even find an option for housing to stay on island. It's a slap in the face that short-term rental owners' argument is locals can't afford to live here, put them in workforce housing. We cannot build our way out of this issue, nor can we wait decades for it. To say this isn't meant for long-term housing, it won't work. Does it have a kitchen? Does it have a bathroom? Does it have a place to sleep in? Then I'll take that over a tent on the beach, sleeping in my car, or being forced to move away from my home. You obviously don't know how we've been having to live, especially since the fire. We have been more than patient while being cast aside. We need to stop putting tourists and non-residents over our community. Stop putting profits over people. If you want aloha here, you have to bring Kanaka home. Maui will not be Maui without its beautiful community. If you are in this space and you care about this community, then listen to what we are saying and asking for. If you can't do that, then do you actually love Maui and its people, or do you just love the scenery and the money you can make from it? Buying up multiple housing should never be a retirement plan. This is about community, and you're either a part of it or you're extracting from it. Mahalo.
Thank you, Misty. Please, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, there was somebody else somebody's mic is on and I didn't catch the last two sentences. So
yeah, I said, of course. I said, buying up multiple houses should never be a retirement plan. This is about community, and you are either a part of it or extracting from it.
Thank
Mahalo.
you. Members, any questions for our testifier?
Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Misty. And I think the next testifier is Olivia Cotter?
Yes, Olivia Cotter, to be followed by Johan Lahl and then MH.
I thought I just deleted everything and freaked out. Aloha Chair, aloha Council. My name is Olivia Cotter. I'm in support of Bill 9. My wife and I lost everything in the Lahaina fire, and I want to see residents of the West Side prioritized. My wife and her family were born and raised in Lahaina, and I've been blessed, very blessed, to be welcomed into such a resilient, joyful, and diverse community. To those opposing the bill, wondering why you're met with anger and hurt, I want to let you know people cannot heal, cannot thrive without housing, and you are the ones aiding in this oppression. You are on the wrong side of history. You state again and again how old and dilapidated these buildings are. Is that how you promote them to your guests? While you sit and list all the good you claim to do, for others, please know that we are telling you how we need you to show up. You have the opportunity to show us the good you want to do for our community, not just tell us. The majority of the locals here live the struggle of the housing crisis. You just hear about it. You come to the stand, play the victim, ask for empathy, but unfortunately, we have no empathy because we can't understand what it's like to own multiple homes, let alone have housing security. Enough hoarding of resources. Listen to the ones that are stewarding this land. Thank you.
Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Olivia. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Johan Lal, to be followed by MH and then Chris Clark.
Johan Lal, testifying on my own behalf. So I wanted to point out something that I think has been not mentioned by anyone, which is that the UHERO report said that the costs are about the same between Minatoya condos and non-Minatoya condos. And there's stuff like insurance costs and all of that, but it affects everyone across the board. At Kihei Shores, where I live, a 2-bedroom, the AOAO fee is over $1,000. For 3 bedrooms, it's $1,500. So that affects everyone. It would be great if the state would help, or if anyone would help, so that people don't lose their housing. But it's not just Minatoya. Another thing I wanted to bring up is there's a lot of talk about distinguishing between Minatoya condos that are suitable for housing and ones that are supposedly not. I just want to say these are all zoned apartments. So the original intent was for them to be apartments. The only reason for this Minatoya opinion and all of this is because there was some weird language in the original zoning that allowed motel use. And so if you say, well, it's designed to be a hotel, so we're going to let this one retain their status and allow STR, you're basically rewarding whoever built those, knowing that there were apartment zoning with the things that are unique to hotels. And I think it's rewarding the wrong thing. And there's, the intent of that zoning as apartment is also important, because the intent, I believe, was to have housing with resorts so that people could live close to work. I don't think the intent on Maui was ever to have hotel zones. Is that my 2 or 3 minutes?
That's your 2.
Oh, I still have 1 minute.
Continue.
The intent was to have mixed use, I believe, always. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put in apartment zoning. It would have all been hotel. And when people say things like resort areas versus residential areas or local areas, I think the word for that is actually segregation or redlining, which I grew up mostly in Texas, and those are things that everyone knows about there. So, you know, another word is gentrification, but I think people need to be very careful about whether they use these kind of words when they may not intentionally mean it, but they're saying that certain people belong in certain places and other people belong in other places, and that is unethical and it is not considered acceptable anymore. The other final issue I want to bring up is takings. You can take as long as there's a reasonable return. So,
questions for you from Member Cook. Member Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Law, very much for your testimony. Kihei Shores was one of the places in my research that basically, I don't know if it was built for accommodations when they built the hotels, but could you clarify, did you rented there or you owned there?
I own.
And is there many full-time residents there? Is it partial TVRs and partial owners? What's the makeup of the?
It's not on the Minatoya list and it's not hotel zoned, so it's all either owner occupied, or it's part-time residents, or they are vacant, or they're long-term rentals. And I would say about maybe half, or maybe a little over half the units are occupied at any given time, and a lot of them are just vacant.
So they're not TVRs? They don't?
No.
No short-term rentals?
No. Maybe a few illegal ones.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for your testimony and taking the time. I really appreciate it. Aloha.
Thank you. Any other, Member Sinensi has a question for you, John.
Mahalo, Johan, for your testimony. What did you mean by taking?
So I learned about this from the previous cultural planner at the planning department. Is that term, it goes back to a Supreme Court case about Penn Central Station, when I believe the state of the city of New York restricted development of this railway station because it was historic, and the Supreme Court found that you can actually restrict use and reduce profits as long as the owner can derive some financial benefit. And I think that's kind of a universal thing. I think that Corporation Counsel are probably experts in that at this point. So.
And you're supportive of Bill 9, or?
Yes,
okay,
I support Bill 9.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none. Thank you. Staff?
Chair. I don't have a question for our testifier, but I have a question for you and for staff. Since those testifying online have been having trouble with the first timer, hearing the first timer, could we do like maybe a 2-minute sign or like a color paper of some sort to indicate that it's the 2-minute warning, and then that way they don't. I mean, I did see that you folks are doing a good job at like pausing the timer, so thank you for that. But I don't, to not throw folks off, to try to help it be as easy as possible.
Go ahead.
I can help that, Kuliana. I'm just gonna make 2 minutes and then hold it up.
Chair, staff is also leaving on the testifier camera in the chamber. For online testifiers, they can also reference that, which will have their full time counting down from 3 minutes.
Okay, maybe it would have been good to let folks know about the timer. And then Member Paulton's gonna also hold up a, what, you're gonna make 2 minutes or 1 minute? Like 1 minute left or 2-minute mark?
I'll do 1 minute left.
Okay, 1 minute left. So for those testifying online, Member Paulton will hold up to her camera.
Do you have a fat pen? Gotta be a fat pen, right? Because when we see stuff online,
You'll use highlighter and outline it.
I don't know, but, well, do the best that we can, and then maybe during the 3 o'clock break, we can get a better sense of that. And thank you at 2:40 in the afternoon. It should have been this morning.
Someone just asked.
We'll do that. We'll do that for next meeting too.
I call him for taking up time from the testifiers.
Okay.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is MH, to be followed by Chris Clark, and then Steve Meyer. Mayor. MH, we see you online. If you're having trouble unmuting, you could quickly leave and rejoin the meeting.
It looks like they may have left, staff. I don't see the video anymore. The MH. Oh, they're back on again. Do you want me to let them in?
Yeah.
Can I let them in?
Admit. MH, are you back? Okay, I see.
Chair, we've readmitted MH.
Yes, I see.
But it's might be likely that they're unable to unmute at this time. So maybe we would recommend that they try calling in, and we can be on the lookout for a phone number joining.
Okay. So for those of you online, Member Paulton is going to give you a 1-minute warning on her camera, and you'll probably be able to see it. That's just so that you don't get caught off guard that you were interrupted during your testimony. That's to let you know that you have 1 minute left. Okay? So shall we continue with our testifiers?
Chair Chris Clark is on the line, if you could unmute he or she.
Chris?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sabule.
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 Aloha kako. My name is Chris Clark. As a realtor and a real estate investor, I'm here to support Bill 9, short-term rentals, only about generating income and I believe are a detriment to the community. They prioritize profits and increase cost of living for the community in the areas that they proliferate in an effort to respect the council's time, along with all the other testifiers that have been here today and will be here today as well. We'll keep this short. But before I go, I'd like to echo the sentiments and the testimonies of all the other supporters that you have already heard today, especially the ones that might have impacted you in a way that you choose to support this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Members, any questions? Seeing none. Our next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier would be MH if they were able to unmute, and then Steve Meyer to be followed by Kuhio Lewis.
I see MH's your camera.
Oh. Here's the new one.
Oh, cute. Okay.
Mr. Meyer, Mayor, are you able to unmute?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Mr. Meyer.
Oh, great. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you all for going through this. Also my second hearing here through it all, so I know it's a long day. My name is Steve Meyer. I am president of the Maui Sunset Time Interval Association. I'm also a former board member for the Maui Sunset AOAO board, and our family has been owned and had vacation rentals all the way back to 1978, 3 generations here at the Maui Sunset in Kihei. We're a family group here. We are opposed to the proposed legislation as it would significantly disrupt the long-standing balances of uses in apartment zones by eliminating one legally permitted use, short-term rentals, without assurance that future property owners will occupy these units as full-time residents. We are deeply invested in the well-being of the Maui community. We strive to create meaningful experiences for our guests and connecting with local restaurants and operators. We welcome, we just really try to keep the tourism dollars in Hawaii and Maui. That's what we love. We also directly support the island's workforce. Our condos and operations, especially on the time interval side, rely on trusted local partners, including Maui Linen, Aloha Automatic Housekeeping, Carbonero CPA, and a network of independent contractors. These relationships are built on years of collaboration and mutual respect. Beyond our company, the Maui Sunset AOAO, that's the big complex there, 225 units, employ a full-time staff, including a property manager, maintenance crew, and front desk personnel. The broader support system includes insurance agents, real estate brokers, managing agents, accountants, attorneys, interior designers, and contractors, all of who built their livelihoods here on Maui. It takes a lot to keep this $250 million complex going. The Maui Sunset itself has a long and resilient history. When the original developer went bankrupt in the late 1970s, I think it was 1978, it was a timeshare and vacation rental model that preserved the property, that brought in people to pay the dues and keep it going. For 48 years, this mixed-use community has welcomed residents, timeshare owners, second homeowners, and guests seeking short, mid-term, and long-term stay. During the COVID pandemic, we housed traveling nurses, essential workers. For the following 2023 Lahaina fire, fire. We hosted specialist aiding in the recovery. In the early weeks, especially the early weeks, we housed fire people from the fire that had nowhere to go, displaced residents. But they soon moved out to be closer to their own communities. These critical contributions would not have been possible under a 180-day minimum stay. We do short-term rental. Today, the uncertainty surrounding the legislation has already had a chilling effect. Over $500,000 in planned modernization projects are on hold. Owners are understandably reluctant to invest in future without clarity on their future rights. I know I got to wrap up here. Again, we're against this Bill 9. We respectfully urge the council to order a more balanced, data-informed approach for
Thank
future.
you, Mr. Meyer. Member Hodgins has a question for you, and Member Paul.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Can you clarify how many units you folks own?
Our family, I mean, we have multiple, like I said, multiple generations. We have 4.
Okay, 4 units. And then if this bill or something similar passes, what do you think you guys are going to do with those 4 units?
Like I said, we have an extensive family, so a lot of them would actually keep them as second homes.
Okay.
And then I don't know if you've heard of, we have the time intervals. That's about 43 units, the time interval association there. Those are 2-week ownerships that we also own a few in.
And then for Maui Sunset, can you please tell me how much you folks pay in insurance and how much your AO fees are?
I don't know the exact insurance rates. I can tell you that they have gone up, and thank goodness not as much as other properties. AO dues for a 1-bedroom condo are about $700 a month, and then 2 bedrooms are about $1,000, and then plus electricity. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think you have a ballpark on insurance?
I don't, but yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Member Cook? Or who's next? Oh, okay, go ahead. Member Paulson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Meyer, for your testimony. I wanted to clarify, you said like within your family, those 4 units, you've owned it since the 70s when the property was constructed, like 74 or something like that?
Yes, yeah, my grandfather was the first, grandma and grandfather were the first people to ever buy a unit in 78 after the original hotel developer went bankrupt. It was supposed to be marketed to off-island, out-of-country people in 75, 70, as the Maui like tennis club or something like that.
Do you have like historical data or data on how it's changed over the time of renting out? Like, I don't think there was internet in 78. So did they have like travel agents? And then like how did it evolve into what it is now? Like,
Absolutely. We have rental price lists, you know, for back then, the original marketing material that was sent out. And in fact, they used a lot of travel agencies, which our family still owns a travel agency, was the main way to get visitors to Hawaii, because you had to fly through Oahu, of course, and then fly over here.
So has your unit increased over time in the amount of rentals per year, or like how many visitors you have per year since like 78?
I would, generally say yes. It's mostly people bought condos here as second homes, as the marketing material was a tool to battle inflation, because interest rates were 15% back in the late 70s and early 80s. So people would buy property hoping they would appreciate to stave off inflation. But yeah, the general makeup of the property, if it's about 20% timeshare, it's always been about 5% resident, and then you've got a good 10 to 15%. What used to be second home, that's reduced quite a bit. Second home has gone down to about 5%, and then the rest are on short-term rental. So you're at about 70 or 75% short-term rental.
So the purchasing of a second home was to stave off inflation for whom?
For the investors that bought it, they wanted a place to go to Hawaii and be in Maui. This is back when Kihei, it was only the condo complexes in this resort zone. Minihuni Shores, Loana Kai, Maui Sunset, Maui Vista, Maui Hill. They were all built around the same time.
Thank you.
Sure.
Member Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If someone was going to do a long-term rental in your facility, what would your guesstimation be of the monthly rent?
That's a great question. I think that currently people have been marketing those. There's not very many. I'm just ignoring costs. I think it would be like $3,000 to $3,500 for a 1-bedroom and 5 plus for a 2 is what I just ballpark and I could be making that up. I don't do long-term rentals, but that's what I've seen.
Thank you, sir.
Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Meyer. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, I believe that the phone caller with the last 4 digits, 2711, may be MH. If so, could you please unmute? *6.
*6 to unmute.
*6 to unmute and pass it on. Okay.
Chair, they're unmuted on our end. Chair, would you like me to move on? Kuhil Lewis
Please.
is in the chamber.
Yes.
To be followed by Martin Thompson.
Yep.
And then Kamana Oyo Gomes.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? I've done all of that. Can you hear me?
Is that MH?
Yes.
Kuhio, can you
Hello?
wait? Thank you. Let's take MH before we lose her.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, committee chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a full-time resident of Maui, and I own a 1-bedroom complex. I oppose this bill. As many others have stated here, the repercussions from this bill, if it were to pass, would be devastating in many ways for thousands of residents. My unit cannot be rented at an affordable rate based on factual data. The monthly rental cost for this 1-bedroom unit would include a mortgage note, condo fee that's almost $1,000, a special assessment for the increased insurance post-fire, property taxes based on long-term rental rate, and maintenance and repairs. The total monthly rental cost of this unit would be $5,234 just to break even, no profit. This is in no way affordable based on the county's current published affordable sales and rent guidelines. It far exceeds the highest rental and purchase rates listed for a 1-bedroom. Condo fees are typically increasing 5 to 10% each year, and unexpected capital projects on aging buildings happen, resulting in special assessments. This further pushes these units to be more unaffordable over time. In comparison to my unit, I would like to mention just one example of what is currently available for long-term housing. There's a lovely newer apartment complex, Kailana Mahina in Wailuku, that is pet-friendly, has keiki play areas, a pool and a fitness center, ample parking spaces for multiple vehicles per unit, unlike most of the FTRs. It has 52 units either available today or soon to be available. I confirmed this today with a phone call. There are affordable and market rate units at this complex. In fact, the highest market rate for a 3-bedroom unit is listed at $34.75 a month. Compare that to my 1-bedroom unit that would cost over $5,200 a month. Again, break-even cost, no profit. It puzzles me that there is not a waiting list at a place like this, rather 52 vacancies. Incidentally, I called another complex and they too have some vacancies. I strongly oppose this bill and would encourage you to support solutions for realistic long-term housing that are possible with county leadership that's focused and determined. Mahalo for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, MH. Members, any questions for the testifier? We have a question for you from Member Paulton.
Thank you. Sure. I'm not sure what your name is, but there was one point in your testimony, I think you were going to say you had a 1-bedroom at someplace, but it cut out.
No, it didn't cut out. I have a one-bedroom, and I'm not stating where I'm at.
Oh, okay. And you live full-time on Maui?
Yes, I do. I live full-time. I'm a full-time resident.
And were you testifying anonymously?
I am testifying anonymously. I feel very concerned with some of the overt active aggression on the e-comments that mentioned killing howleys. And so I've decided, unfortunately, I wanted to go in person and do this testimony, but I feel, it's the aggression to influence others' free speech is unacceptable. And I wanted to say my piece, but I don't feel I can do that publicly. And it's a shame.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for our testifier?
Yeah.
Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo for your testimony, testifier. I just wanted to acknowledge that e-comments has gotten out of control on both sides, as was brought up earlier in testimony, that AI generated and fake names and, Decorum in general. And so staff is working on that, and we will better manage our testimony mechanism. So apologies to anyone that has felt intimidated. It's not our intention to create it's our intention to create a safe and welcoming space for everyone to testify. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Member
Thank you for that.
Fernandez. No other questions for our testifiers? Thank you, MH. Staff?
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, the
Please, at
next
chamber.
The next testifier is Kuhio Lewis, to be followed by Martin Thompson, and then Kamana Oe O'Gomes.
Aloha, Chair, council members. I'm Kuhio Lewis, CEO for the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. I wasn't planning on being here in person, but I was listening to some of the testimony that was going on online and felt compelled to come in person. I think what our community is looking for right now is leadership. And so I'm here in person to extend our support for Bill 9. I'd like to first start by thanking the council for their partnership over the last few years. Together we've been able to support the thousands of our residents. Fast forward 2 years, we're still supporting and housing many residents, hundreds of them. And it was because of the partnership, working together, that we were able to provide that support. And I believe through this situation that you're facing now, we can work together to find solutions. We're committed to that. As we're all aware, thousands of families have already left Maui since the fire occurred, and hundreds are projected to leave this year. More than half of our Native Hawaiian population is gone from our islands, and that trajectory is going to continue. And one of the primary reasons families are leaving is insufficient housing. And so the trajectory is very clear. Our people are fighting to survive, and bold steps are required to reverse course. This bill is not perfect. A lot more will need to be done to address the housing situation, to address the needs of our community. Our testimony that we submitted, our written testimony, offers more specific amendments or suggestions in how we can improve it. And I just want to thank the council. This should have been addressed a long time ago. It shouldn't have had to be now. It should have been years ago. And so I give you the credit for the kuleana that you're taking, and commend you for the leadership roles that you have in this important moment of history. And I'll just conclude by re-emphasizing that CNHA stands in support of Bill 9. Mahalo.
Members, any questions for our testifier? So Kuhio, I have just one. I have your cell phone on my phone. So if I call, will you answer?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now you have a question. Remember
when I call, will you answer me too?
Absolutely. We're here to kako o Maui.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Mr. Lewis. Mahalo for coming in person. It is more meaningful. Sorry, not to everyone online. It's meaningful online and when you call in too. But it's nice to see you in person. My question is regarding the testimony that you have proposed amendments to the bill. Would you mind resending that? Well, at least to me. We've gotten a lot of testimony, real and fake, folks, and I want to make sure that I am able to review your proposals.
Absolutely, I'll send it to everyone. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
You had a question, member?
That was her question. Oh, but go ahead.
okay.
You can. I won't speak for you. Sorry.
I was gonna just ask the same. Do you mind emailing it to the committee specifically, and then they can send it to us?
Absolutely.
Or whatever works for you, but we get so many pieces of testimony, and I wanna be able to highlight yours. Thank you.
Will do.
And will you answer when she calls too?
I always do.
Member Sugimura has a question.
So, as a clarifying question, since you brought it up, what are some of your suggestions?
Well, part of it, in short, is doing a more phased approach. Some of it is working to consider an implementation where it's phased, looking at areas where there'll be less impact than others. Some of it is ensuring that any homes that are sold within the district going forward, that it's very clear that there is a prohibition. So there's certain things that, and I'm not the policy person, but those are the high level things that we would suggest. Of course, it needs to be much more comprehensive than just this bill as well in terms of how you tackle it. So there's a multitude of things that we would recommend, even in addition to amending Bill 9.
Go, Kuhio, go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mahalo, everyone.
Thank you for your testimony. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Martin Thompson, to be followed by Kamana Oyo Combs, and then Wendy Anderson.
I'm sorry. Members, I lost track of time and nobody called me. It's 3 o'clock. It's 3:05 actually. So can we take our 10-minute break now? And then we'll come back at 3:15. And we'll continue with the testifiers that Ellen had mentioned. Hey, you're out of step, County. You're out of step. Yeah. No. Okay. HLU is in recess till 3:15. May the recessed HLU committee meeting of June 18th come back to order. It is now 3:24 p.m. And staff, shall we call the next testifier on the list?
Chair, the next testifier is Martin Thompson, to be followed by Kamana Oyo Gomes, and then Wendy Anderson.
Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Thompson, you're muted. You're unmuted on our end. If you're unable to unmute, you could quickly leave the meeting and rejoin. Whoops.
Where'd you go?
Chair, it appears Mr. Thompson might be attempting to call in instead, so we can be on the lookout for his phone number and perhaps proceed to the next testifier for the time being.
Okay.
Chair, the next testifier is Kamana Oyo Gomes, to be followed by Wendy Anderson, and then Jessica Taguibet.
Aloha kako. Hey sister, my name is Kamana Oyo Gomes, okay? I just like to get that right. I like my name to be pronounced correctly. My real friends call me Kamana. Here to in strong support of passing this bill. I support the mayor on this. You know, it's frustrating to listen to all you guys who is opposed to this, right? Ultimately, you're not supporting the mayor. And on time when like places like Lahaina, you guys are forgetting what happened with Lahaina. We're missing a lot. People are leaving here. A lot of my friends have left. Now it's even a financial issue. It's expensive to live here. That's why people are moving away. The cost of living is going. Now you take out housing. Let me tell you about these STRs. These STRs, right? They operate on a hotel room rate. So if the hotel prices go up, they can change the price of their STR. That's why they're protecting this financially. So like all I say about that is you guys got to open your heart. And if you guys are threatening litigation, how can you threaten the council when this is already established with the Minatoya already? You're going to have to fight the Minatoya ruling on that. You know, it's frustrating to hear you threaten people, like threaten the council about that, because I feel threatened about it. And I'm tired of watching my friends move away. You know, we want to live here. Every time I be venturing out, bro, I feel like a minority that, like, I feel like a huge minority when I go out and I rub elbows with people like that. I barely see people that I know. You know what I mean? I'm hoping that when it comes to passing of this bill or whatever, right, we can truly come to a place where people can move in, not where we got to be constantly going to court next to ask if we can do it or get a. I think if you guys are so worried about your money, right, maybe you shouldn't go push litigation. Because if you get stuck in court, that's a lot of money you're going to have to spend too. You guys are always complaining about money, right? And it goes to show, but you guys don't respect Lahaina, though. That's how I feel. I feel like you don't respect us. You don't respect that people lost their house. You don't respect when you drive down the road and you see homeless guys, bro, sleeping on the side of the road, bro, or by the store. And you guys get like 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever, how many houses like that. I tell you, bro, one Hawaiian's dream is to own one house. Bro, I hope you guys can make it happen. And you say, oh, no can live inside. Bro, I tell you, bro, when I was on baby, I was homeless. When I was on child, I was homeless. I was on teenage, I was homeless, cause. Okay? When I was a young adult, I was homeless, bro. I was on freaking regular adult, I was homeless. Don't tell me we cannot live inside. Yeah, but you go tell a guy living down in his car, he can live in one little box. Have some respect for the Hawaiians because they're getting sick of coming over here and going in opposition to your opposition. And like I say, I support this bill. Let's make it happen.
Come on, I'm going to ask the members if they have a question for you. Members, any questions for Mr. Kamana'o Io Gomes.
Hello, everybody.
No? Thank you. Ellen, next testifier, please.
Chair, I don't see Martin Thompson right now, so let's go on to Wendy Anderson and then Jessica Taguiped, and to be followed by Kai Nishiki. I don't see Wendy Anderson on Teams or in the chamber, nor do I see Jessica Taguiped on Teams. Are you in the chamber, Jessica? Chair, moving on to Kai Nishiki, to be followed by Kirsten, to be followed by Nalani Kania now.
Guys in the chamber, Ellen.
So I gotta set up my whole office over here, yeah? Call Mike. Can I give you? Aloha Chair, Council members, Kai Nishiki, former chair of the West Maui CPAC, testifying on behalf of Maui Nui Resiliency Hui. We support Bill 9 as recommended by the West Maui Community Plan within a legally defensible timeframe and the creation of consistent zoning, allowing property owners to apply for a change in zoning with community oversight. According to the county's GIS system, of the 2,400 Minatoya properties in West Maui, 1,900 are located in the Slorexa, and the remaining 500 units are likely to request a CIZ due to their resort location. All remaining 3,600 units outside of the Slorexa are located in South Maui. Of the 1,900 West Maui units where our housing needs are most critical, we should acknowledge there are at least 4 potential scenarios that could result after passage of this important legislation. Owners apply for ZIZ to hotel, keep the units empty for personal use, sell the unit on the open market, or rent long-term. The division may not be equal. 1,900 divided by 4 could mean 475 potential rental units located in the Slorexa. We support our residents' ability to live in these units until impacts are upon them. However, we feel it is of paramount importance that the county acknowledge the end of their useful life. This phase out is a step in the right direction, but it is not a long-term solution for housing in West Maui. We urge the county and the community to focus this level of support to facilitate building affordable homes in the West Maui Community Plan area. There are 5,900 proposed housing units, none located in the Slorexa, some fully entitled, such as Pulelehua, which could be built before this phase out even takes effect. CWIRM has made it clear to the county that our municipal water can be used right now, however it is needed. Enforcement measures for conservation should be enacted immediately to provide water for affordable housing. We cannot rely on another temporary housing Band-Aid. Also, please note that STRs on the shoreline are becoming economic liabilities for the county. While it is true that they contribute to our local economy through taxation, the negative economic impacts are well underway. Kahana Sunset is just one of many examples and is already compromised, effectively condemned, with the state recommending removal from the shoreline. Investment property owners have profited very well for a long time. That privilege comes with great responsibility. We urge the council to take additional action by establishing a coastal hazard tax for all Slorexa units reserved in a revolving fund for future structural removal. We are ready to assist in implementing these measures. Please support Bill 9 and also support long-term housing solutions for West Maui. Mahalo nui.
Thank you, members. Kai, Member Paulton has a question for you. And Charity, following.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Nishiki. I wanted to clarify, when you said you were the chair of the CPAC, did it come up about changing the community plan designation for these apartment zoned short-term rental properties to a different community plan designation?
There was definitely discussion about it. For the most part, members were not willing to change a lot of the designation. And in fact, there was there's two policies within the community plan that advocate for the phase out of short-term rentals. That is clear. And then there's also a lot of policies and action items related to managed retreat and not putting people in harm's way on the shoreline.
So no short-term rental apartment zone designation was changed through the community plan process?
Not that I can recall.
Thank you.
Chair Lee?
Hello, Ms. Nishiki. Thank you for this this proposal and ideas that, you know, I think are well worth considering. And I like the idea of having a positive, positive alternatives. And I'm looking forward to reading and going through this more closely. And I'll be probably calling you if I have any questions. But I just wanted to say hats off to you and Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can provide the specific data on the Slorexa properties. We did a whole spreadsheet and stuff like that. So mahalo nui.
Thank you.
But we support Bill 9 though.
Yeah. Staff.
Chair, returning to Martin Thompson, to be followed by Kirsten and then Nalani Kanino.
Can you hear me?
I see that you're joined twice. If you could mute one.
Okay. Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you anymore, but we can hear you well.
Okay, well, you know what? Not seeing me is probably a bonus for you. Okay, can I speak to the committee?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Martin Thompson. I'm the president of the Maui El Dorado Resort Association of Apartment Owners. The West Maui Community Plan designates 2 Minatoya list properties, including our property, as resort hotel, and specifically states they are primarily intended to serve visitors, including transient accommodations. For that reason, and after conducting public hearings regarding the mayor's proposed TVR ban, the Planning Commission recommended to council that these 2 resort hotel properties be excluded from the mayor's proposed ban. Council approved the West Maui Community Plan on December 17, 2021, so council has previously validated the designation of our property as a resort hotel, primarily intended to serve visitors, including transient accommodations. I've addressed this issue in more detail in my June 17th letter emailed to committee members yesterday, and I urge committee members to read it carefully. That letter also includes 3 minor suggested amendments to the committee's revised TVR bill, which I drafted to implement the Planning Commission's recommended exclusion of these 2 resort hotel properties without in any way adversely impacting the ban. I urge the committee members to review these suggested amendments and to send them to Maui Corporation Council for their review. I've also received a copy of the May 22nd, 2025 letter from the Director of Planning to your committee, which confirms our property is one of the 2 Minatoya list properties, which the Planning Commission has recommended be excluded from the mayor's proposed ban. However, contrary to the Planning Commission's recommendation that the bill exclude these 2 resort hotel properties from the ban, the Director of Planning suggests that the most effective process for dealing with any property owners who wish to avoid the ban would be to require those properties to be rezoned for hotel use. However, while rezoning may perhaps be appropriate for most properties, that vetting process has already been exhaustively conducted for these 2 resort hotel properties, and their status as a resort hotel in the West Maui Community Plan has already been approved by the county, so the rezoning process for these 2 properties would serve no purpose and would be contrary to the Planning Commission's recommendation. The Planning Commission's recommendation to exclude these 2 resort properties from the ban means exactly what it says. namely to exclude them, not rezone them. For these reasons, I respectfully request that this committee amend the proposed TPR bill to exclude these 2 resort hotel properties from the proposed ban as recommended by the Planning Commission. In addition, the mayor has stated that bona fide hotels were not his intention to be included in the ban. So the exclusion of these 2 previously approved resort hotels is consistent with the mayor's objective. Thank you.
We have questions from you, from Member Paulton.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I got a few questions. You said Maui El Dorado and one other property. Do you know the name of the other property?
It's MKV, Maui Kanapali Villas. Although it's on the Minatoya list, it's called something else, but I think it's the property listed right above ours.
And then to clarify, you said that it has a community plan designation of hotel?
Yes, it's right in the Maui. If you look at the West Maui Community Plan, and you look at the the color-coded areas, we are we are designated as a resort hotel in the West Maui Community Plan, and so. And then it specifically says in the plan
that the Planning Commission recommended those be excluded. Was that when was that?
Well, they had the public hearings in June and July of last year in connection with the mayor's proposed ban. And at the end of the July meeting, they gave their oral decision, and that was to recommend that that those 2 properties, which are designated in the community plan as resort hotel, primarily intended to serve visitors for transient accommodation purposes, that those 2 be excluded. Now, that's also included in that letter I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, that May 22nd letter from the Director of Planning, because what happened was the commission obviously sent a letter to the director.
Yeah, I had one different question.
Yep.
And you said that you're not gonna proceed with change in zoning, but my understanding is if the zoning and the community plan designation doesn't align, then you can't do anything else with your property. And so then I'm wondering why you're not gonna pursue a change in zoning, because it's, to me, like when I used to do land use committee, it's worse if your zoning and your community plan designation doesn't align, because you can't get permits and stuff. So why wouldn't you want to change the zoning?
Yes, currently it does. They are aligned because of the transient vacation rentals. And so my point simply
the zoning
was,
and the community plan designation are aligned.
Well, because of the transient vacation rentals provision.
Now, alignment would be if the community plan designation is hotel, then the zoning should be hotel. That's alignment.
Well, first of all, we've been sorry.
But okay,
we've been operating for 56 years.
I'll try to look into it a little bit more on the side, because there's legal stuff that's not apparent. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, but what I did was, I left the ban in place in the drafted bill, but I just excluded the 2 properties that are designated in the community plan as resort hotel. That way, the zoning marries up with the community plan, so they're exactly the same without changing.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I think you've answered Member Paulton's question. Any other questions, members? Oh, Chair Lee has a question.
I just wanted to get a clarification on what you mentioned about the Director of Planning. Did you say that the Director of Planning recommended that you be exempt from this bill?
No. What I said is that in that letter, that May 22nd letter, the Director of Planning. You see, I think what happened was this. Your committee sent some questions to the Director of Planning for clarification. And so one of those questions was, Well, you said that the properties that designated as resort hotels should be excluded. Which properties are those? So what you'll see in the first page or two of the response from the Director of Planning is, in response to your request, we confirm that, and then it listed for the 4 or 5 properties, because there's 2 issues. There's those that were exempted. One was those designated resort hotel, and you'll see those 2 are listed. And it specifically says Maui El Dorado, and the other one is MKV. And the other exemption that the Planning Commission recommended be excluded was situations where you had a property that was partially zoned hotel and partially zoned apartment. So in those 2 cases, those were the 2 recommendations from the Planning Commission that those 2 types of properties be excluded. And in that letter from the Director of Planning, she actually specifies those specific properties and identifies Maui El Dorado as one of them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Staff?
Hello.
Chair, the next testifier is Kirsten, to be followed by Nalani Kaninau, and then Goki. Chair, I don't believe that Kirsten is online. Doesn't appear to be in the chamber. Nalani Kaninau. Chair, moving on to Goki, to be followed by Roger Williams, and then Keone DeFranco. Goki, you are unmuted on our end.
Chair, there's a phone number that's also raising their hand. It's the last 4 digits 0942. That might be Goki.
Nalani Kaninau.
Oh, that's Nalani. Why don't we take Nalani?
Go ahead, please.
Aloha, Chair and committee members. Nalani Kaninau, in strong support of Bill 9. One of the most impactful statements I heard was from Mayor Bisson, the opening statement, asking to quantify the value of our generational community. You know, I find we are hearing endless testimony about the doom and gloom theories of financial ruin for Maui and financial ruin for the short-term rental owners, and that they say that if this bill passes, they may have to sell or move back. I find these words to be fantastically rich and tone deaf to our generational families already forced away, including one guy on the 9th meeting who worried about other transplants that were going to come and swoop in and buy up all these properties. And Council Member Paulton had to ask if he was talking about foliage. And I almost have to laugh out loud because I wonder if they hear themselves. You know, testifiers and supporters of this bill speak fiercely about community and ohana and our aina and water. And I've heard so many of the younger generation expressing their mana so eloquently and passionately, and I'm so, so proud of them. I hope you're all here listening and hearing. This fight is about our generational residents and families, and my deepest heart's desire is for all of our generational community to be able to come home and to live and to thrive in their aina again. So mahalo nui for all your patience in listening to this, but I hope you're hearing that our community is fighting back, and we need your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Nalani. Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Goki, to be followed by Roger Williams, and then Keone DeFranco.
Get it! Oh my God, 2 days.
Goki, you are unmuted on our end. Sometimes it helps to quickly leave and rejoin the meeting. Chair, the next testifier is Roger Williams, who I do not see on Teams. The next testifier would be Keone DeFranco. Chair, the next, oh.
Aloha mai.
Aloha.
Mahalo to the chair and council for creating space to hear all these testimonies. I know it's been a long day. Mahalo to my halau sister Gretchen that gave me an opportunity to share my mana'o as well. My name is Keone. I traveled today from Waimanalo, Oahu, to submit this testimony in person in strong support of Bill 9. I'm here as a representative of the Purple Mai'a Foundation and the nation of Hawaii. This is a matter of justice, survival, and restoring dignity to the people of this aina. The housing crisis facing our families is a direct result of prioritizing visitor profits over local people's right to live in our homeland. For decades, short-term rentals have been marketed as passive income while actively displacing kupuna, young families, and working-class residents. This is nothing less than legalized land dispossession. We must be clear. Continuing to allow thousands of SERs in apartment zones is a form of structural violence. It commodifies our homes, fragments our communities, and accelerates the economic pressures driving Kanaka Maoli into houselessness and the diaspora. I say this as a diaspora Hawaiian whose mother was displaced. She was living on Oahu when she moved, but her mother was from Maui County, from the island of Molokai. And I spent my life fighting to get back to our land, to support our fight in moments like this, because this is where Kanaka must be for Hawaii to stay Hawaii. Hawaii is not Hawaii without Hawaiians. As someone deeply engaged in building aina-based economies and pu'uhonuas, I can tell you that we can have a thriving, locally grounded economy without relying on SERs. It's critical to take this moment to diversify our economy and invest in a more sustainable future for our keiki. We heavily regulate SERs in Oahu, where I live, and our economy has survived and continued. I currently rent out of a former SDR, converted into long-term housing. We need to unlock our existing inventory to safely house our people. We need to support solutions like community land trusts that move power back into our community hands. And we need our elected leaders to follow their lead. Every day we delay action is another day and Ohama struggles with insecure housing. We're losing our local families by the minute. There is no responsible tourism without housing justice. So I urge this council to act with the courage that this moment requires. Pass the SER phase out, reclaim housing for our local people, and begin to repair the trust broken by decades of visitor-first policies and keep Hawaii, Hawaii. Mahalo.
Members, questions for the testifier? Member Fulton?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify how you could afford that rent if the unit you're in used to be a short-term rental.
Well, I started living at the Pu'uhonu with Uncle Bumpy, and allowed me to save up some money. So he brought me home.
And so you can afford it. It's not affordable, but you can afford
It's not,
it.
yeah, doing my best.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Thank you so much, Mr. DeFranco.
Thank you.
Staff?
Chair, returning to Goki, if you're able to unmute. If not, could you please call in? We put the phone number and the meeting code in the chat. Chair, the next testifier is John Webb, to be followed by Karen Marsh, and then Noelani Ahia.
Who's next?
Chair, is there John Webb in the chamber? Okay, then Karen Marsh on Teams. Karen is unmuted on our end.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm Karen Marsh. My husband Steve and I strongly oppose Bill 9 as it harms Maui residents and does not solve the housing problem. Per the Maui Community Plan, in the 1970s, Maui County asked for and received federal funds to attract tourists via these accommodations to strengthen the economics of this beautiful island via the Kihei 701 plan. Since the 70s, owners have legally stewarded our properties and promoted the aloha spirit, increasing island revenue by billions. The state approved the continued STR business license at our address. The state and county approved our condo purchase with the continued STR business. Bank of Hawaii charges condotel mortgage rates. What compensation are you prepared to pay for this taking of our business? Last hearing, someone recommended increasing taxes on investment properties. Tenant, you need to protect such an increase or protest such an increase, so your rent is not increased to cover that cost. If tenants want lower rent, counties need to lower the property taxes. Maui's 2026 operating budget sets aside almost $67 million to bankroll county-wide residential projects and infrastructure. In 2019, Maui purchased an affordable housing plan, which documented new complexes with 6,371 affordable Maui homes. About 4,000 of those are almost done. If you eliminate legal STR condos, will you push visitors into illegal neighborhood STR homes? Counties must enforce developers to build affordable units along with the other units. Commission members, we have all wasted too much time, blood, sweat, and tears on Bill 9. Stop throwing good money after this bad idea. Spend your budget, finish the developments, convert malls, buildings, and unused properties into living homes. If this measure goes through, we will move permanently into our condo. We will do our very best to support the current residents, which Bill 9 severely penalizes as it turns a blind eye on Maui small businesses. Proponents of Bill 9 wish remaining tourists to stay at the expensive hotels, which continue to pay slave wages to their employees. If you think STR profits go offshore, where would the profits for the long-term rentals go? By the way, there are rarely STR profits. Hotel profits go offshore. Thank you for this opportunity to oppose Bill 9.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you so much. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, I believe that one of the phone numbers that just called in with the last 4 digits, 3777, could be Goki. Is that you, Goki?
That's correct. That's me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Gokay. I come to you today not just as a TVR owner, but as someone who holds deep love for the island and its people. It's from this place of love for Maui that I must respectfully share my heart and my opposition to Bill 9, a path I fear leads us away from the future we want. One of my deepest concerns is how this bill drives a wedge through our community, setting neighbor against neighbor. It threatens to to dim the light of our diverse visitor industry, the one that welcomes middle-class families. These visitors support our local shops, weave a beautiful cultural exchange among our cultures, where these families can no longer visit. A thread is torn from the vibrant fabric of Maui, weakening small local businesses and cultural connections that holds diverse cultures together. A study from University of Hawaii UHERO puts the weight of numbers to this heartbreak, forecasting a devastating blow to our island's economy and the loss of thousands of local jobs. It predicts a massive loss in county tax revenue, draining away very funds that could be the seeds for real affordable housing projects. For this heavy price, Bill 9 offers an empty promise. It's a mirage of affordable housing. The word affordable is completely absent from the bill itself. The home it targets carry crushing monthly costs, mocking any family in need of affordable housing on this island. We all know the story of housing market. For every one local buyer, 100 from mainland are waiting. These homes will not find their way to our people. They will be swept away by off-island investors, becoming silent monuments to a failed policy and loss to our economy forever. This isn't speculation. It is the story the real estate market has been telling us for months. So we must ask, who truly benefits? This bill harms those whose livelihoods depend on rentals without providing homes to those in need. It seems the primary beneficiaries are the large corporate interests whose divisive tactics are harming Maui in the same way they have been detrimental across our country. So Bill 9 threatens to waste our most sacred gift, time. While we are lost in the sea of these costly legal battles, the housing crisis will only get worse, forcing our families to leave the islands. I believe Bill 9 has served its purpose. It has forced us to have this vital conversation, but its simple answer to this is incapable of solving this complex problem. It is time to let this bill to rest. Let us take the lessons learned from and begin brave work of weaving a new story for Maui's future. Let's work together on a bill that builds bridges, not walls, and creates a Maui where our children can truly afford to live, thrive, and coexist. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you to set aside Bill 9 and let's cooperate and building true lasting solutions. I'm grateful for your time today and listening for my heart today.
Testimony. Members, any question for our testifier? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony, Gokai. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Noelani Ahia, to be followed by Dr. Kahala Johnson, and then Paul Belshoff.
Aloha mai kako, onoilani ahia ko uinoa. I wanted to first start by thanking the mayor and his team and the administration for bringing this bill forward, and to the council members who have been helping to support this bill. I also want to thank our Lahui and our Kaiaulu, especially Lahaina Strong, Maui Housing Hui, Stacy, all the folks that have been boots on the ground from the beginning since the Lahaina fires, and even predating the Lahaina fires, to make sure that our people can get in housing. I am in full and very strong support of Bill 9. I'm not going to hash out all the data. Most of it was covered in the presentation. If you didn't see the presentation last week, Monday, it's online, it's available, and everyone should watch it. I will comment a little bit about this concern about jobs being lost. I just wanted to mention that I believe at the moment the county has 600 open positions. So if anyone's going to lose their job from STRs, come on over to the county. I'm sure they would appreciate the help. Also, there seems to be this thing about electricians and plumbers that are going to lose their jobs, but I'm pretty sure those units are still going to need electricians and plumbers. So I think that's being exaggerated a little bit. What I really want to talk about is settler colonialism as it relates to this bill. Language like colonizer, foreignizer, I made up a word. Language like colonizer, foreigner, settlers are not violent words. It's language that is used to describe the violence that Kanaka Maoli have been resisting and surviving for 130 years. We can't adequately describe the situation and the conditions we're in without language. The discrepancy in resources that the vacation rental owners and our people, the Kanaka Maoli, and our other local families are dealing with is so severe. The chasm is so great, people can't even seem to see what it is. They don't recognize it. How many people in here have ever read the apology bill? Right on. If you've read this bill, you know that the United States admitted to illegally overthrowing the Hawaiian Kingdom. They took our entire country. So when people stand up here and talk about a taking, hello, they took our whole country. Our people are dying on the streets because they took our country. And I am not exaggerating. I have been there. I have witnessed it. This is not a game for us. This is life or death. Everyone who's benefiting from short-term vacation rentals are benefiting from the fruit of the poisonous tree. We have to confront that. We have to confront all of the isms, our classism, our racism. We have to confront our whiteness, every single one of us. It's up to us so we can create the kind of future that we want and the kind of community that will keep us together and keep us strong. Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Thank you.
And
Members? Any questions for the testifier members?
I have extra apology bills too if
Thank you.
anybody wants.
Staff?
I keep them in my purse.
Members in the galley, please restore decorum. That's her testimony. Apology bill.
Aloha, I am testifying in strong support of Bill 9. I shed no tears for the paternalistic owning class and settlers who place profit over people on our lands. My name is Dr. Kahala Johnson. I'm a co-director of Maui Medic Healers Hui, who is a member of the Maui Grassroots Coalition. Maui Medics was organized as a first response to the 2023 fires which devastated Lahaina. As medics and healers, we know that housing is neither a luxury nor a commodity. Housing is the first aid medicine we need to treat the burns and scars inflicted by centuries of U.S. colonization, occupation, militarization, and imperialism in Hawaii and the Pacific. The owning classes on Maui are waging a housing war against Kanaka Ohana, working class families, and unsheltered communities. And that is not dramatic. I could cry about my third, fourth, fifth houses. That's drama, all right? Really, during Pride Month, okay. Lahaina is at the front lines fighting against a long history of violence and oppression instituted by the occupying state, the plantation camps, and the tourist industries, which have made Hawaii unlivable for all but the rich. Our people are survivors and refugees of this housing war. There can be no excuses or exemptions to our lives, only housing justice for our people. There were no excuses and no exemptions made for iwi kupuna being desecrated and removed from our aina. There are no excuses or exemptions made for the thousands of Kanaka waiting for Hawaiian homesteads. No exemptions made for the hundreds and thousands of Kanaka living in the diaspora who want to return home. There are no exemptions made for my Sakata ancestors who were forced to sweat blood for plantation masters. No excuses for my parents who worked 2 to 3 jobs just to avoid eviction. No excuses for my siblings in Happy Valley who live paycheck to paycheck away from deep poverty. There are no excuses made for my unsheltered ohana who get swept by MPD into cycles of depression. No excuses for my houseless auntie and her kids getting punished by 3-strike policies at the shelter. No excuses for my uncle trying to get EBT benefits without an ID so he can live on the land of his mother. In this housing war against the unsheltered, the working class, and Kanaka Maoli, there can be no excuses, only justice for our people. The excuses end with us. We've collectively suffered the oppressive strategy of excuse and exempt for over 200 years prior to the fires at Lahaina. The 200 years after the fires must be nothing less than justice for Lahaina, justice for our community, and the end of a housing war which places property and profit over people. No tears for the owning class. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members in the gallery, please, I'm going to ask you to please maintain decorum. So members, any questions for our testifier? I have a question for you, Dr. Kahala. What specialty do you have your PhD in?
Political science.
Thank you. I figured that. Thank you. Okay, staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Paul Belshoff, to be followed by Lauren Palakiko, and then Mandy Trella. Chair, not seeing Paul Belshoff. Lauren Palakiko, are you here? Chair, moving on to Mandy Trella online, to be followed by Katie Austin and then Bo.
Okay.
Mandy, you're unmuted on our end. If the unmute button is not working, you could quickly leave and rejoin the meeting or call in to the number in the chat.
Chair. Oh, Member Rollins-Fernandez?
While we're waiting for Ms. Trella to get her audio working, I know it's 4:10.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was wondering if
I'm going to make the announcement after this.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Chair, if we'd like to move on.
Yes, please.
Katie Austin, to be followed by Bo, and then Lisa Darcy.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Council. My name is Katie Austin, testifying on my own behalf in strong support for Bill 9. I'd just like to start with this, and it's no disrespect to Decorum. I'm a settler, I'm a transplant, and I'm not afraid of these words. I don't take offense when they're spoken. I think those words and histories need to be spoken more and never censored. When opposition feel offended by hearing the truth of history or lived experiences told by Kanaka, I believe that is their conscience reacting. They are offended because they are continuing to perpetuate injustice. They don't want to acknowledge their extraction and their profit over people mentality. They fail to acknowledge history, the mo'olelo of this place, and the culture and its people. And they fail to not be an active understanding, listening, learning, and walking a better way on this Aina. I'm not speaking on the economic impact here today, I'm speaking on a Kai'ulu impact. Not only is our community watching, but our entire state is watching what you folks will do with this bill. Our keiki are watching. Our keiki have watched their aunties, their uncles, their kupuna, parents, and everyone they look up to fight for something so massive while going through the most traumatic times of their lives. They will be watching your decisions, and the implications of you not supporting our community runs deeper than your re-election possibilities. What it could do, should you choose not to vote for this bill, could show those keiki that fighting isn't worth it. It is what it is. Money always wins. Outside investors have power way greater than generational ohana. I will fight for everything to make sure that that doesn't happen and that our keiki believe that that's not the truth. However, I believe, and I want to stand here and believe, looking at you all, that you don't want that either. You don't want to send that message to our keiki. I believe that you could stand proud in your decision to vote yes and be the leaders that your community elected you to be in the face of difficult decisions, standing up for what is right. I'd also like to just respond to the concerns about job loss. A reminder that there will be a reasonable phase-out period, given folks years to prepare and pivot for a new career. Let's not forget our community had to pivot overnight when thousands of jobs were lost in the fire, myself included. I have come before you folks many times before saying this, and I want to remind it again. Just because something has been going on for years does not mean we have to continue to allow it to happen as if it is at the detriment to our community. If it's been happening for years, it's just an excuse that fails to see the we and just sees the I. And I think we are all sick and tired of listening to the opposition's I, when our community has come out in droves during the worst times of our lives, consistently speaking on the we for our collective. You're not sitting in those seats to protect investments, you're sitting in those seats to protect our community, and I respectfully ask you to do so now, because the entire state will be watching. And mahalo for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you. We'd like to be able to get through the meeting in an effective. Katie, I think we might have questions, so let me ask that. Members, we have questions for our testifier. Thank you, Katie. So members, thank you. Staff?
Chair, perhaps we could try to return to Mandy Trella. I didn't see her call in, but I do see her still connected to the meeting. She would be followed by Bo and then Lisa Darcy.
Okay.
I think we can probably move on right now to Bo, to be followed by Lisa Darcy and then Todd Lynam. Bo, you are unmuted on our end. Lisa Darcy, are you able to unmute and testify?
I am, and good afternoon.
Hello?
Aloha.
Oh, sorry. Aloha, could you
Go
hear
ahead.
me? Sorry, because I cannot unmute myself, so I just left and rejoin again. Hear me now?
Yes.
We have
Okay,
Bo on
thank
the line
you.
now.
Oh, is that you, Bo?
Aloha, everyone. Yeah, I'm Bo. I just leave and rejoin to unmute myself.
Okay.
Yeah, aloha everyone, aloha chair, council member. My name is Bo Yuan. I'm a legal STR owner at Maui Kamaoli. I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed Bill 9. Maui Kamaoli has been operated as a vacation rental since the property was constructed in 1980s. Our property has been named as Maui Kamaoli Resort from the beginning. Our original county record bylaws specifically approved us for transient vacation rental use. Our transient vacation rental use are protected by the law. Maui Kamaoli is located in the Wailia under U.S. Census designated place, surrounded by the resort hotels. We have 2 pools, 2 tennis courts, and a front desk. We operated as a resort, not a residential complex. We respectfully request the council members to exclude Maui Kamaoli from this ban. Next, I would like to discuss the economic impact of this bill. Let me share some real number from my single STR unit. I pay $15,000 in property tax annually, $16,000 in GET and TAT tax, $28,000 to local cleaning and handyman service, $60,000 in mortgage interest to First Hawaii Bank. So total from the single unit, I pay $125,000 per year. Multiply this number by 7,000 properties. We are talking about $1 billion in annual economic impact. Our guest spends millions of dollars at local business. This legislation would eliminate thousands of jobs and slash the tax revenues. And the market already showed these policies won't work. As now, condo price has dropped 20% due to this uncertainty from this Bill 9. Hundreds of properties on the mandatory list sit unsold for over several months. But few local residents are able to buy at the reduced price. Why? Because even after 20% drop, this property at price $700,000 with monthly HOA larger than $1,000 and remain unaffordable to local family regardless of the STR restrictions. Instead of destroying our economy while creating zero affordable housing, let's using STR tax revenue to fund the purpose-built affordable housing. This preserves the job and also the tax revenue and actually addressing the housing needs. Here, I respectfully urge the county council member to vote against this bill and exclude Maui Kamaoli from any STR phase-out provision. Thank you for your time. Let's work together on the real solution that can support local family without eliminating the economic engine that employs thousands of the local families. Thank you for your time. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, do we have any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you. So members, it is 4:19. So I've been approached by a member of our council to maybe go for an extra hour till 5:30. And if that's okay with you all, but if you need to leave at 4:30, we understand that. But as long as we have a quorum. So I just wanted to make that announcement. Hopefully, if you can all stay, or at least we have a good majority of people will all stay till 5:30.
Mahalo, Chair.
I understand that sign language, Chair Lee. So Chair Lee said I have to go. I said, okay.
And Member Johnson's raising his hand.
Member Johnson? Oh, I didn't.
Yes, Chair, unfortunately, I have to leave at 4:30. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries.
I can listen to it. I'll listen to it on Facebook live streaming.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, that was our hideout day time. So I just want to respect your time too, and thank you. And thank you for those members who will stay till 5:30.
Mahalo, Chair.
Okay.
I appreciate
No,
that.
you're very welcome. Okay, so we good? Okay. Ellen?
Chair, the next testifier is Lisa Darcy, to be followed by Todd Lineup, and then Justin Huey.
Good afternoon, Chair, and council members. My name is Lisa Darcy. I am a member of the Hawaii Public Housing Authority Board and the founder of the nonprofit Share Your Mana. Today, I am here to testify in my own voice through my own experiences. I support Bill 9. I stand in support of Lahaina Strong. I urge this council to take courageous steps. I don't usually talk about my personal beliefs. I usually talk about my work experiences. I'm going to share a little bit of both today. One is I've never, since I've been very small, believed in owning land. I never understood the concept that I should own land. It's never made sense to me. I can't wrap my head around owning multiple houses or multiple pieces of land where I know people are struggling and where I know resources are sorry, there's things popping up from this. And resources are limited. As many of you know, the work that I have done has been representative and elevates the voices of many Hawaiians that are living in absolute despair and poverty. This council has the historic opportunity to actually take bold steps, and steps which can be moderated, which can potentially provide more housing for individuals. I really encourage this council to do whatever we need to do to give more people opportunity to have safe housing. I need my 1 minute. Thank you. So that more people can be housed. I cannot echo enough some of the previous testifiers speaking on behalf. I don't know where I come from. I don't know what my lineage is. I don't have anywhere to go back to. And the fact that there are some people in Hawaii, some Hawaiians that still have that, we must absolutely just do our best to protect this culture, to protect the land, to protect people being able to stay safe. And our mayor did say that it's very important that housing needs to be available for everyone. And I agree with the former testifier that said housing is first aid. Please be as courageous as you possibly can to make some bold decisions. I so appreciate your time. and all of your consideration.
Members, do we have any questions for our testifier? None. I have a question for you, Ms. Darcy. You, in your testimony, you said that you believed that we needed to provide more housing for individuals and that housing should be for everyone. But also in your opening statement, you said that you are a member of the Public Housing Authority Board. So isn't that the agency that's responsible for all the public housing on Maui as well as the state of Hawaii?
Yes. Shall I try to relate that to Bill 9? I'm
relating
confused.
it because providing more housing for individuals is what we all should be doing. And I know that the state housing projects across our island have many empty vacant units in Pi'ihana as well as Kahikili. And I just wanted to bring that up to your attention. But thank you for your testimony.
Lovely. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ellen?
Chair, the next testifier is Todd Lynam, to be followed by Justin Huey and then Lonnie Newman. Chair, maybe we could return to Mandy Trella.
Okay, yes. Do you see her on?
She's on the meeting, but I don't see her video or her unmuting.
Oh, there she is. I see her. Okay, we can see you, Mandy, but can you hear us? You can't hear us, and we can't hear you. Okay.
Mandy, could you please call in on the number in the chat with the meeting code?
Yeah.
And Todd, you could try leaving the meeting and quickly rejoining, or you could call in as well. Chair, the next testifier would be Justin Huey, to be followed by Lonnie Newman and Christina Jennings.
It says he's here. No, this is from last week, so he's not here. Is he online?
All right.
Hey,
Sweet.
Justin.
Okay,
No,
yeah.
that's
Sorry, I'm in the car. Okay, thank you so much. I'll try to keep this quick. I got my baby crying in the backseat here. Yeah, appreciate your time. My wife and I, now she's crying more because she hears me. My wife and I moved to Maui in 2017. Basically, my wife's a speech therapist, and Maui really needs more speech therapists, and we really loved it. And then in 2019, we moved to Oahu. She is at UH. She got a degree in behavioral analyst. She works with kids with, on the autism spectrum. Anyway, in 2017, we were fortunate enough we bought a unit at Pacific Shores, which is on the Minatoya list, for $375,000. And I just wanted to mention that it was on the market for a year. And so we even got a reduction in price. So anyway, like a lot of people here in Hawaii, we basically, joined tourism as a second job. Like we rented out one of the bedrooms we had, and then we saved enough, and we actually were able to purchase a second unit. And anyway, so basically, I was also on the board of Pacific Shores for a little bit. I just wanted to say that the people I worked with the most and interacted with, in board meetings and everything, mostly people who, a lot of on island, or people who do live, own something off island, like they vacation here and they basically subsidize it. So it's basically like a second home, and they're just looking to break even or just make their vacation cheaper. And I understand there are initiatives underway to increase residential density permits. There's a new, Kapu country town, I guess that's the new homes area. And from what I understand, I don't know, brief research, there's a lot of water in Haleakala. I can't speak to the intricacies of that. But I do understand people, are feeling a lot of pain, want to fix this quickly, but like, just to put morality aside, you're basically, does that mean, am I out or have like 1 minute? Or
You do. You still have 1 minute. Yep.
Okay, thanks. All right, so the reality is like, we have a lot of money in these mortgages and, it's just not acceptable for us just to give that up. And so that's why, we plan on going to court and joining those class action lawsuits. And like the former Attorney General said, there's lots of precedents, on Oahu. You mentioned some of the cases, like Hiki, Banyan versus City and County Oahu. There's the one he mentioned, the other one, Hawaii Legal Short-Term Rental Alliance versus City and County. And then, they mentioned vested property rights. So, in our case, it's even stronger because, we're codified in the law. And so, terms like legacy use, workforce intent, they don't override this. And like the Attorney General said, this is not going to be passed. And I just hope people do their research into this. And, we've been, I've consulted lawyers. I'm sure you can get free consultation. But I just hope you can find something that makes everyone happy and is legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. We have a question from Member Paulton and Member Rollins Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Lineham?
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify, you were speaking about the former Attorney General that's now a lobbyist for Airbnb.
That's correct.
Okay, just making that clear.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, we got our own counsel. Oh, I mean, that's just,
Thank you for that clarification.
Member Rollins Fernandez, your question?
Mahalo, Chair. My question was going to be the same if he was referring to the Airbnb lobbyist in his testimony.
Okay.
I got that clarification. Yes,
Okay.
he was referring to the Airbnb lobbyist. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, you're welcome. Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Take care.
Chair, I think we can return to Mandy Trella. I think she's calling in on the number with the last four digits, 9966.
We see you.
Yep.
And
Great.
we hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm normally very tech savvy. Sorry about that. Aloha Chair and Council members. My name is Mandy Trella, and I'm here to voice my unwavering support for Bill 9. As a real estate professional, I understand this position may not be very popular amongst my peers or my clients and will negatively impact my business. However, my commitment to Maui's future far outweighs my personal costs. I'm in a unique position, having had a front row seat to Maui's affordable housing struggles my entire life. You heard from my dad, Stan Tonko, earlier today. Additionally, my mom worked for HUD. Growing up between Kihei and Lahaina over the past 4 decades, I witnessed firsthand the profound transformation tourism and outside real estate investments have had on our island. Our neighborhoods have lost their sense of community, and our precious resources are consistently sold to the highest bidder. Every one of my childhood friends has left Maui, and all my high school friends who remained in Lahaina lost their homes. Only 3 family members of my generation, including myself, have been able to purchase a home on Maui. These purchases happened before housing prices drastically increased, and none of us would be able to afford those homes today. All other family members that currently reside on Maui live in their childhood homes. Opponents of Bill 9 often claim that locals don't desire this type of housing and that the solution lies solely in new construction. Yet proposed affordable workforce housing developments almost exclusively consist of rental apartments. Developers argue they cannot afford to build single-family homes at below market rates. Opponents of Bill 9 have frequently cited high monthly HOA dues and special assessments as reasons why converting these STRs to long-term use is financially prohibitive. However, it is crucial to understand that these high costs are not exclusive to STR properties, but exist for all condos across Maui. Here's a snapshot of HOA monthly dues for the cheapest long-term 2-bedroom units actively for sale in Maui. Harbor Lights, $1,031. Kahului Aikena, $1,555. Kihei Shores, $961. Mailani Terraces, $1,158. These issues highlight that Bill 9 is not a standalone solution, but a crucial piece of a larger puzzle. Additional concerted efforts will be essential to truly make Maui affordable for our local people once again. I recognize the immense difficulty of this decision and do not envy you in this position. This isn't just about affordable housing. It's about preserving the very soul of our island. I urge you to be strong for Maui, to be Lahaina strong. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mandy. Members, do we have any questions for our testifier? Oh, okay. So we don't have any.
Thank you.
Mandy, we have a question from member Hodgins.
Thank you, Mandy, for your testimony. Would you mind emailing us your testimony to the committee so we can have those numbers that you referenced?
100%. And that's just a very small amount. The list goes on and on.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Your hand is up, Member Paulton. Okay, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Trella, for your testimony. At one point, you had said this will negatively affect you. Will it cause you to have to move?
I will not have to move because of it. I definitely, like many other people, will have to pivot in my career. And that's okay. You know, I think that is, it's worth it for the greater good of Maui.
I think Director Mitchell's looking for some good people if you want to pivot that direction. Housing Department. Thank you.
Any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none. Thank you, Mandy. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Justin Huey, to be followed by Lonnie Newman and then Christina Jennings. Chair, not seeing Justin Huey online or in the chamber. Is Lonnie Newman here? Chair, moving on to Christina Jennings in the chamber.
She's coming down.
Aloha, Madam Chair and Council. My name is Christina Jennings, and I oppose Bill 9. This bill doesn't solve the root issue that has been present for decades, the lack of economic diversity and livable wages. It's a political distraction that pits local residents against each other instead of demanding accountability from those in power. The need for affordable housing and people working 2 to 3 jobs not able to afford to live on Maui is indeed a crisis, but affordable really comes down to how much you make. I manage short-term rentals for a living. It's not glamorous, but it pays the bills and allows me to afford to live in a 1-bedroom ohana for $2,500 a month. I wonder what would be affordable to me if I were making $245,000 like the mayor. If this bill passes, my income would drop significantly and could disappear entirely. It's heartbreaking that I might need to find 1 or 2 new jobs and probably get a roommate at 47 years old. This is not a step forward for Maui, it's a step off a cliff. And I'm not the only one this would hurt. My vendors, including the suite cleaners who need flexible hours to care for their children, and my maintenance people will have huge drops in their income. These are often born and raised folks who have worked hard to create businesses they're proud of. They shouldn't have to give up on a dream and go get a hotel job because of a political agenda. The real issue is wages and economic diversity. We all should be using this same passion and conviction to demand that our local government address the reason we all can't afford to live comfortably here. Numerous studies state that we need 80 to 120,000 just to make ends meet in Hawaii. The average pay for Hawaii teachers is $71,000. That's less than the national average and about $45,000 less than they should make considering the cost of living difference. That's a wage gap, not a housing one. Instead of facing these truths and working toward economic diversity and reducing the wage gap before removing thousands of well-paying jobs, the mayor is shifting blame and responsibility onto STR owners. It's a cop-out and an easy way to pass the buck to people who legally bought their properties knowing that short-term renting was codified and allowed and would help them offset the high cost of ownership. I know many think and unfortunately celebrate that this bill could cause people to sell at a loss or face foreclosure. True, but the prices would still be outside the affordable range for most to purchase. Many of these STRs are oceanfront or very near. It's basic economics in most any city that the closer you get to the water, the higher the prices for rent and purchase. It's not discrimination, it's demand. While we couldn't afford these foreclosed homes, investors could, and then we are right back here. If we can afford a 54% raise for the mayor, why aren't we using taxes more strategically to subsidize rents for more people, build more truly affordable housing, and expand down payment programs? Why aren't we paying our teachers and state employees proper livable wages and offering employers payroll rebates to incentivize higher pay? Yes, any of this is harder, but real solutions usually are, and that's what we elected you to do. I urge you to vote no on Bill 9, not because we don't need solutions, but because this isn't one.
Thank you. Members, Member Hodgins has a question for you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sorry if you mentioned it earlier, but how many units do you manage?
Oh, this is a fun one. So I just left a larger company.
Okay.
And there I personally had about 250 owners I worked with directly.
Wow, okay.
And I would say of those 250, only 3 owned more than 1 unit.
Oh, okay. Only
Yeah.
3. And now, when you manage the rentals, I'm assuming they're all aware of this bill. What do you think they're going to do with their units?
It just depends. You know, I've brought on for that company a couple hundred in the past few years, and or 100 plus. Let's not get crazy. And whenever it was a new sale, oftentimes in the past few years, they're barely eking by. I have to do like income analyses for them, and it's coming down to like $1,000 or $2,000 that they're like, I'm going to be at a loss if we don't hit these numbers. So those folks would likely have to sell, and then with litigation pending, they wouldn't be able to sell really well. So it's going to be a mess.
Okay.
And then the folks that do own outright or owe less, so they could maybe afford to rent long term, a lot of those folks would keep it because they come 1 to 3 months a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Any other questions, members? Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo for your testimony. I agree 100% that our teachers should be paid more, as well as our county employees, so mahalo for that. You, in your testimony, you said that Bill 9 is because of a political agenda. I didn't understand what you meant by that.
It's very targeting of something that is a hot button item, and I can't say that I don't agree with part of the idea behind lessening the STRs, but to just take an axe to them and pretty much say screw the owners, good luck, is just drastic, and it seems just not thought out at all and very reactionary. And of course, it came out right after the fires, and it was very emotionally charged. So it just doesn't feel thought out, and it kind of really does just take all of the onus and throws it at these owners, and it treats them like they literally stole these properties. Yes, in the grand scheme of things, when we go crazy, it does feel that way, but they paid real money, they paid their life savings for these homes, and then we're just telling them, well, that's your fault because we're changing it now.
Mahalo for expounding on that. You know that this was an issue from 1989, yeah?
This is an issue probably before 1989.
Okay,
Yeah.
Because you said after the fire, so
I agree, but we could have
just
been
after the fire.
slowly taking steps and, doing things like, at time of sale, then it doesn't transfer over, or making percentages allowed on properties instead of the whole property. We could have been doing, small steps along the way. I don't know, things that feel a little more legal rather than a big hatchet and then waiting for a bunch of lawsuits to come in.
Mahalo. And little things have been going on along the way. And
Yeah,
in response to Member U'uhajin's question, I guess you said that they would hang on to the units if it's investments and they're not profiting off of it because they can't use it as STRs. Why would they hang on to it?
It has nothing to do with investments. A lot of these are generational ownership, and people love coming here. And a good example of that is when that 2021 shift happened, where if you were on an STR property, all of a sudden you were STR by default taxed. We saw at least dozens of owners that had to rent that had never rented since ownership in, the 70s or 80s. So those folks, of course, they still want to come here. They've been coming for decades. So.
Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
You're welcome. Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify because what you said.
Sure.
I did propose that, time of sale phase out prior to the fire, it didn't pass. So I mean, like,
Yeah.
choke folks are saying, you should do this, and I'm like, I thought we did and it didn't work. Just saying like deed restriction in perpetuity, tried that, didn't work. Do this, do that. Just clarifying, sorry.
Well, I'll probably get my knuckles whacked for saying that, but, you know, that feels just a little more legal.
I won't whack your knuckles. No way. I mean, I have a ruler, but it won't happen for me.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Christina. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Teresa O'Toole, to be followed by Tom Rogers and then Emily Rogers. Mr. Rogers, you could go ahead.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. My name is Tom Rogers, and I'm here today to strongly oppose Bill 9. I'm the general manager of the Kuleana Club, a timeshare resort that has operated legally and continuously in West Maui and Hono, Kauai for over 50 years. We are one of many properties on the Minatoia list that have fully complied with all zoning and tax regulations since day one. We strictly enforce TAT and GET tax compliance, whether a week is rented by the association or by an owner of individual owner. Kuleana is more than just a timeshare. It's a workplace, a local employer, a deeply rooted part of the West Maui community. All of our units are deeded 1 week at a time to individual owners, with many featuring connecting doors between condos like you would see in a hotel room. These units were designed specifically for short-term rental occupancy. The legal ownership structure of these condos would make them not capable of being used for long-term housing, and they're structured, or nor are they structured to transition to that kind of use. We employ and contract with many individuals who have been part of our team for decades. For some of those, more than 25 years. Many of them, like myself, lost their homes in the Lahaina fire. If this bill passes, they will lose their jobs as well. Jobs that are the only remaining source of stability after unimaginable loss. My wife and Emily are fire survivors. We lost our home and everything in it after months and months of saving every dollar from our insurance payout and generous help from our friends, family, and the community, everyone. We bought a modest condo in the Pili Villas, not a rental or an investment, but our home. We waited for months on clarity on this bill, and when we decided we couldn't wait anymore, we decided to move forward, only now to face the possibility of losing everything again. If Bill 9 passes, both of us will lose our jobs. We'll no longer be able to afford our mortgage. Our property will lose a significant portion of its value, and we'll be left underwater, unable to sell or recover what little we have left. This bill will not produce housing, but will create financial devastation for local families like mine. The amendment to exempt legally operating timeshares units is a step in the right direction, and we're grateful for that recognition. But even with that, we strongly oppose this bill, as we feel it's too broad, too harmful, and would do too much real damage to real people. Please vote no on Bill 9. Aloha.
Thank you. Members, question for Mr. Rogers? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Chair, the next testifier is Emily Rogers, to be followed by Bonnie and then Gregory Wilson.
Aloha, Chair and Council members.
Aloha.
My name is Emily Rogers. While I strongly agree we need a solution for housing, I'm here today to strongly oppose Bill 9. I'm a survivor of the Lahaina fire. On August 8th, 2023, my husband Tom and I lost our home, everything we had built, every position, every sense of normal. Since then, we've done everything we could to rebuild, emotionally, financially, and professionally. I own a small housekeeping company that serves vacation rentals throughout West Maui. These are not side jobs, they're a livelihood. And I'm not just here representing myself. I'm also here for the people who work with me, who are out today providing the exceptional experience that is synonymous with Maui. They do not have the time or the voice to be here, but their jobs, their stability, and their futures are just as threatened by this bill as mine. Bill 9 feels like August 8th all over again. It's like someone is standing over dry grass with a lit match, and you, the council, have a choice. Blow out that match or drop it and watch everything we work for to rebuild go up in flames again. After the fire, we held on to every dollar, every insurance settlement, gifts from our friends and community. We waited 9 months for clarity. When nothing changed, we decided not to put our life on hold any longer. We bought a small condo, not a rental, not an investment, our home. Now we're told that may have been a mistake. Because if this bill passes, I will lose my job. If I lose my income, we won't be able to pay our mortgage, and with property values dropping, we'll be underwater and unable to sell. We will lose our home, and everything we've held on to, our savings, insurance money, and community support will be gone again. We are not investors, we are not corporations, we are local people working who've already lost everything once and are terrified to lose it again, this time to legislation. This bill won't guarantee housing, but it will destroy jobs. It will gut families like mine and devastate the people who make Maui what it is. Please oppose Bill 9, blow out the match. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members' question, Member Cook.
Thank you. Rogers?
Yes.
Ms. Rogers, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. Where you're living now, is it some long-term rentals?
It's
for clarification.
the association that the place we bought does not allow short-term rentals, so it's all long-term rentals.
Are they all fully occupied?
No, when we bought, there was multiple on the market.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know about, I'm not sure, we're new to the complex, so I'm not sure about the other logistics of the ownership.
Thank you for your testimony and your hard work.
Yeah, thank you.
Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Mahalo.
Emily. Staff.
Chair, the next testifier is Bonnie, to be followed by Gregory Wilson, and then Arthur C. And I don't see any of them online or in the chamber. Chair, I think we can move on to Amy Del Rosario on Teams, to be followed by George Fulton, and then Bryant Ocasio. Amy, you are unmuted on our end. Amy, you could try briefly. Oh, good.
Who's that?
We hear you, Amy. Go ahead.
Hi. Okay. Hi, my name is Amy Del Rosario, and I am in support of Bill 9. My husband and I currently live in Ma'alaya. We have a 2-bedroom, 2-bath condo here. And when we moved in, when we bought the place in October 2022, October of 2022, we moved from a hotel condo, or a condo zoned as hotel. It was run like a hotel. And we were looking for more of a community, and we really liked the Ma'alaya area. But we quickly learned that there isn't much of a community here. Soon after the Lahaina fires happened, we were in a board meeting, and our board president announced that after consulting with legal counsel, that there was no way that they could legally prevent owners from renting to Lahaina fire victims. The discrimination has gone completely off the charts since then. Just most recently at a March board meeting this year, one of the other owners brought up, this rumor that she heard that locals were going to be moving into the area, and she was concerned. And this is an area, if we could sell, we would, but we can't. This is our entire, we bought this with our entire savings. But I've never experienced such racism and discrimination in my life. I have been called out, and I am the only person of color who lives in a property of 80 units. There are only 4 that are occupied by residents. I know that this doesn't, I mean, everybody else has covered all of the economic stuff, but I just want to say that, we've got, guests coming and going, and when you tell the owners that their guests are being really rude and just out of control, people partying all night, the owners reply is simply, well, they're on vacation, they're having fun. So I just want to say that I would like to have neighbors. I would like to have people
Thank you, Ms. Del Rocio.
who care about the community.
Member Paulton has a question for you.
I just wanted to apologize. I was listening to your testimony and I forgot to put up the 1 minute left sign. But
That's okay. Sorry about that. I saw you put up the 1 minute, but then I saw the counter and it said only 7 seconds. So
yeah, I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I did want to clarify. So you live there, you're an owner, and the conversation was, can we stop other owners from renting long term? And then they said, no, you cannot stop other renters from renting long term. And then that was disappointing to the people in the board?
No, it's just apparently after the Lahaina fires, there were a number of owners who wanted to offer up their units because, like I said, we have 80 units in our property and only 4 of them are occupied by residents. So the rest are mostly short-term rentals. And after the Lahaina wildfires, there were some board members, or not board members, but some owners who were looking to rent to, or to put their units into the FEMA pool for the wildfire evacuees.
I got it.
And this got around, and some of the owners, were opposed to that.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for our testifier? Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Just to clarify, mahalo for your testimony. Did you say you support Bill 9 or you don't support Bill 9?
I support Bill 9.
Oh, okay, mahalo.
Yeah.
Which one's neighbors? Okay, mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much, Amy.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is George Fulton, to be followed by Bryant Ocasio, and then Patricia Char. Chair, I don't see a George Fulton or Bryant Ocasio online or in the chamber. Patricia Char, it's your turn.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Char. I oppose application of Bill 9 to Wailea Ikahi 3. This property was swept up in the anti-TVR wave, even though it is built in a hotel zone. The Planning Commission has recommended correctly that the council exclude the entire Wailea Ikahi 3 from the proposed bill. The land on which my unit sits was zoned hotel when Ikahi was built in 1976. In the early 1970s, the Hawaii Real Estate Commission recognized the development as appropriate for hotel use and allowed it to be marketed as such. The mayor's May 22, 2025 letter transmitted to you, Ms. Kama, as chair, states, Wailea Ikahi 3. According to the zoning map, this property has approximate equal amounts zoned Hotel 1 and apartment. To be precise, exact numbers are 55 within the hotel zone and 49 within the apartment zone. A majority of units of this section of the planned development are in the hotel zone. The letter suggests that the appropriate step is to go back to the Planning Commission for rezoning. But my condominium is built on the part of the property zoned hotel at the time of construction in 1976. and it is still zoned hotel today. Do you really want me to waste your time to come back to ask for rezone of property that is hotel to hotel? I realize the need to address housing on Maui, but someone in the rush to convert TVRs might have missed this. Please help me correct it. I further note that Maui Code Section 1932040, existing Section 2, which is proposed in Bill 9 to be Section 1, seems to exclude a planned development from the proposed TVR ban. I am not a stranger to the community. I am a former Kama'aina trying to retain ties to home. My great-grandfather in the 1900s moved to the Kingdom of Hawaii. I was raised on the islands and played on beaches in Kihei and Wailea before the big hotels were there. Regardless of any decision on Bill 9, Ikahi 3, where my unit is located, should be removed from the Minatoya list, and TVRs should not be banned for myself and my neighbors who are on property that is zoned hotel. Mahalo and aloha.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Owen Kahauhane, to be followed by Cliff Kay, and then John Carty. Chair, not seeing,
Owen Kahahone? No. You don't see him?
I don't see anyone in the chambers responding to that name, and we don't see anyone online. I don't also see Cliff Kay or John Carty online. The next testifier would be Deborah Mader, and then to be followed by Allie, and then Lenny English. I think I need a moment to promote Deborah Mader.
Okay. Yes. Member Hutchins?
Thank you, Chair. While we're waiting for the other testifiers, Lenny English, that's my auntie, she just texted me. She's not going to be testifying today. She does support Bill 9, and she'll be sending us testimony online.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Deborah Mader, and I fully support Bill 9. My family was very lucky to own and live in an apartment at Koa Resort, which is on the Minatoya list. At that time, around 2010, it was an incredible mix of teachers, construction workers, small business owners like ourselves, retirees. Our large one-bedroom ground level apartment had access to 5 acres of land, which was perfect for our family. At that time, only 3 of the 54 apartments were vacation rental. Today, there are 51 vacation rentals owned mostly by folks who don't live on Maui. And because of all the flipping from owner to owner over the years of the investors, the prices of the apartments there, which was perfect for a family of 4, has doubled, tripled, and even quadrupled since we lived there. VRBO and companies like Airbnb put the TVRs on Maui, in my opinion, on steroids over the past 20 years, forcing us now to have this conversation about enforcing zonings on apartments. For folks that were complaining in previous testimony that they're unable to sell their units that are on the Minatoya list, I would ask, are you selling at a fair price or are you selling at a deeply inflated price? If you cut your asking by a half, you would likely sell it. The issue is that the bottom line for a lot of these owners, again, which we used to be, is that they have high mortgages and they overpay for the apartment to begin with, and that sets their bottom line too high. Is that the kuleana of the council to rectify or justify, or is the kuleana of the council to recognize what the industries like VRBO has done to our community and our housing, and work to correct previous misjudgments, such as what's happened with the Minatoya list? Is it your kuleana to right the wrongs of the past? As a small business owner, we've seen many of the coaches in our program that had to move off Maui, and it's really heartbreaking because of not being able to afford housing. If local families could afford housing, they would have money to do other things, such as fix up their home, pay for repairs, enroll their kids in soccer. And there's so many jobs available. When I looked at Indeed, and there was over almost 200 hotel jobs available. I want to circle back quickly to the stats Matt Jakowski presented last week. Single family home prices, West Maui 2024, 1.9 million, 20 times what the average family earns. And this drastic increase, he stated, started about 25 years ago. Well, guess what? VRBO launched in 1995, 30 years ago. And that's what's caused, I believe, the insane jump in TVRs on Maui. We need to enforce zoning on apartments. They're zoned for long-term rentals. We need to enforce that, please. For homes built 2010 to 2023, West Maui, only 60%.
Thank you, Ms.
60%
Mayor.
are owned by non-residents.
Questions for the
60% of our new homes are owned by people who don't live here. I love you guys. Mahalo.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez has a question for you.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Maynard. Mahalo for your testimony.
Yes.
I missed the complex that you bought in.
It was Koa Resort in Kihei.
And what year was that approximately?
Yeah, so we bought in 2008. The price was in the mid 200s, if I recall. And we lived there both as an owner, occupant, and then later as a renter because we had more kids. And due to the influx of tourists and more owners selling their units to off-island investors, the whole dynamic of the community and the whole culture changed. And instead of having like a teacher as your neighbor, you had somebody who comes in at 10, 11 o'clock at night, loud, drinking, partying, all that stuff. And with us, with our babies and our young kids, after a couple of years of that, we were like, oh, we can't do this anymore. And so we moved out of the rental. My mother-in-law lived for a while. We sold our unit in 2016 for under $300,000. So it was, like kind of a fair, I thought it was a fair deal. But now that's the same apartment they're saying would go for $600,000 to $700,000. And these inflated costs, like we're doing this to ourselves. Humans are denying other humans the right to housing because we've decided, hey, let's commodify this. Let's, turn housing into this profit-making instrument. And in my opinion, we're just wrecking our community. Like everyone, all these communities across the world, we're doing this to ourselves. And so I think starting here and recapturing these apartments, and for those who bought high and have a high mortgage, unfortunately, they may sell. But, we bought a home, we saved up all of our money 20 years ago and bought like a tiny shack. And we ended up losing on that big time because we renovated and then we tried to sell and the market crashed and then our whole town got flooded. And so that happens. When you look at housing as a profit-making thing, you lose and you win. And so we just took ourselves out of that whole equation. We said, we're not buying, we're not renting to vacation people, we're not renting to anyone, we're out. We're gonna have one home, we're gonna live in that, and that's it. And I think if other people had that mindset, hopefully, maybe our housing situation would improve.
Mahalo for that explanation, Ms. Maynard. Mahalo, Chair.
You're welcome. And Member Paulton has a question for you.
Yeah, you said you sold in 2014 or 2016?
I'm pretty sure it was 2016. Yeah. And I think we sold for under $300,000 at that time.
Was it, do you know if it was before or after the codification of the Minatoya list?
I wasn't aware of the codification. When we bought, we knew that this apartment was zoned apartment, although we had a permission to short-term rent it, was how it was presented to us by the realtor at that time. So I always knew, oh, okay, there's something funky going on here. And then as time went on, I researched and then I read about the Minatoya in 1989 and all the things. And I was like, oh, it's only a matter of time because I could see what was happening around me and how everyone was jumping on this gravy train of vacation rental. And it was just spreading like so quick in that 154 unit complex at Core Resort. And then you see it happening, like your teachers are leaving the island, your dentist is leaving the island. And you're like, problem. So that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Mader.
Mahalo.
Chair, the next testifier is Ally, to be followed by Dave Jorgensen and then Greg Ralski.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Aloha. Aloha, Chair and Committee. Thank you all for being here. I know it's been a really long day, and I've been tuned in all day. So I just want to thank you all for hanging in there. I got to listen to a lot of testimony today, and I will say probably a billionaire owning 350 acres or something like that is also part of the problem. But my name is Ally Miller, and I'm a resident here, and I currently work in regenerative agriculture, looking to support food sovereignty here on Maui, and I strongly support Bill 9. I'm going to try to keep this short because I know you've had a long day. Thousands of people were displaced during the August wildfires, and this bill is not a punishment. It's really a necessary correction. Maui cannot afford unchecked development. We don't have the water, infrastructure, land to keep building without limits. So this whole narrative of just build more housing just really ignores the fact that the island is already overburdened and under-resourced. Returning vacation rentals to long-term housing is a direct and immediate way to help residents now. And Maui has always been an island of producers. We need policies that support that identity, more land for farming, more water for food systems, and more job creation that restores rather than extracts. I just urge you all to support Bill 9 and help the community recover. And again, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Members, questions?
Chair,
Yes.
I just got informed that John Cardy is the phone number 8733 whenever you guys want to circle
8733
back.
John Cardy. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate that. But do you have any questions for our testifier members? Seeing none, thank you so very much, Ms. Miller.
Thank you.
Staff?
Chair, I believe we could go ahead with John Carty, to be followed by Dave Jorgensen and Greg Rylski. I don't believe they're on the call.
Okay. John Cardy.
So can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, I urge you to pass Bill 9, and I just wanted to, I'll be quick, but I just wanted to share that our community, the people that live here, need to be supported, and you as council members, I just feel that you owe it to the people of our community that make up the heart and soul of Maui to help provide one of the basic, most fundamental foundations of life, which is housing. And the people who purchase rental properties that were originally designed as residences are making a risky investment, and it's buyer beware. And it's more important that we take care of our community and than outside investors. The majority of the people who own these are people that are not part of our community. So thank you for hearing my mana'o. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Cardy. Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much for your testimony.
Chair, we could try Dave Jorgensen, and to be followed by Greg Rylski, and then Riley Bond. Oh, I do see Dave Jorgensen.
Hello, Chair. Hello, Chair, members.
I can hear you very faintly.
Oh, God. I'll try and speak up. Can you hear me now?
A little better, but can you?
Gosh. I'm on grandfather duty, and I'm in my truck, and things don't seem to be working well. Can you hear me well enough to testify? Or
I can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee, and staff. My name's Dave Jorgensen. I'm here to testify on behalf of American Resort Development Association. I'm a registered lobbyist with ARDA, Hawaii. We have concerns about the bill as proposed initially. The main thing I want to testify about is timeshares are different than TVRs, than STRs. They're not rental properties. They're not short-term rentals. They are ownership interests. And the timeshare projects and the timeshare units simply don't lend themselves to being rented out long-term. It doesn't work. Our perception has been that they're kind of, as somebody testified about, I think it was Wailea Ilua, but kind of caught up in the net. But we do appreciate the amendments that were proposed in CD1 to, number one, have a phase-in period that is more reasonable than the original proposal, and then also to exclude timeshares. Again, I don't want to belabor it. I know it's been a very long day, and I think you're coming up on the end of this day. I won't go through our position on the benefits of timeshare owners and what they do for Maui, how timeshare owners and projects have helped with the recovery efforts. But I'm glad I was able to get in today so I don't have to carry over to another day. And I really appreciate all of your hard work and diligence in addressing this issue. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Members, any question for the testifier? Seeing none? Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen.
Thank you. Aloha.
Next testifier. Aloha. Greg Rolski? Is that who that is?
Yeah, Chair, the next testifier is Greg Relsky, to be followed by Riley Bond and Amy Ramos. I don't see Mr. Relsky on the Teams call.
Yeah. I see Amy on Teams.
Riley Bond, you can unmute if you're...
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm at the park with my kids. Ironically, sandwiched between two Minatoya properties here at Honokawai Beach Park. But I just wanted to speak a little bit to the whole preserving our neighborhood aspect of this conversation. I grew up between Honokawai and Napili, rented, Papakea, Pakimaui, way back in the day. And then as of most recently, my kids and I rented a 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit in a regular residential neighborhood, in a regular apartment complex up a very dinky, pothole-filled road. And I was quite literally sandwiched in between short-term rentals. The unit directly next to me and the 2 units beneath me were Airbnb, VRBO, short-term rentals. So when you're at the airport and you hear the sound of all the suitcases dragging along the, the ground, that was the soundtrack to my life. There was always people coming in and out all hours of the night. When people are on vacation, they want to let loose. They want to act a fool. They want to get drunk. They want to take, longer showers. And there were instances where people would break windows, and there wasn't, at a hotel, you have security on staff. You have maintenance people on staff. You have housekeeping on staff to come and mitigate the issues that come with people wanting to party on vacation. And that's just not the case in these, again, because it's a neighborhood, because short-term rental and transient vacationers don't belong there. And then, I don't have a neighbor. I don't have someone to engage in reciprocity and, trading and community and all those things. So having grown up literally on this stretch of West Maui that is deeply affected by the gentrification due to the short-term rentals. I have seen it, how folks just got sandwiched and packed into Lahaina and then it burnt, you know? And so like the fact that they're calling on job loss, July 10th, there's a Maui County job fair, 300 job openings, boom, you know, like the math isn't mathing and it's time to right the wrongs. So thank you guys for your time. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Member Paulden has a question for you, Ms. Bond.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. While you could be 18, I was wondering if you could give us the time frame where these properties that you lived in.
So I was 2 years old when I moved here. So it was like 2000 was the year. I'm 27 now. So yeah, like 2000, probably to 2005 was when we rented in like between Pakimaui and Papakea. And then we got into the low income housing also in Honokauai, right by ABC store, which again is the same layout as a lot of these short-term rentals. So for the folks to say that it's not able to accommodate families, like it absolutely is. Again, that building is also between two short-term rental buildings.
So around 2000, 2005, you lived in Minatoya properties that were full of community. And then slowly it was not full of community.
Exactly. The community was eroded, by transient vacationers.
Would you characterize it as walkable, livable?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'd walked. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any other questions? Members, seeing none. Ellen?
Chair, the next testifier is Amy Ramos, to be followed by Sarah Ann and then Ann Barber.
We can see you, Amy, but we can't hear you. Can you hear us, Amy? Okay, but we can't hear you.
Chair?
Yes.
Amy might be having that same issue where the mic is disabled. So Amy, to fix that, you could attempt to leave and rejoin the meeting quickly, or you could call in using the call-in info that we have posted in the chat.
Chair, if you like, we could call the next testifier while she's figuring that out. The next testifier would be Sarah Ann, to be followed by Ann Barber, and then Courtney Lazo. Chair, I don't see those individuals online nor moving in the chamber. The next testifier would be Moe Kavakoa.
Oh, did you say Courtney Lazo? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Courtney Lazo.
Yes, beg your pardon.
Did you see her? It says here she marked.
Yeah, we're told Miss Lazo left.
Oh, okay. So Ms. Lazo left.
So here's Miss Kava'akua.
Ms. Kava'akua.
Thank you, Courtney. Okay, so I was inspired to come here listening to Shane Albertin's testimony last week. And look, I stay last, I think. Aloha e la hui.
Aloha.
The People's County Council. O mo'i ko'u inoa, no maui nui a kama mai au. O hamakua loa ko'u one hanau, o hale akala ka'u mauna. O maliko ko'u kahakai. He kanaka ka ko'o I ka po'e hune, and I testify today as a lineal descendant disconnected through colonization, as a member of a stolen and occupied nation, as a houseless outreach advocate who walks daily with our most vulnerable, as a resident who was houseless for a month and who now pays $5,000 a month in rent, committed to me kuleana to stay housed in my own homeland. I am here to urge you all to pass Bill 9. I support this bill because I believe in the kuleana of restoration. Not just for land, but for people, for families, and for our future generations. Bill 9 is not just about short-term rentals. It's about long-term survival for those who have been systemically pushed to the margins. I speak for Lahaina, who has lost so much more than just homes. For those whose homes were brought out from under them, whose rents quadrupled overnight, whose children sleep in tents just minutes away from luxury condos that sit half empty half of the year, who cannot say you care. You cannot say you care about housing crisis and then protect 6,000 plus units that were never built for tourists in the first place. These STRs were apartment zoned for residents, not profit. We've tried playing nice with the system. It is unjust that we have to beg, bargain, and hope for solutions that center our people. We don't want handouts. We want our fair share and what was stolen from us. We deserve the right to thrive in our homelands. So I ask you to vote not with fear, but with mana and courage. Vote not for investors who don't even live here, but for the families struggling to stay. Vote for Lahaina, vote for the Lahui. Pass Bill 9. Mahalo.
Mahalo for your testimony. Members, do we have any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, it's getting to that time. Are you ready for your drum roll, Keani? No? Okay, no. Okay, so while Keani is getting the numbers, we are going to recess this meeting to June 23rd, 9 o'clock a.m. to 4:30. And my assumption is that we should complete all of our testimonies by next week, on the 23rd. That's just my assumption. Because, Keani, you're going to tell us how many testifiers we went through today and what the numbers were and how many we got left.
Yes, I'm ready. So we started with testifier number 63, and we heard from 69 testifiers, and our list is currently at 230 individuals signed up to testify.
Mm-hmm. And we have 50 more testimonies to hear from at this time. Thank you for that. But my assumption is that we'll probably get through all of them, hopefully by next week. And then June 24th is our evening meeting for those who couldn't come to our meetings. But hopefully by that time, we can be in some form of deliberations. So you'll all be getting your notices in your emails from OCS staff. So other than that, members, is there any questions that you might have?
Chair?
Yes.
Apologies, just for the record, so the body will be recessing to June 23rd at 9 o'clock a.m.
Yes.
Using the same Microsoft
Yeah.
Teams connections for the meeting, for the online meeting, and then the same in-person location here in the council chamber.
Yes, all that you said. So at this time, I am officially going to.
Real quick, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So I know you said we have 50 more. That's not including all the folks
that we passed.
like the last few.
Correct.
Yeah, that's on the list, but they had to leave and didn't jump
So
on.
we'll call them all back again.
Yeah, so maybe about like
70,
or 80.
Yeah, but I think we'll get through them, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So the HLU committee of June, the recess committee from June 9th and now June 23rd is now in recess until June 23rd, 9 o'clock a.m., same space, same place.